Good morning, everyone. Also, here we have the Sapphire. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens for the third day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Glamorgan and Northamptonshire. The game will be resumed at 11 o'clock this morning. The Royal Cricket would like to thank all their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Sapphire Gardens today. A warm welcome as well to the players and officials who travelled here from Northants, as well as to our two match umpires, Glamorgan and Hassan Adnan, and also our match referee, Peter Such. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all four coming games here at Sapphire Gardens this summer. That includes the One Day International here on Sunday the 1st of June, when England play West Indies, as well as the International T20 contest on Wednesday the 10th of September, when England meet South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website, the details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are available for all home games here at Sapphire Gardens, including those in the Vitality T20 Blast, as well as the 100. If you're looking for a scorecard for this match, they're available completely free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan shop run by Missouri Sports is open today until 5 p.m. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and it's, as always, selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is also situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food purchases. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Cassette Harold stand at the Cathedral Road end in the ground, and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. Now, with lovely sunshine and warm temperatures today, don't forget that there are also many refill points around the stadium where you can replenish completely free of charge your water bottles. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, it's recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. This means that there are many new information panels and displays for you to look at and enjoy, as well as some new films and bilingual videos for you to watch. Now, it is going to be shown at lunch and also during the tea interval, and for this game there are two films which will be shown. One celebrates the history of women's cricket in Wales, and the other features members of Glamorgan's 1969 playing squad, reminiscing about the season when they won the county championship. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as all Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the Rothesay Museum. And the museum will be open until the end of the season.
Peter.
Hello, hi.
You won't remember me. Indeed, you have a photo.
Okay, all right.
And I've got something reading for years.
Okay.
I'm very big to something. I can't decide who the captain is.
Okay.
Anyway, thinking back to 40 years,
Okay.
so it's back to 1980. And then I've been back 5 years. And there were moments where I would just paralyze and step on trees. And all of a sudden, too many seconds of those trees all walk down. Anyway, that was the first time I was born. Exactly the same thing. I was walking down there, my was gone. Okay. So yeah, this one was apologise. Nice thing. Peter Ryder there, John Morris, Steve Lux. Yeah. I saw Steve Lux the other day. Rich goes up there.
Yeah.
And he's alright. He's good things. I saw something with Rothesay.
Yeah.
Unity.
Yeah, indeed.
Unity. Okay. So
Yeah. Let's have a gone.
And yeah. They bring them up. These links they few. Nice to catch up with you. I do apologise, I've got to get back up to my lofty perch and get ready to start the play. But nice to chat. Yeah.
No, the one that was out. The first one, the Glamorgan, Colin was on the screen. Colin said, said it pitched outside the lane. It was going down the lane. I asked Molly about it, and he told me
Oh no, it's already the season then, yeah.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens from BBC Sport Online for this third day of the Rothesay County Championship match Division 2 between Glamorgan and Northants, where the position is that the visitors are 49 for 3 in their second innings, which is still 190 runs adrift. So it must be said that Glamorgan are favourites for this match. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton. Morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Bonadar. Morning, Nick. Morning, everyone. Yes, it's from Northamptonshire point of view, obviously hoping it's not going to prove to be the third and final day, but they've got an awful lot of work to do. We were saying last night, if they'd gone in at 50 for 1, having lost Vasconcelos early, but if Proctor and Bartlett had managed to see it through to the close, then they would have thought, yeah, okay, we've got a bit of a chance, and they still have. But those 2 wickets that Andy Gorvin picked up in an over last night, right at the very end of the play, obviously has turned things round a bit, and Glamorgan still, with a lead of 190, they can afford to remain on the attack, and somebody, and possibly more than one person, has got to dig in and play an innings of real substance for Northamptonshire if they're to stand any chance of getting away with a draw, or even possibly, who knows, getting a big enough lead to put Glamorgan under a bit of pressure tomorrow, but that's a very long way off.
Indeed so. The Northants batting coach, Greg Smith, was less than chuffed with the LBW appeal, the LBW verdict rather, against George Bartlett. He may have a case, but it's not entirely wise to make that one of your opening comments. I suggest
he was not happy, was he? He was not. You and I were both there at the interview, and yes, he was not a happy bunny. But I think it might have been the fact that it's the second occasion in successive matches where, right at the very end of the Saturday play, there's been a decision that perhaps might not have been the best. Lewis McManus was given out caught behind right at the end of the day's play against Lancashire, which looked, I must admit at the time, as though it might be a terminal blow. In the end, it wasn't, of course. But yeah, it may just be one of the sort of cumulative effect. But anyhow, as you say, that's the game, and we move on.
Yes, these things even out over the course of a season. Colin Ingram was given out on 70 at Kent when he obviously believed that he hadn't hit the ball, that it had flicked off his hip, but because Glamorgan won the game, we move on, as you say, and these things tend to even out over the course of a season. 49 for 3 then, Northants, with the skipper Luke Proctor, who has really fought hard during this game, top scorer in both innings as things stand, and also the most economical of the Northants bowlers, and probably one of the most enthusiastic of their fielders down in the dirt.
Yeah, he had a lot to do yesterday, and I mean, he can't do everything. But Northamptonshire will really need him to dig in here if at all possible.
Here's Gorvin then, bowling to Proctor with 2 slips, and plays it gently to mid-on. There's no run. Greg Smith was also quite critical of the state of the Northants batting, actually, wasn't he? Saying,
yeah, he was, and rightly, and rightly so.
They weren't playing straight enough.
Well, no, they're not, and you made the point yesterday when we were looking down the figures, as we always do our prep, and the stats don't lie as far as the top order is concerned.
As that is edged but safely by Proctor, and he'll get a run there because it's only half parried at second slip by Carlson, and Labuschagne seizes on the opportunity to get his hands on the ball, which have been very rare indeed during the course of this match. He was out without scoring, and hasn't had the chance to bowl or take a catch.
Do you know, I was realising this morning, Nick, that of Northampton, this is obviously Northamptonshire's 6th championship match of the season, and in only one of them has there been play on day 4. It would have been a derby as well, but it was rained off. But all the others have finished inside the distance.
Gorvin is in to bowl. That one's spat a little bit, and it's well defended by Sales. 50 for 3. Don't say that too loud. The office might be listening.
No, I know. I've been thinking I'm probably going to be in the office tomorrow afternoon to co-present the cricket show. If not, Jake Sharp, my colleague at BBC Radio Northampton, would do a very, very good job. Perfectly. Probably better without me there, actually. But yeah, I may well be in the office for that.
As that is driven gently by Sales up to mid-off, and there is no run. What time is that on for listeners at BBC Radio Northampton?
That is 6 p.m. tomorrow, 6 till 7, and special guest will be David Ripley, talking obviously about the women's team, which is now coaching, but also obviously his very long involvement with Northamptonshire that goes back 40 plus years in all sorts of capacities. And we're also going to be talking to, and I'll come back to that after this ball,
Gorvin in to bowl to Sales, who defends to cover, no run.
We're also going to be talking to Neil White, who is captain of the Northamptonshire over 50s, and they played this last week at Earthlingborough Cricket Club, not far from where I live actually, and Neil has a really strong family connection with Earthlingborough. His father and his grandfather were all stalwarts of Earthlingborough Cricket Club going back just over 100 years, so we're going to be exploring that as well.
Gorvin is in to bowl. That's nicely driven by Sales down the ground. That'll go for 4 up to a long off. Muted scattering of applause from this low-key crowd basking in more Welsh sunshine. 54 for 3. The deficit is 185.
Yeah, not too many in this morning, are there? But perhaps they've got other things to do and maybe drift in a bit later if there looks like being cricket later on in the day, which obviously from a Northamptonshire perspective one hopes is the case. Yeah, so those they'll both be featuring tomorrow. Obviously then we will have reaction to what happens here.
Good luck.
It may, well, yes. And of course, it
may be live commentary.
Maybe
as
live.
you-
Well,
as-
that is an option that we have, and if the game is still on at 6 o'clock tomorrow, then we will probably opt into the BBC commentary, just as Northamptonshire secure a sensational victory. But alternatively, we'll see. Here is James Harris to bowl the first ball of the morning from this Cathedral Road end. Bowls to Proctor, who has a bit of a waft at that. It's a no ball. So we'll be charitable and say perhaps he heard the call, but no ball called. So 2 more onto the total. Northamptonshire move up to 56 for 3.
You'd need to have lightning reactions to
Yes.
react to the fact that a no ball has been called.
I was trying to be kind.
But on the other hand, I did read a physiological study that showed you that cricket was actually impossible to play at all against fast bowlers.
You have about 0.4 of a second, isn't it, or something? Here's Harris in, bowls outside the off stump this time. Proctor leaves well alone. Yes, I remember, I think it was Alan Lamb was involved in his playing days, was involved in a study that showed that against the quickest bowlers, you've got 0.4 of a second to decide what to do, and the human brain can't make a rational decision in 0.4 of a second.
So it's officially
So it is
impossible
officially
to play fast bowling.
Yeah, but somehow they do. So here's Harris with 3 slips in, bowls outside the off stump, and again left alone by Northamptonshire's captain. 31 not out. James Sales on 8. Nice way to start the morning for him. That drive away through mid off, which will hopefully steady what nerves there may be. I must mention congratulations to Northamptonshire scorer Terry Owen up there in the score box with Dr. Hignell for a remarkable achievement, which I'll tell you about after this ball. As Harris is in bowls, and just shapes back into the left-hander, runs down into the onside, and James Sales was interested in a single. Luke Proctor was not remotely interested in a single, and James Harris fields in his follow-through. There is no run, stays at 56 for 3. Terry does the park runs, and he does them also wherever Northamptonshire happen to be away from home.
Well, he's in business here. There's one fairly nearby.
Well, he did yesterday. He did his 50th park run at Cardiff, and back at Wantage Road next week, of course, as Harris is in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. He will be on the Northampton racecourse, which will be next Saturday morning for number 51. So, fine half century from Tell. Well done. He's only done 50 more than I have.
But that'll go up next week.
Yes, it will. Yes, it definitely will.
Well, you could surprise him.
I could. It will surprise me as well. Here's Harris in, bowls, and forward goes Proctor, pushes it up into the offside, and there was a single because it just trickled out in the general direction of mid-off. And Ben Kellaway, one of the heroes of yesterday, had to come in from extra cover to field, so single completed. Proctor to 32 and Northamptonshire to 57 for 3. Still trailing by the little matter of 182 runs. Vast amount of time, of course, left in the game. 94 overs after this ball today, and another 90 tomorrow. 96 tomorrow. Not sure all of those will be needed, but we'll see. Sales to face Harris for the first time this morning. Just 1 ball left in the over. Harris running away from us. Bowls to Sales, and he forces that nicely off the back foot, but very well fielded in there at extra cover by Asa Tribe. And again, you have to say that one of the hallmarks of this Glamorgan performance, the catching has been very good, and just the ground fielding has been excellent as well. They've been very sharp and supporting the bowlers, really. 57 for 3. Sales is 8. Proctor is 32 on another glorious morning here in Cardiff.
Yes, you mentioned athletic abilities. Well, I've obviously done well not to use any of the athletic abilities available to my family, because my daughter's just knocked off a personal half-marathon best time in Hackney. Gosh. So well done to Harriet.
Well done.
1 hour 36.
Weren't the buses running?
Not a lot of training apparently either, so
The amateur spirit.
Yes.
Splendid.
Here comes Gorvin into the left-handed. Proctor, who is beaten Gorvin, as he often does, has one hand in the air, if there's any sort of triumph for him with the ball. But through it went to Chris Cook, 57 for 3.
I think my son is playing cricket this afternoon for the Mighty Badgers, Handletown against Kettering in the Rutland League, I think, the Sunday League.
Impressed with the fact that you have a Sunday league.
We do, it's a strong one as well.
As Gorvin races in, bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-off by Proctor. No run. In this part of the world, Sunday cricket is largely a social affair, apart from the odd cup competition that tends to get played on Sundays.
Well, the Rutland League, although as its name would suggest, there are teams from Rutland, but also from Northamptonshire, from Cambridgeshire, Huntingdonshire, that sort of general area around Peterborough, so on.
Gorvin in, bowls. Proctor's driving back past him. Nice firm push. Will pick up, I think, a couple of runs here. Indeed, it will be 2, as Sales makes it very easily back to the non-striker's end. Impressed to see that Glamorgan, for once in the second innings of a match, have a green over 8, +3. So I think there has been a concerted effort to get on with it, having struggled and been in the red, as most teams are, but in every other match. Gorvin in, bowls, nicely turned away by Proctor off leg stump. Gorvin tries to make it seem more dramatic than it was, and it's a single taken. So no initial problems for the visitors in these first few overs against the medium pace of Harris and the fast medium pace of Gorvin and the fast medium of Harris.
Good thing about the Rutland League also is that the top end it's probably taken a bit more seriously, but lower down it's regionalised, and certainly my club uses it basically as a development thing, so you get a lot of young players getting the chance.
As that's edged but doesn't carry to slip by Sales, no real reaction. Wills. That person wearing the jersey of Will Smale looks very much like Glamorgan's captain Sam North East.
I was just thinking, yes. It must be. Yeah, it is.
Yes.
It's him.
Yes.
Oh well, Japes.
Perhaps his sweater was a bit too grubby. As that's defended off the back foot by Sales, up to mid-on. 3 off the Gorvin over, 60 for 3. Northants trailing by 179 here on BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb 2017 or Old Man Rad on X. You can contact us via Blue Sky Nick Webb 2017 or Radders 1962. Email nickwebb2017 at gmail.com, as Kevin Higgins has done from Istanbul, hoping for a Glamorgan win sometime tomorrow, possibly today. It's rained all weekend in Istanbul, but the weather is set to improve. I'm sorry that things are soggy in Turkey for you.
Well, and usually they say Turkey's dry. That's the problem with it.
Oh yes, Sunday roast. I wonder if we'll get one.
Well, yes, I have to say I don't think the rain is going to save Glamorgan. 60 for 3. Northamptonshire 179 runs adrift still, and Proctor to face James Harris, running in away from us with 3 slips in place, edged, and now did that carry to third slip? If it did, it only barely carried it. Proctor was driving, it took the outside edge, and it was Kieran Carlson there. And now we'll have a look on the replay and see if it did carry. There goes the edge. Yes, it did. It's difficult chance to his right hand. It may have been really Sam North East catch.
Yeah, Carlson's instinct possibly was that it wouldn't have carried to second slip, so it did go across him slightly.
But that was a chance. Proctor on 35. Here is Harris in bowls, and Proctor drives up to mid-off rather, where Zain Al Hassan fields, and there's no run. It was a bit of a loose drive from Proctor. Interesting, Greg Smith saying last night about batters playing across the line, and he did say, as we said on commentary up here, that Ricardo Vasconcelos, the stroke he played last night, was called at fourth slip to a ball he didn't actually have to play. Here's Harris in again, bowls to Proctor, drops a bat on it, runs out into the covers, and there's no run.
It's all about context and risk reward, isn't it? Because if you don't play shots at any wide balls, well, you won't get out, but you won't score many runs.
No. I mean,
if you only hit the straight ones.
Yeah, no. I mean, Northamptonshire have found themselves in this position largely because, as Luke Proctor himself said, they may have misread the pitch on the first morning in choosing to bat, but they didn't bat very well. And Glamorgan have bossed the game so far. Here's Harris in bowls, and that jags back in at Proctor, who's somewhat discomforted by it. In the end, it rolls out into the offside. Proctor just making a few running repairs. Grip on his bat handle, just pushing it down a little bit. He's been in the wars in this game, Luke Proctor. He wore a couple in the first innings which were extremely painful, or looked extremely painful. And as Nick was saying, he was flinging himself around in the field yesterday. Here's Harris in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Good carry from Harris. The ball obviously still fairly new, only in its 18th over. It is lovely. You look at the scene over the far side of the ground, the River Taff and Taff Trail, and loads of people either walking or cycling, or we had the sort of chariots yesterday, didn't we? The horse-drawn.
I missed those. I didn't see them.
Yeah, one of which was actually going along when I went out the ground last night. I was
right.
walking around to the Bowls Club. Here's Harris in again, and again left alone by Proctor. Through to Chris Cook, end of the over, 60 for 3. Proctor is 35, Sales is 8.
And coming into the ground this morning, there was a large gathering of folk enjoying themselves by a nearby hostelry, which apparently was a meeting of the Extraordinary Gentlemen Bikers Club. And I'm told that they actually came into the ground earlier to have their mass shot of the gathering. So somewhere on the interweb there will no doubt appear pictures of a lot of very well dressed bikers. I mean, there were a few in leathers, but a lot were in suits and ties, or jacket and tie at least. Gorvin is in, bowls, and forced off the back foot back to the bowler, no run.
Certainly when I was driving into the ground this morning, I found myself behind 3 or 4 scooters, all sort of 90 Vespa type scooters, with extremely smartly dressed chaps riding them, and I wondered if it was a sort of a planned mods versus rockers rumble somewhere, whether Eddie was going to be there in his leathers, yes, orchestrating the mayhem. Maybe not.
In comes the next delivery, driven by Sales, fluently but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. A distinguished gentleman, apparently they're known as.
Excellent, well, good for them.
Distinguished gentlemen.
There's a lot of them.
There were, and apparently there were. There's an element of fundraising for prostate charity, so more power to their wheels.
Indeed.
60 for 3, 179 in arrears. Gorvin in, bowls, and played gently by Sales out on the leg side to Al Hassan. Sales trying to dig in, obviously, for the long haul.
There's another interesting comment last night from Greg Smith, who was pretty forthright in what he had to say, and he was saying about the Northamptonshire batters, and he said, potential is one thing, but you can't go on having potential indefinitely. You've actually got to put some runs in the book.
Gorvin in, bowls, and Sales flashes at that outside off stump, trying to force through the offside. Chris Cook standing up, removed the bails just in case. There is room to score on that offside because all three fielders in front of the wicket are in a single saving position, so there are gaps there. Should he manage to pierce the infield on the grandstand side of the ground, the shorter boundary, as Gorvin bowls and Sales noodles it away backward of square, single. Callaway the fielder, 61 for 3. And if you do want to comment at the close of play, there is a Have You Say on the county reports on the BBC Sport website on most days, when we remember to switch it on.
A few comments on this morning, weren't there, about largely centring on Northamptonshire's middle order.
Yes, there was considerable concern at the state of the visitors' batting.
Yes.
As Gorvin bowls, and it's driven by Proctor, not really timed, fielded at mid-off. And it must be said, because modesty forbids him, some nice things said about your work as well.
Well, you know, it's very easy to work in a friendly environment, which it always is here in Cardiff. It's a lovely place to come and watch cricket and talk about it. And well, on a morning like this, it doesn't get a lot better. It was absolutely beautiful in and around Butte Park. Not my job, of course, to try and galvanise Northamptonshire's players into action, but I did mention a couple of things on socials about the fact that it's quite an important anniversary in the club's history today, as James Harris starts another over to James Sales, and Sales is nicely, solidly in behind that, off the back foot, plays it down the pitch. 120 years ago today, May the 18th, 1905, Northamptonshire started their very first county championship match against Hampshire on the old Northlands Road ground in Southampton. George Thompson and Billy Kingston, one of 8 brothers who played for Northamptonshire, opened the batting. Here's Harris in again, bowls very full this time, and Sales is pushing it carefully, watchfully up to mid-off, and there's no run.
How did it go?
It was a draw. Thompson made 95 in the second innings before Tom Horton declared. It would have been Northamptonshire's first championship 100, because they had to wait a couple more games before Charlie Poole, CJT Poole, after whom the gates at the Wantage Road ground are named. He got the first championship 100 for Northamptonshire. Here's Harris in, bowls on leg stump, runs for Sales as he turns it down to long leg, in fact just a single, as it's fielded down there by Tim van der Hoogten in front of the main scoreboard. Sales goes into double figures, 10 to him and Northamptonshire to 62 for 3. There's also mentioning the game here, which we touched on commentary yesterday, 4 years ago, when Northamptonshire dug very deep on the last day to save the match here. Rob Keogh was obviously, probably in fact next in, was involved with that. Here's Harris to bowl to the left-handed Proctor, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Good ball from Harris, just held its line. Proctor played inside it, but I think after the ball had gone past the outside edge. And that was also, Harry Gouldston, of course, was the other hero of that game. 67 he made in 4¼ hours, and he messaged me last night and he said it seems a very long time ago. It wasn't that long ago, Harry, but it was a nice moment. Here's Proctor pushing out on the onside and gets an easy single as it rolls out towards Asita Fernando at mid-wicket, and that is one more run to Proctor. 36 to him. Northamptonshire 63 for 3. Now captaining Overston Park in the Northamptonshire League, and I think also playing for Bedfordshire in the national counties.
Yes, there's quite a lot of national counties games today, I believe.
Yes, there are. Trophy matches, I think.
I think not involving Wales at this stage. As that's driven by Sales on the offside. So, good morning to Ben Bonney, who says, I can confirm it's impossible to play fast bowling based on my inability to play a shot in 5 seconds, let alone 0.4. There we are.
Fair
Try making your mind up before the bowler comes in. Might help you. Probably won't. Garantius says, oh dear, there had to be a Eurovision.
Oh yes, of course.
Given this is Eurovision weekend, will we hear the boom banger bang of falling Northants wickets today? I wonder. Not a single bang so far. As Gorvin bowls, and that's hit Proctor on the pad, I think, or the thigh pad as it rolls out on the onside.
Precious little boom either. Well, if one of these gets 100, we shall say congratulations. Power to all our friends.
Very good. 63 for 3. I managed to miss it somehow last night on the telly box. Funny that.
Are you sure?
Like,
There's another one.
as forward comes Proctor, defending to cover. My better half decided she'd rather put the athletics on instead.
I'm afraid we did talk about it yesterday, and I'm afraid I completely forgot it was on. So from which you may deduce that I didn't actually watch any of it, but I don't feel as though I've missed out, really. I don't feel that my life is incomplete as a consequence.
As Gorvin bowls, that one's got up a bit, and it's well taken by Cook because Proctor left it outside off stump. In fact, Cook didn't take it cleanly, but did well to parry it, and might have taken that one in the chest, I think. As Gorvin has got an unexpected bit of lift there, just a little bit.
Yes, it's the continuation of the group stages of the National Counties Trophy, and I was reading in the preview that I think there's something like 11 teams that can still go through to the next stage. There's some interesting games around.
Gorvin bowls, turned on the leg side by Proctor, ball trickling down towards backward square. They'll go through for the single. 64 for 3. Lots of field changing between right and left-handers at the moment. 64 for 3.
Indeed, Harry Gouldston, who we were just talking about, has taken a catch this morning already.
Right.
Cambridgeshire at Sawston they're playing today.
Gorvin bowls, Sales is forward, defending, up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, Cambridgeshire versus Bedfordshire at Sawston and Babraham Cricket Club in Cambridgeshire. Cambridgeshire lost a couple of early wickets. Harry's caught one of them, and one of my club's co-captains is also playing for Bedfordshire today, Pat Harrington.
Yes, it doesn't look as though Wales are involved today.
They're not, no.
As Gorvin is on his way to bowl 2 Sales. Short ball pulled comfortably through mid-wicket, dispatched for 4. Gorvin dropping short. Sales latching onto it, smashing it through mid-wicket, and the ball has ended up a fair way beyond the boundary as well, because there is a good 35-40 metres. He's actually hit it as far as the foot of the pavilion steps, so he's struck that one possibly 100, 110 metres or so. 68 for 3, and still only worth 4. Sales has 14, and Proctor has 37. If you're in the Newport area and you want to watch some cricket, Glamorgan under-18s are playing there against Gloucestershire under-18s, who are 45 for 3.
Harris will continue from this Cathedral Road end, from which we are commentating. He's in and bowls to Proctor, and that's nipped back in. It did a bit too much, I think. There was no appeal. Hit Proctor, top of the pad, maybe on the thigh pad. Proctor kicks the ground and generates a little cloud of dust. That was once more with feeling. He's just I think he's just getting a bit fed up with getting peppered. Just make me think of Ben Sanderson last week when we were talking about his extraordinary batting effort, 65 off 28 balls. There's Harris in again to bowl to Proctor, who drives nicely into the ground and well fielded by Harris off his own bowling. And Sanderson says, Ben said, I just basically stand there and try not to get hit. Bill Proctor has been hit a few times in this game, but he's a tough and a very resilient character. And Northamptonshire have been glad of his efforts this season with bat and with ball. He's facing Harris here and pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single, but again, it didn't hit it too hard, which meant that Kellaway, coming in from extra cover, just had far enough to run for the single to be completed before he picked the ball up. Sales brings him on to strike. Proctor is 38, 69 for 3.
Looking at Glamorgan under 18s, there are a few there who've actually played for the second 11 already, which is good to see. Zach Williams, Jack Hope Bell, Tom Norton, Romano Franco, Will Mew.
That's good to see. Here's Harrison again, bowls and Sales pushes out into the offside for Al Hassan to field, and there's no run.
And a sign of our increasing age, well, it's better than the alternative, is that Messrs Wallace and Koska are in the Glamorgan under 18s lineup.
Well, Northamptonshire's under 18s, I've just noticed they're playing as well today. They're playing up at Headingley against Yorkshire in a T20 friendly. I can't think they go all the way, but just for one T20 friendly. I suspect they might be playing more than one game. Here's Harris in bowl, short, very short, and called a wide by the umpire. It sailed over James Sales' head, and Sales is not a short man by any stretch of the imagination. And one more onto the total, 70 for 3.
That was interesting. Both umpires signalled wide simultaneously. It was synchronised umpiring.
Well, hopefully the snappers might have picked that one up, because that would be a good one to see. I shall vacate this seat for Edward in a moment. The master is in the room. Here's Harris in bowls, full, pushed out into the offside by Sales, and again an easy single to be had. This is good stuff, rotating the strike, these two. Fielded by Al Hassan. Sales goes to 15 and Northamptonshire to 71 for 3. We can find out if Edward was in the office the day that Northamptonshire played Hampshire in that inaugural county championship match for Northamptonshire 120 years ago today.
Steady on.
Play started just after midday in those days. It was quite civilised. Here's Harrison again, bowls to Proctor and beats him outside the off stump. Through to Chris Cook, end of the over, 71 for 3. So Northamptonshire survived the first half hour unscathed, 38 to Proctor, 15 to Sales. The deficit is now 168, and Edward Bevan will come in and replace me and join Nick Webb.
Well, we expected that Northants would produce a partnership somewhere. Is this going to be it? Van der Hoogten is brought back into the attack. No wickets for him so far in this innings. The first innings, he took a very economical 2 for 23 off 12, as well as contributing with the bat as well, making 61. And we wait to see what Van der Hoogten's workload will be in the next couple of weeks. Albeit there is a slight gap between the county championship ending on Monday next week, and then for Glamorgan they're a little bit later than some, with the first competitive T20 game is on Sunday the 1st. A lot of counties start earlier than that, as Van der Hoogten is in from the River Taff end and bowls, and Sales is watchfully forward defending back to the bowler. See Northants start their campaign on Friday the 30th, so they've got slightly less time to dig out the coloured clothing and the white balls. Now that's up at Headingley before hosting Leicestershire on Sunday the 1st of June, their first home match. As in Comes Van der Hoogten, bowls 2 sails, edges, but it doesn't carry to slip as Kieran Carlson makes the stop. We've got a slip cordon of Labuschagne, Northeast masquerading as Will Smale, and Kieran Carlson. Northeast's obviously got a grubby jersey. Always just picked the wrong one up in the dressing room. Next delivery is forced away nicely by Sales. Off the back foot, it's beaten Callaway at point, and it will run away to that short side of the ground. 15 to Sales, 71 for 3. Just the one chance so far. A difficult edge by Proctor off Harris that Carlson couldn't quite hold on to at the third slip. But by and large, it's been a sensible approach from the visitors in this first half out, and they've added a further 26 runs. Van der Hoogten 2 sails, forces that one into the offside as well, but a scrambling Callaway intercepts at point.
Yes, these two going very well, Nick, at the moment. They've been selective. We saw one attempted cut-off Corwin, which was taken by Cook standing up, and apart from a difficult chance in the slips, that's the only sort of false shot we've seen. I think it could be an absorbing contest if these can stay until near lunch.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, clipped off his legs by Sales. This will be at least a couple of runs, possibly 3, possibly 4. Zainul Hassan has just tipped it back, and well, maybe they should have run 4 there, but it's only 3, and Zainul Hassan went flying. He's saying he's not sure whether he.
I think he was
tipped
safe.
it back. No, 4 is signalled by the umpire.
There we go.
Well, that's an interesting call, as the ball certainly stayed in play, as video stream viewers will see a... it's just touched the ropes, to be fair, despite that tremendous effort from Ul Hassan. 4 is correctly signalled by the eagle-eyed Mr. Adnan. Van der Hoogten bowls, Sales drives through the offside for 4 more. Well, signs in this over that young James Sales is not going to die wondering, as he finds the boundary ropes 3 times, and Northants shoot up to 83 for 3.
It isn't often you see Van der Hoogten. Perhaps it was his first over and just finding his line, his length, but yes, and memories of his father, David Sales, who was a fine player and a very attacking player, as Glamorgan knew, because he made a habit of getting double hundreds against Glamorgan. I remember one at Colwyn Bay, and it was a wonderful innings, and some lovely shots there by his son. James Harris to continue from this end, bowling to Proctor. In he comes, bowls, and that's too short, and cut away, but there is a third man down there. Not exactly third, but he's a little squarer than that, but at least there's somebody patrolling that area, and they cross for a single. 155 is the deficit, so a long way to go, but they've started well in this opening 40 minutes of the third day. 3 slips, 4 sails, and right hand and left hand, which is a good combination to have. Makes the bowler change his line. And here is Harris to the right-handed Sales, bowls to him, and he clips this way on the onside, and there is no run. Sales is on 27, moved pretty quickly. Proctor is on 39. And all is well in the world. Beautiful morning. Not a breath of air from what we can see. Even the flags are more or less limp. On the red, the Welsh Dragon is. The other 2 are just fluttering a little. As Harris in bowls, and that's played off his legs down to fine leg, and he's dealing in boundaries. His sales at the moment, he's gone on very quickly to 31, so 4 boundaries in the last over and a bit. And this is good for Northants because they've got to keep the scoreboard moving. With this large deficit they had, they trailed at the start by 239, and now it's down to 151. And once you clear the deficit, then the fielding side start to get not panicky, but just at the back of their minds that they'll have to go in again. Harris waits for the ball, hands on hips, as Labuschagne gives it a good shine. Harris waiting there. Give me the ball, he says. Eventually gets it as it goes via cover and mid-off. 88 for 3 then. Halfway through the over as Harris is in, bowls, and that hit him on the pad is a half an appeal, nothing really the bowler was interested in. It hit him on the pad as he tried to work it away on the onside, and he goes down just to do a little bit of prodding there.
A lot of polishing going on at the moment.
Yes. Shine the one side.
Well, Hassan working on it as well.
Or as Waka Yunus used to say, leave it to me. I will shine ball. As in comes Harris and bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-off. There's no run. If you ever have a chance to listen to Robert Croft, an after-dinner speech, after-dinner mode, he is quite hilarious, describing Waka and his time in that championship winning year of 1997.
Yes, obviously played a huge role, didn't he, Waka, with his ability to really run through sides.
7 for 23 at Aigburth. 2 days later, 8 for 16 at Swansea. In comes the next ball, good length ball, which is pushed out to cover.
And the fact that Cardiff wickets have so often been slow and low is really negated if Waka's smashing them into your boots, bowling Yorkers.
Many's the time, Nick, on the first day when Glamorgan were fielding, and I remember one when David Boone was playing for Durham down here, and he got 100, and he way past 100, and then second new ball was taken about 10 to 6, whatever it was. First over that Waka had the new ball, he got rid of Boone and then just ran for the tail. The toe-crushing Yorkers came into effect. Wonderful bowler.
Yes, speaking of wonderful bowlers, Sir James Anderson is back in action with a spell for Lancashire against Derbyshire, but no further wickets. 2 for 37 off 10 for him. As Van der Hoogten will have a crack from around the wicket, and oh dear, that's not the correct line, and it's been helped through Proctor through mid-wicket. It wasn't fielded by Tribe, and it's run away to that short boundary for 4 more. Proctor 43, Sales 31, so 2 well-set batters now for Northants.
I'm just wondering, Nick, whether North East might just do away with the slip and reinforce the field, because it's still 147 runs in arrears, but they really have battled along and nearly scoring at 4 runs and over this morning.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, Proctor pushes it away on the leg side, and there's no run. Well, one edge just about carried to the slips and was put down. A couple more edges have not carried at all, so you wonder if it's time to well, North East is directing some troops at the moment. Who's he moving?
I think somebody might go back to
cover.
mid-wicket.
Yeah, mid-wicket's dropping back. Cover leaps over.
Andrew says it's food and drink for Proctor if you pitch it leg stump. It's his favourite shot, so I think North East has noticed that now and put a man on the mid-wicket boundary.
And one catching on the leg side as well at mid-wicket. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Proctor just pushes it down in front of him. Ul Hassan, who's in that short mid-wicket position, comes in to do the fielding. Whether Maybe he'll go to a cover in close as well in a catching position, as the three slips look distinctly underemployed at the moment. I just wonder how many times Labuschagne has touched the ball in anger in this match, as that's played away on the leg side by Proctor for a single. 93 for 3. He chased one down to third man boundary. He's fielded one that was half stopped by the other slip, and I can't recall him actually touching the ball other than it's been lobbed by the keeper to him.
He'll want a ball if this goes on.
Oh, yes.
And no wickets. He'll just say to North East, he's playing shots at the moment at first slip, lining up, because he did have a 7-ball note in the first innings.
Yeah, it was very scratchy, wasn't it? He missed 2 or 3
if he hadn't
before.
picked up a bat for a few months. He
Yeah.
has been practicing the nets.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. Van der Hoogten bowls and jab down. Where's that one gone? Down to fine leg. I was looking to third man, inside edge. Gets a further single. Northants ticking along nicely at 94 for 3, and that brings up the half-century partnership to very minimal applause. 94 for 3. Sales has 32 of the 50. Proctor is on 44 not out, but being outscored by his younger partner at the moment. Proctor on to strike for the final ball of the over, and he meets it with a firm defensive bat. 94 for 3, Sales 32, Proctor 44. Deficit is 145. If Northants were to get into lead, with maybe the 5 wickets still intact, and you have to bear in mind that one of those out is the night watchman as well, so there's a bit of batting to come.
Oh yes.
Albeit not in the best of form, but if you do get a couple stuck in, then you know,
Could get
Glamorgan
interesting.
might have a few nerves with a chase of 150, 200. It's a long way off.
No,
Could still happen.
This pitch, as we've seen over the years, we keep on saying it every game, does get better, doesn't change, doesn't respond to spin. Makes it an interesting game though. We have a change at the Cathedral Road end, because I see Fernando is going to have his first bowl of the morning. Had a good first innings. He took 3 for 28 from 11 overs and 2 balls, and has bowled better in the last 2 games than he showed in the first 4 games. Whether it's because he's bowling first change remains to be seen, but this will be his penultimate game. He'll probably play against Middlesex here at the weekend, but at the moment he is to have his first bowl of the day, and he's bowling to Sales. In he comes and bowls, and Sales just lets that go outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. 3 slips, a square cover on the boundary, a man on the drive and a mid-off. That's an interesting offside field. And then on the onside, a fine leg on the boundary, a straightish mid-wicket, and then some 15 yards to his left is mid-on. Sri Lankan international bowler Fernando turns at the end of his run and comes in and bowls, and that's played defensively to that man on the drive. And Nick, I don't know if you can see now where Fernando is running, or it could have been Harris's run up. There's definitely some residue been there in the last day or couple of days. We did mention it yesterday. So therefore that might have been the cause on the first morning to make it jog around a bit, or the first day rather.
Yes, it was just nibbling, wasn't it? Just doing enough to find the edge with a load of slip catches.
Don't often see that in this sort of weather. Fernando comes in and bowls, and Sales thinks of about playing it, but late swing takes it through to the wicketkeeper. I think you mentioned yesterday that he's swinging the ball now rather than seaming it. That again was noticed down in Canterbury. So whether he's changed and might have asked, look, don't give me the new ball, I'll have the one that's first change. I can get more work on it.
Yeah, we had the same situation last year where Mir Hamza, the Pakistan fast bowler, bowled very tidily for half a dozen matches, but didn't really get into the wicket. Still his final game here.
Fernando in, bowls off the back foot. There's a run, or maybe two, down towards, yes, he's coming back for a second. The return comes in. This could be close. And he just about gets there. I thought he was rather ambitious, Sale setting off for a second, but he made it in the end. And we will see the replay. He set off purposefully, and then they stopped, and the return comes in. And yes, he does get there, but there wasn't a lot to spare.
Good decision. Yeah, the cloud of dust was just coming up as from the batsman grounding his bat as Cook took off the bails.
Lovely return right to Van der Gooten, from Van der Gooten over the top of the stumps.
Got a strong arm.
He has it. Fernando again comes in, bowls to Sale. Sales leaves outside the off stump and taken in front of first slip by wicket-keeper Cook.
At Lords, that's the other Division 2 game that's well progressed. Middlesex 48 for naught in their second innings. They're 6 runs ahead, so that's more or less down to one innings game now at Lords.
2 front runners there, of course, aren't they? Leicester and Middlesex. So one of them's going to win, I would have thought.
Yes, plenty of time left in that game. Lancashire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire won 41 for 4, still 317 in arrears after Lancashire batted for ages. Fernando
bowls, and this is played away into the extra cover boundary, and it's fielded by the sweeper. That is the end of the over, and Northamptonshire put in a good fight now. 10 minutes and we will have had an hour's play. The score is 97 for 3, and the deficit is 142. Proctor leading the way and setting an example as captain. He is 44 not out, not far away from his second 50 of the game, and Sales is 35.
Just looking at some other scores around the country. At Bristol, Kent 368 for 6, 56. Gloucestershire 368 for 6. That's 56 behind Kent. Cameron Green, the Aussie, made 194. James 128. 128. James Bracey is 94 not out. So fairly evenly fought match over the water. In Division 1, it looks like Somerset are going to win. Sussex are 163 for 6 in their second innings. There's still 23 runs in arrears as Glamorgan fiddle with their field still.
And the runners have started to perform on the tough way.
As Van der Hoogten runs in, bowls 2 Sales. Big appeal for a catch behind, he's out. Sales looks down in dismay, dare not look up at the umpire. Chris Cook claims the catch, 97 for 4, big breakthrough for Glamorgan.
Yes, I mean, his revenge there, having been punished for 3 or 4 boundaries in his first over. Just watched the replay, drew him forward. Oh yes, big neck, edge of the bat. And Sales has to go, more in disappointment as he looks down than anything else. Oh, it's big edge. So the first wicket of the morning goes, the 4th for Northants. Sales caught behind by Cook. Off the bowling of Van der Gooten for a well-made 35.
Yes, a nice little partnership of 53, but Northants need more than nice little offerings. They need a big chunky offering if they're going to fight back into this match, because Glamorgan had a series of substantial partnerships, 141, 96 and 87 in the middle order to take the game away from Northants. Glamorgan being made to work hard today as Sales trudges back to the pavilion, will presumably be replaced by Rob Keogh.
What's a chunky partnership, Nick?
You know what I mean. 100 rather than 50 in terms of the context of the match.
Yeah, just
something
gives me getting this job.
Maybe I'm just looking forward to a chunky lunch.
Do you have a degree in English?
No.
What was your degree?
European Studies.
Oh my word.
Parlez français, sprechen Sie Deutsch,
Being
Akati. So it is the vastly experienced Rob Keogh, out for 5 in the first innings. One of those called it slip.
It's a lovely delivery from Van de Gooten, making amends for that loose first when he came back. And you had to play it. It deviated a lot. So it was the perfect outswinger. And the score now is 97-4, still in deep trouble, really. As, the two experienced batters have a word with each other.
Did you manage to catch your grandson in action yesterday on the video stream during your...
I didn't see him in action. He didn't play a large part, 11 or something, got not out, and they lost the game. But I did see him in the evening when I did go straight and had 2 glasses of lemonade in the local cricket club on the way home. So I had the news there. My word, crowds watch club matches down west with us.
Really?
Really good crowds, you know. Well, it's so far to come up to Cardiff, isn't it? It's not that they spread around the counties now, around the country.
97 for 4.
Now then, we have got a backward short leg here, the old-fashioned leg slip. A bit deeper than that, though. Here's Van de Gooten, bowls the new batsman. Oh, and appeal for LBW, not out. My word. I think 10 fielders went up then. He prodded half forward. The umpire had a thing. I thought perhaps just a little outside the line. Again, excellent replays here.
Just outside the line of off stump.
Just, yes. Worth a shout. Here we go, the old cliche.
Good
I've
decision.
seen those given.
It's a good decision by Mr. Adnan on that occasion,
I think it was, yes. I've seen them given, but... so Van de Gooten really making amends now, and poor Keogh would have been on a pair there. Well, he is on a pair now. In comes the next ball, and this time the tall figure of Keogh goes right forward and smothers any chance of any movement and pushes it up to mid-off. So it's a wicket first ball, huge appeal second ball, defensive response third ball, and Glamorgan sensing now if they can get another wicket they'll be half the side out. There's still an hour to go before lunch. Van de Gooten from the river end here bowls. And he played a very, very false shot there, trying to play through the offside, and a superb delivery yet again from Van de Gooten, and Keogh fortunate not to get a nick on that.
It's a good over, isn't it, from
brilliant over.
Netherlands international. Drew Keogh into the drive, didn't quite get there. Ball just past the outside edge of the bat.
Spectator, and a friend of mine yesterday when I went over, was he made the remark about, and I'll just break off, as Van de Gooten comes in again from that far end and bowls to Keogh. Keogh chips it in the air, and it just over short mid wicket. He's going to get 4 runs, but this is a very I don't know the word to describe how Keogh is playing it. He looked as if he's determined to get off the mark. He only just cleared that Gorvin at short mid wicket.
Yeah, 100 up, 101 for 4.
Yeah. As if he's sensing that he had to get off the mark because he nearly nicked his third ball. Here's the next delivery coming up. It's the final ball as Van de Gooten came in and bowled, and he's beaten again outside the arc. That was quite superb over, as you say, Nick, by Van de Gooten. And Glamorgan follower was telling me yesterday, he said, what a wonderful servant Van de Gooten has been to Glamorgan during the past few years. He certainly has, because especially when Michael Hogan went and Nessa went, you had to rely on Van de Gooten, and he's responded quite magnificently.
He stepped up really to lead the attack, hasn't he? and has been a real workhorse as well. Keogh made 5 in the first innings.
I thought he was. No, he did get 5.
4 not outs now. There were the ducks were Zaib and McManus and Sanderson, so there are plenty of ducks around.
Without poor Keogh,
in that
apologies to him.
Here is Fernando, then to bowl to the left-handed Luke Proctor on 44 not out as more brightly shirted runners pour down the River Taff.
Or walk.
Yeah, they're just about jogging. As Fernando is bowling round the wicket with 3 slips still, but that's down leg side, and
very, very late.
taken by Cook, who flicks it back, and for once none of the slips catch it. You have to be alert in the slips with Chris Cook, because he takes them going down leg side. And
do you do that?
No, well, we don't very often have the luxury of slips, to be honest. Occasionally.
Or do you cover it all then? But you're groveling in the dirt, diving away for catches?
Well, I think I might not be playing an awful lot this season because availability's been quite good.
They missed you?
Not really. The second 11 were chasing yesterday, unbelievably. Our opponents knocked up 357 in 40 overs. And inquiries were made as the identity of the chief protagonist for Tau CC, as Fernando is in to bowl to Proctor, whacks him on the pads. There's an appeal from Fernando, not much from behind the wickets there, through for a leg by.
What do you think? A professional had been...
Well, the gentleman concerned had been known to play in Division 1 of the South East Wales League and found himself, for whatever reason, in Division 11 for this game. It won't be professional money at this level, I can assure you of that, Edward.
Who was the side you were playing?
Tau CC.
Tau?
TAW. I'm not sure what it stands for. It's a Cardiff-based side, relatively recently formed.
Was he from over the seas?
I've no idea where the gentleman was born.
Because you get lots of players who come for a game and they're very talented cricketers.
As in comes the next delivery, and Keogh shoulders arms from Fernando.
So how many did he get? 150?
He got 100. I think it was 126 off 63 balls. And they made quite a fast start and got faster with this guy coming in. And to be fair to our brave boys, the second 11, they did reply with 230 odds, so we got quite a few bonus points out of the game. So it wasn't all bad. We had a couple of regular first teamers who couldn't make the long trip to Brecon because of various reasons, so played the home game. That's Keogh shouldering arms outside the off stump, and there's no run. Saw a few pictures of the women's game up at Christ College. Looked an absolutely idyllic surrounding.
By the river. I remember playing there as a schoolboy, they said.
There was one message I had.
They got hammered, didn't they?
They did, but it was largely expected because they were playing a professional side, and Glamorgan don't go fully pro until
as did
Northamptonshire
against Leicester. They were bowled out under 100, didn't they? I think so.
Fernando is in to bowl outside off stump, and
was that
no shot played.
A practice? Why do they play league side? It
was a cup. It's a cup competition. It's knockout cup. So Glamorgan women had won the first couple of rounds, and then the pro sides came into it like the FA Cup in football, coming into it in the third round.
Right.
So there was a message. I apologise, I can't lay my hand in it, but it was the effect that I'll give you after this delivery from Fernando into Keogh at 102 for 4, and Keogh plays it off the back foot defensively. 102 for 4, deficit still 137. Chris, alias Occasional Long Stop on B-Sky, said, I think women's cricket should get the same treatment as the men's game. Then I see outgrounds like this, and I can't help thinking maybe the men's game should be treated like the women's game. In other words, spread to outgrounds a little bit more.
I remember...
I'll leave Edward to ponder that and give way to Radders.
I can remember I think it was Zimbabwe playing Glamorgan at Christ College Brecon, or was it the West? There was a touring side there. And I have to check up on that. I would love to see more, and I'm sure Andrew Radwood, he'll come to join me, as in comes the first ball from Van der Guten's over, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Northants supporters will be glad to see, I fancy, that it's their captain Proctor, because Keogh had a torrid first over from Van der Guten. Change over complete. Morning, Andrew.
Morning, Edward. How are you?
Well, good afternoon. Yes, very well, thank you. And here's Van der Guten from the river end. Bowls the left-handed Proctor. Peeled for LBW, but he was well forward when fields, and
It was a serious over from Van der Hoogten, wasn't it? A moment or two ago.
Very close that LBW was.
Yeah, it was a quality over, and from a quality bowler.
After a loosener first over where Sales hit him for 3-4s, Van der Guten got his reward when he had him caught behind, and then very nearly trapped. Keogh was beaten twice and then struck on the pad, but appeal turned round, which I thought was a good decision. Van der Guten is round the wicket. He's in and bowls, and this time Proctor comes forward, pushes it up to mid-on.
It's small margins, isn't it? And you know, we were talking earlier when I was on with Nick about decisions, and obviously there's been a wee bit of comment, but you know, that was a marginal decision, but the umpire was right. It was just, and as you said, just outside the line.
Is it these days the benefit goes to the batsman, as it used to be?
I suppose what does the laws say about the actual state of things shall continue? Or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Van der Guten, he's in and bowls again, and this time he's right forward as Proctor and pushes it to short mid-off. You remember, of course you do, Ray Julian.
Oh yes, Sugar Ray, yes.
And Ray used to enjoy giving people out, and was once the umpire of the year. They'd voted at the PCA for him. And I'll tell you a little story about Mr. Julian. He was a jovial character.
Kept wicket for Leicestershire, didn't he?
Yes.
Years ago.
Yes, he did. As in comes Van der Guten, bowls again. It's a good delivery, pushed up to mid-off. Do you remember when the counties used to play at Oxford University in Cambridge at the start, most of April?
Yeah.
Well, Ray had been given all 3 games at the Parks, and absolutely true story. One of the umpires told me, because he was there, shall we say, for the 3rd or the 2nd match, and it was a case of Happy New Season, Ray, Happy New Season, wherever it was, and how many victims, Ray said to the other umpire? Well, I've done 2 games, I only given 2. Why do you ask? In comes Van der Guten again, last ball of the over, and a good ball, which is again defended. End of the over, 102 for 4. Well, I've had a good start, he said. I give him 8 so far. 8? 2 games? Yes, well, there we are. These students do put their leg down in front. And the other umpire just put his hand to his brow. And, oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, he was in, you know.
Well, there were 1 or 2 at that time where, you know, we're talking sort of 80s, aren't we? That when I started covering Northamptonshire in '84, that if you saw they were on the scorecard, you thought we could be in for an early finish here. They were givers rather than not outers.
I'll tell you another story. You probably, and it has to be true, because in the old days, umpires, and they used to play, as we know, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and try and get down for Wednesday morning start.
Here's Asita Fernando, starting his 5th over, 0 for 8 so far, in and bowls and squares Rob Keogh up a little bit, but he pushes it out into the covers, and Zainul Hassan comes across from extra cover to field. 1 more to Keogh, he goes to 5, and Northamptonshire to 103 for 4.
And often you would see, I'm going back probably the end of the 50s, not that I'd go back as far as that, but in the 60s, early 60s, shall we say that the umpire had to go from, I don't know, Lords to Swansea, Pontypridd, he'd had to catch this train, and you know it's coming up. And it was a case, well, if you don't catch it, you won't get to Swansea. And I'm afraid a few of the old boys,
Yes.
used to just raise the digit.
Fernando round the wicket and clipped away down to deep fine leg. Was there bat on it? It's gone for 4. We await the decision from the umpire, and the answer is there was not bat on it. It's leg byes, but every little helps as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. It takes the total up to 107 for 4. Fernando round the wicket, and the angle just took it onto the line of leg stump, and Proctor trying to clip it away on the leg side, just came off the pad and rolled away down to the River Taff end. 107 for 4, the deficit 132.
So they are true. As
sure.
was my memory must be pretty good, yeah, because Zimbabwe did play at Christ College Brecon against Glamorgan. Nick has got the details.
Here's Fernando running in away from us and bowls to Proctor, who's pushing forward, rolls up to mid-on, no run.
Glamorgan 2-1 for 8 of 55 overs. The prolific Steve James, 77. Zimbabwe bowled out for 168 and won by 53 runs. Yeah, I remember covering that game, and it was, as Nick says, idyllic by the side of the river. Beautiful little ground. And it was well supported as you would expect, because I am a very big supporter of, I don't know if you, I can remember Wellingborough School,
Wellingborough School,
Kettering,
yes,
and
that's
all
right,
those.
yes.
And I used to love going to them.
Yes, I'm with you, a big fan of outgrounds, that, although they can be working, can be a little bit of a challenge. Proctor is brought forward by Fernando and is beaten outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. I have a startling piece of information for you, Edward, and you can see for yourself, because if you look to your left over the top of the pavilion, there is a very small cloud, and it's about the first cloud we've seen in about 48 hours, I think. It's been absolutely glorious. It's only a very small one, just over Caerphilly or somewhere, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably the first we've seen in a month. It's getting like Dubai.
Well, 107 for 4 here in the Gulf. And that squares Proctor up again and just bounced on him, and he did really well actually to keep it down. Off a mixture of, I don't know, glove, handle maybe. Let's have a look. Oh yes, that has turned him right round.
That's good delivery, that.
He's just managed to keep it down. It's rolled into the gully. Another blow suffered by Proctor, because I think that took him on the glove, who has taken a bit of a battering in this game all told, but he stood up to it as he does. And he's there on 44, and an awful lot depending on him as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. He has the track record when it comes to batting long. Fernando in, bowls to him, and he turns it into the onside. Thought briefly about a single, but James Harris is quickly to the ball. Another tight over from Fernando. Just 1 plus those leg byes off it. 107 for 4. Fernando 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9. Proctor is 44, Keogh is 5. We were talking earlier about the fact that today is the 120th anniversary of Northamptonshire's first day in Championship cricket, after being awarded first-class status, played at the old Northlands Road ground in Southampton.
Yeah, I love the old ground.
I was just sitting, when you and Nick were on, sitting at the back of the box and just looking at the scorecard of that match. A 3-day game, of course, and they bowled a total of 404 overs across the 3 days.
Yeah.
135 overs a day.
Here's Van der Gooten starting over against Keogh. Lifts his bat up, goes for a little walk. And I'm taking into account what you say about Rob Keogh not getting the runs this season that he should. He's rather jumpy this morning.
Yeah.
As if to double concentrate, if you know what I mean. He wants to try and get runs and keep this game going. And he hasn't been in the best of nick. Now is the time to get out of that and get 100, of course.
Well, it would be handy from a Northamptonshire perspective.
Tim Van der Gooten in and bowls. Oh, beats him outside the off step. He sort of stumbles on that. It's pushing forward and then stumbling forward. It is the epitome of a man who's not in great nick here.
This is his 10th innings of the season. In the 6th game, of course. He got 64 in the first innings of the season against Kent. Got 51 at Derby. 28 in the second innings against Lancashire, and all the others are single-figure scores.
That's not
Naught,
okay.
0, 9, 8, 9 and 5. It's not, no.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again, and this time it's jabbed down into the gully. You know, listeners like to hear stories of the past, so I'll give you a little story about outgrounds. One of my first games for Glamorgan was at Lytham on the coast. Beautiful little spot outside Blackpool, or Lancashire played there. And I was very nervous, you know. I'd been told, you go to a certain man. Remember Colin Evans? Colin was in charge of PA, the only phone on the ground. I can see, well, Nick will appreciate this now, and you will, because working in the BBC. Here's the next ball, and it's jagged back, but it is pushed away for a single. Anyway, Colin was there. We didn't know each other. He said, I'm from BBC Wales. Okay, the green phone, that's your phone. 1:05. Come off it as quick as you can, please, because I've got, remember, there were 6 phone calls.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, phone went, BBC Wales newsroom, okay, ready to go, 30 seconds, rattle away, and the score here is Glamorgan 80 for 3, and that's lunch. So I sat back, relieved, as you can probably guess what's happening. Van der Gooten now goes around the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. In he comes and bowls. This is dabbed away. They won't get a run here. 108 for 4. Colin, 3. He said, Ed, can you get in touch with the office? I've still got BBC Wales News on here. And I said, and I was new to it. I said, so no mobiles, of course.
No.
There's a clubhouse there and there's a telephone. It was lunchtime. So I've gone down there sweating, and there's a queue. So it was the telephone. And I've said to the barman, or whoever, have you got a phone? Yes, he said, it's there. And I said, can I use it? Well, there's 6 people waiting. And I didn't know what to do. So I had to run up the road, end of the over incidentally, 108 for 4, the deficit is 131, get to a public, crossed my fingers that please nobody be in there, like an old lady ringing her daughter how things are going. Managed to get through, and I said, will you please cut the queue to the cricket at Lytham? What queue? Oh yes, switch it off. To which Colin Evans said to me, please don't allow that to happen again. So that was memories of outgrounds, but these days they got tents and things, and all works well.
Well, Northamptonshire will be at Merchant Taylors School for the 3rd year running in the Championship.
Well, Glamorgan play then in a
yes,
fortnight.
that's right, yeah. Well,
T20.
Northamptonshire have had a couple of visits there in the Championship, each of the last couple of seasons, play Middlesex. Here's Fernando to bowl to Rob Keogh, and Keogh looking to try and flick that away down the leg side. Good take by Chris Cook, and there's no run. Keogh in his 14th season now of Championship cricket for Northamptonshire, 14th consecutive season of having played in the Championship. This is his 298th first team appearance across all formats.
And will do well to better his career best figures.
Yes.
Against a certain county.
Against a certain county, not a million miles from where we're sitting. Yes, we were
9 for.
Aren't many that have scored a double 100 and taken a 9 for in Championship. Here's Fernando in, bowls to him and beats him. That is an absolute jaffer from Fernando. It's left in, it's lifted a little bit. That's a beauty. And Keogh just having a little slightly nervous prod of the pitch. It's his hard work for Rob Keogh, but he was one of the leading lights when Northamptonshire managed to battle their way to safety here 4 years ago. We were talking about it with Nick earlier, Rob Keogh and Harry Gouldston, who's playing today for Bedfordshire.
Isn't he not playing for Northampton seconds?
He's not on the staff anymore now, Harry.
Any other counties made off? Oh.
Don't know, but here's Fernando in, turned into the onside by Keogh, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
There's a young man that I thought, well, he has a future. He batted for ages and saved the game.
4.25 hours for 67. It was a fine innings.
Chanceless, I remember.
Yeah, no, he played really well, but it just didn't quite work out for whatever reason. And he's, I was saying to Nick earlier, he's now captaining Overston Park in the Northamptonshire League and playing for Bedfordshire. He's playing today. He actually took a catch this morning, almost the same time as we were talking about him, playing against Cambridgeshire this morning. Here's Fernando. Straight approach in bowls to Keogh, who goes for another drive and he's caught behind.
It was coming, wasn't
That,
it?
I'm afraid, yeah, it was on the cards. Keogh driving at that, gets an edge, and Chris Cook does the rest. Fernando strikes, and well, he's given.
Did he have to?
He's given Keogh.
Wide.
Was a bit. He's given Keogh a serious working over, and I'm afraid Rob Keogh, as we were saying, just not himself in cricketing terms at the moment. He goes for 6, and Northamptonshire 108 for 5. They're still 131 behind, and we've still got another 40 minutes to go until lunch.
Scored by Chris Cook off the bowling of Asita Fernando for 6.
So 5 and 6 for.
One feels sorry he was walking back, head down, and such a fine player. And when you're in, do you ask, can I have a few games? Well, I suppose this is the last but one game before the T20. You know, as if to say, can I ask to go in the seconds for a couple of games, try and get 100?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not sure.
How old is he then?
Rob is 34 now, I think. He's 33. He's, I mean, he had his testimonial last year, and he had a decent season, but he's not bowling at the moment. He's bowled 1 over this season, this being the 6th championship match of the year. And yeah, you just feel for any player, any pro that's having a sort of trot that he is. I mean, the issue is, and I think I was on with Nick yesterday, we were talking about this, that you would always hope, from a county's point of view, that you've got other players, hammering on the door.
Yeah, you were telling me last night, there's nobody. And
there really isn't. I mean, there are players around on the staff, Krish Patel, Gus Miller, Adi Sharma, but you know, it's quite a jump up. Gus Miller, of course, has played a certain amount of first-class cricket. In fact, he made his first-class debut here last year. He's fit again. He's had a foot problem. He hasn't played this year, but he's came back for the seconds, played the last couple of games, and I would imagine he will come into contention. But you feel very much for Rob Keogh at the minute.
Yeah,
but
you do, because he's such a good player and a good servant.
Yeah, and a good man as well. But
there's no sympathy in this game.
No, it's a tough old game, this. Anyway, Glamorgan taking another step towards
and of course,
victory.
Just to interrupt, Andrew, you lost the fine player, Emilio Gay, who went to Durham.
Yeah, and well, this to a large extent is one of the issues, in that Northamptonshire lost an opener in Emilio Gay. They also had Matt Britsky supposedly coming for this first run of championship matches, but then was signed for the IPL, even though he hasn't played.
Yeah, you often get that.
And they haven't taken any sort of action to replace, so they are a top order batter light. And Northamptonshire listeners will be sick to death of me saying this, but I do feel that, with the exception of Vasconcelos, who's probably got to open, I think everyone else, for me, is batting one place too high.
Okay.
But anyway, Safe Sabe has come to the crease, a couple of hundreds to his credit this year. Very good 50 in the last game against Lancashire, facing his first ball, Fernando, and drives into the covers, and an acrobatic stop. He drove it hard into the ground. Super bit of fielding there from Ben Kellaway.
Can do no wrong,
when you're hot, you're hot, as yes, the young people say.
It was interesting. Emilio Gay going from Northampton to Durham, where it used to be. The likes of Colin Milgerman, Jeff Cook, etc., coming from Durham.
And just to add insult to injury, Emilio Gay has just reached 100 for Durham against Nottinghamshire.
Is he really?
101 not out in Durham.
Lovely stroke player. I remember him as a young player.
Durham's 386 for 4. So, yes, here's Fernando in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Sabe, and that is the end of a successful over from the Sri Lankan international. 6 overs, 1 for 9, 3 of those overs maidens. It's 108 for 5. Proctor is still there, yet again, watching from the non-striker's end as the wickets tumble at the other end. Safe Sabe yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire trail by 131, and there are around about 35 minutes to go until lunch.
Yes, and 2 left-handers at the crease now, which will make it. Will it make it a little easier for the? Well, I suppose it will for the bowlers who can hit that same line. without having to adjust to the right-hander. As Tim van de Gooten will continue and bowl to Proctor, bowls to him, and he turns it away on the onside, and they amble through for his single, takes Proctor to 45. And
but there's not, you know, you can say, well, okay, if a player is sort of plucked away to one of the franchise competitions at the last minute, you say, well, there's a bit of an excuse. But you know, Britsky was signed some months ago. Emilio, obviously, it was known he was leaving last July, which is why he didn't play. It wasn't picked for the rest of the season.
why is that?
Coach's decision. So it's not something that's just been sprung upon the club. Let's put it that way.
Van de Gooten bowls Zabe. Zabe plays it away on the onside across his front pad, and fielded by Callaway. It's getting, Andrew, like Premier football, because you can lure any sort of good or promising or very good player simply by the terms offered. It's as simple as that. And they say, oh no, it's not for that, it's that I want to play first division cricket. Well, there's some very, very good, and I don't accept what people say, oh yeah, but it's only second division. You look at the attacks in it.
Yeah.
And here's one of them now. As Van de Gooten comes in, bowls to safe Zabe, and he goes back and nudges it away on the offside.
But I always remember, Eddie, a comment that chap you all know, Steve Coverdale, who was Northamptonshire's chief executive for 18 years, background in the game as a player as well, of course, up at Yorkshire, and journalistic career as well. And I remember Stephen saying to me when they were talking about bringing in two divisions, he said the perception will always be that second division is second rate, even if there is evidence to the contrary in terms
perception
of
is,
the quality
yes,
of players. The perception is there.
In comes Van de Gooten again. It's a good delivery, and Zabe just nudges it away.
And that was before two divisions were actually implemented. This would have been when ECB, the relatively new ECB as it was then, decided to go to two divisions, which of course came in 1999 for the 2000 season.
That's right. Yes, but we went through, I think it was last season, on commentary of the attacks you had in second division.
Oh, yeah.
And you had, well, you can count them, you know, excellent bowlers. Sanderson, Van de Gooten, you can rule through them. Here's the next ball, and that's nudged away, and it's fielded. A diving stop there by the Glamorgan opener. It's a Tribe.
George's lad.
George Tribe. He could bowl a bit.
He could. 1,000 wickets for Northamptonshire.
That's right. Last ball of the over. 1 for 34. He was harshly dealt with Sales. He got his revenge when he dismissed him. 2 wickets fallen this morning, and Glamorgan would be very happy with those 2. Half the side gone. And here is Van de Gooten. In he comes and bowls, and that leaps up at safe Zabe. No more than what, 5'8", something like that. 5'7", 5'8". Then he defends.
I was just looking at you're saying about second division 2000, which was the first year of two divisions, and Northamptonshire went up, were champions of Division 2, but Glamorgan turned them over at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire had...
What year was that?
2000.
Right.
Northamptonshire had Devon Malcolm, Darren Cousins, Michael Strong, Tony Penberthy, Graham Swan and Jason Brown. And Glamorgan had Steve Watkin, Alex Wharf, Adrian Dale, who we were talking about yesterday, and Dean Koska. So
Crofty was probably in the test match then.
Yes.
He was in the test match in that famous game when Mal Liger a triple.
Here's Fernando outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor, who, rather in the manner of Ted Dexter, has a little wander towards square leg.
It was either 97 or 98 when Glamorgan asked in that famous game Northants to follow on.
Yes.
And
1998.
They had a chance at the end, but Rob Bailey, an injured Rob Bailey, held on. And, that was the game that Malloy got a triple, wasn't it?
3-2-2.
Yeah.
David Ripley got a double, 2009.
That's right.
They put on a huge number of runs for the fifth wicket. Here's Fernando in bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Yes, and in fact during I think it might have been last winter, Stephen Hedges, who does these super podcasts, and
Father Bernard.
Got a few of us, yes that's right, got a few of us together, myself, Andrew Hignell, Mal Loy and Tony Cotty, and we all had a chat with him about memories of that particular game. It was most enjoyable to do.
Speaking about Tony Cotty and Wellingborough's Merchant Taylors School, you might have heard a little story when Nick was doing the game either last year or 2 years ago.
Here's Fernando running into bowl to Proctor, who drives back down the ground, and a super bit of fielding at mid-on by Zain Al Hassan. And once again, we were talking earlier about how good the Glamorgan fielding has been. Catching's been excellent, but the ground fielding's been good. And Proctor timed that nicely and would have thought, well, going to get a couple of runs here, but not to be. Stays at 109 for 5.
And I think it was a 4 o'clock start, as it is in a couple of weeks' time, and Nick looking anxiously at his watch. No, Tony Cotty, 4:30, 5 o'clock. He eventually, I think, was it in between innings he came? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was a 6:30 start.
Here's Fernando, in and bowls to Proctor, outside the off stump, no ball called. So 2 more runs to the total, which puts Northamptonshire onto the dreaded Nelson, 111 for 5, the deficit to 128.
Somebody asked me yesterday, how do you get to Merchant Taylors School? Sorry. I think it's quite easy, isn't it? Because you go to Slough and then it's straight on.
Well, it's, yeah.
I've never been there.
I say, having done 2 4-day games there, I've tried various ways, and none of them, it seems, are any quicker or slower than the others, despite much anecdotal evidence to the contrary. Here's Fernando into bowl, and Proctor pushes forward. It goes off the inner portion of the bat up to Van der Hoogten at mid-on.
I will take leave.
Right you are.
Go and see what's for luncheon.
Oh yeah.
It'd be lovely to have a roast on a Sunday.
Yeah, so
fingers crossed.
Save some for us. Edward takes his leave, at least for the moment, and Nick Webb will come in alongside me for the pre-prandial session. About half an hour or so to go until lunch. Morgan really love to nip one of these out, and they will feel that they've done a large part of the job if they can part these two fairly quickly. Here's Proctor on 45, facing Fernando, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Done on the angle, really, I think. And once again, Proctor pulling the bat inside the line, but I think he was committed to play it before the ball had gone past. The batter's having some fairly lengthy conversations in mid-pitch. Pitch is visibly, as we saw at Montage Road last week, visibly lighter in colour than it was when we convened here on Friday morning.
It's all this sunshine, see?
I know, well, it's the glorious South Wales sunshine that we have once again today. Now, the man who's been loitering on the boundary at Deep Square is now coming into the ring, and I suspect they might be trying to stop the single here and have a go at the new batter. Here's Fernando in, left alone by Proctor. Tight leave again, and with the angle with Fernando coming round the wicket, there's always an element of danger leaving there, but it missed the off stump fairly comfortably. But another probing over from the Sri Lankan. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. Northamptonshire are 111 for 5, still trailing by 128. Proctor's made 45 of those. Safe save, still looking for his first run.
Good morning to the Reverend Gareth Hill, who apologised for being late to the party this morning, but the proper coffee machine in the Pyramid Lounge had a glitch. Now properly caffeinated, and looking forward to a win in good time today. And thank you to Duncan for reminding us that it was Zimbabwe in '93. I should give the details earlier. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Saib plays it gently on the leg side, and there is no run. Yes, Leighton on email Sorry to ask, during your excellent coverage of today's game, hope for a Glamorgan win, but what's your quick view of the WRU agreement overnight? Doesn't sound good. Well, it's a sort of lack of agreement rather than agreement, to be honest, which is never good news. Van der Hoogten in to bowl and worked away by Zaib, down to fine leg for a single to get him off the mark, 112 for 5.
Off a pair as well.
Well done. Leighton Welshman on the Wirral. Yeah, it's not great. The WRU has reached agreement over finances with 2 of the pro clubs, Cardiff and the Newport-based Dragons. Well, it would agree with Cardiff because it owns them now, following the club going into administration.
Complicated business.
It is. 112 for 5. It's very difficult to do between balls. Van der Hoogten bowls a short pitch ball that might be called wide. No, it's just signalled as an official short pitched ball, as Proctor didn't really have to duck. So the word from the WRU, which you wonder whether it's helpful to put out during the course of negotiations, that there will no longer be equal funding for the 4 regions. The Ospreys and the Scarlets have yet to sign up. And you do wonder if it's a sort of scare tactic from the union, as Proctor plays this one on the leg side and goes through for a single, 113 for 5. But as a part-time commentator these days, and only observe these things from the outside rather than being in the know, it's just beggars belief that 30 years after professionalism, the WRU and the professional clubs in Wales are still at loggerheads so frequently, and when the results on the field are going badly. Van der Hoogten bowls edge, doesn't quite carry, I don't think, to Labuschagne at slip, who got a blow on the hand as he made sure that it didn't go through. And Labuschagne would dearly love to be involved in this game. I don't think that carried. I'll try and confirm for you with the reverse angle. No, it didn't. Bounced a good foot short of him, so it wasn't a chance. 113 for 5. Van der Hoogten for the final ball of his over. And that's nudged on the leg side by Zaib. There is no run. 113 for 5 it remains. 126 still in arrears. But it was actually one of the reasons that I cut down my hours in the winter a couple of seasons before I left the BBC staff, as I was fed up with doing the same stories all the time. They just came round every 5 or 6 years. So-and-so disagreeing with so-and-so over such and such. It felt like saying just copy and paste from 5 years ago. You're on the same side, boys and girls. Get on with it. You know, run a professional game, not when Wales and men and women are losing games hand over fist. The last thing you want is to have this incessant squabbling. Bang their heads together, stick them in a locked room, and don't give them the key until they come up with a deal for the next 5 years, and we can actually concentrate on talking about rugby rather than rugby politics. End of rant. You're lucky in Northampton, you've got one pro club, they get on with it.
They do, yes, and they're going to be here in the Northamptonshire. The black, green and gold shoe army will be much in evidence, I'm sure, in Cardiff next weekend for the European Cup final. In the meantime, we have spin for the first time this morning, or this session. Ben Kellaway starts off with a filthy full toss, which Luke Proctor, in other circumstances, I suspect would have swatted for 4, but mindful of his responsibilities, he pushed it up to mid-off, where Zain Al Hassan fields. So he's got away with a pie there, Ben Kellaway. Bowled 1 over last night. In again, that's much better, and pushed out into the offside by Proctor. They come through for a single as 2 fielders converge. Proctor to 47, Northamptonshire to 114 for 5.
Yes, performing well with bat and ball this season, Callaway. 480 odd runs, 11 wickets at 26.
Can't argue with those figures. Batted beautifully yesterday. Really did look very impressive. His Callaway in bowls to Zabe, who drives out into the covers. That's a short extra cover there, and he can't get it past him, so there's no run. And interestingly, we talked about Greg Smith, and we had a chat with him. He made the point that it was very positive and promising development, as that short from Callaway cut by Zabe, and again he's frustrated because it was a ball that he would have normally been looking to score off, and he cuts it straight to backward point. It was a short ball, he had plenty of time to play it. Callaway round the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, bowls quicker ball, and this time Zabe does cut it, he does get it through, and he gets 4 runs for it as it runs away to the right hand of backward point, down to the fence. 5 to Zabe, and Northamptonshire to 118 for 5. Greg Smith making the point that the way Ben Callaway batted yesterday was good news for English cricket, English and Welsh cricket.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't think anybody who saw the innings yesterday will be left in any doubt as to his pedigree. His Callaway in again, bowls once again short, cut away by Zabe, but there is a man out there sweeping on the cover boundary, so he picks up a single. Ben Callaway, not quite his Sunday best, but I'm sure he'll get into his spell. 2 overs for 11, Northamptonshire 119 for 5, Zabe is 6, Proctor is 47.
Yes, an ex-account calling itself Rugby in Reality messages me. Welsh rugby always 24 hours away from total implosion. Happy Sunday. Yes, I don't envy my colleagues on the sports news desk trying to make sense of it for our online outlets, which will be fully reflecting it as always.
It was a good fight back by the Saints yesterday against Saracens. They were 24-14 down, and I must admit I thought, well, it's not going to get anything out of this, but they came back to win it 28-24. Too late, of course, to make the playoffs, but if they can go into the final next weekend with a little bit of spring in their step.
Absolutely. It's James Harris into the attack from the river end, and Zabe driving into the covers. Richard Blake emails, great to see the improvement in the fielding. Something that's let us down in the past with batsmen going on to big innings as a result. For the last few games we've had complete performances. Hopefully we can see this one through too. And thank you for your kind words about our coverage. 119 for 5. Harris on his way towards us. Ball, Zabe works on the leg side for a single. Down to backward square. It's sharply fielded by Callaway, who has a little shy at the stumps just in case.
Well, that's
120 for 5.
That's a significant single, because it means that Northamptonshire are now over halfway towards clearing the arrears.
Bon Jovi time.
What's that? Final countdown?
No. Halfway there, living on a prayer. Sorry.
You see these modern beat combos. If it's not Matt Monro or Petula Clark, I've struggled a bit. Very good, Nick.
It's not the first time I've wheeled that one out. Harris bowls. Ooh, that one got up a bit, and Proctor made to fiddle at it. Got his bat out of the way just in time. You wait till the close of the season when it's Rod Stewart time, late September, and I really should be back in school. 120 for 5. Yes, we've had our Eurovision dabble for the morning.
Yes, I think we'll draw a veil over that.
As Harris is in to bowl and beats the outside edge. Proctor wasn't really to the pitch of that for the shot he was playing, and practices the shot that he should have played. Yes, it's quite difficult to work references to exploding death metal fins into a cricket commentary. I presume they were exploding death metal fins. They usually are. I didn't see it.
It's not Tea Chin and Ding a Dong, is it? Eurovision classic.
Harris in bowls, Proctor defends, back to him, won by the Austrians in case you're wondering. Oh, I hope no one was saving it to watch it on iPlayer.
Yes, Eurovision spoiler alert.
Should have given that in advance, shouldn't I? Vienna means nothing to me. 120 for 5.
You're on fire this morning, Nick. It's a lovely morning, I know. It's infused you with the jocular spirit.
Harris is in to bowl and Proctor plays it back to him. There's no run, single off the over, 120 for 5. After the first 3 rounds of the season, I was struggling to engender jocular spirit, but when the team one follows is doing well, it always raises the spirits, even if our job remains here in the commentary box to entertain, amuse and inform, no matter how the fortunes are going for either side.
Oh no, I mean it's I say last Sunday it was lovely to see the Northamptonshire side get a win against Lancashire. They're going to do well to get another one here, but while there's life there's hope. Here's Callaway starting another over of off spin, and forward goes Zabe. Pushing forward, there is a forward short leg and a slip and a backward point, man sweeping on the cover boundary, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square, short goes Callaway, and Zabe getting on top of the bounce steers it to backward point, but can't get it past the fielder there, and there's no run.
Not quite finding his length so far.
No, not thus far, but giving the batter something else to think about. He's in and bowls, and they're punched away off the back foot by Zabe. Again, a ball just short of a length, and it goes out to Van der Hoogten, who bowled beautifully this morning. He's fielding out in front of the grandstand. One more to Zabe. He goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 121 for 5. Still 118 behind. Northamptonshire have scored 72 runs this morning, but they've lost the wickets of James Sales for 35 and Rob Keogh for 6. Looking somewhat out of sorts, sad to say. Here's Callaway in, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor pushing out into the covers, where it's there is a man in there fairly tight at extra.
Certainly incentive for Northampton's second 11 batters to impress at the moment.
Absolutely. Here's Callaway in again, bowls very full to Proctor, who plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, they had a good win, the seconds against Surrey at Dunstable with a full day to spare last week, but bowlers probably catching the eye more than the batters. Forward comes Proctor, plays it out into the covers again. Kieran Carlson fields, and that's the end of another Ben Callaway over. 3 overs for 12, 121 for 5. Proctor is 47, Zabe is 8. Adi Sharma, who was one of the batters we were talking about earlier, timing's everything, isn't it, in this game? And unfortunately, I think he would have been possibly in contention fairly early on, and then pulled a hamstring. But he's back now, back playing, and I'm sure if he can get some runs in the book, he's highly rated. I imagine he's playing for Buckinghamshire today. He's a Buckinghamshire boy, so just needs to get some runs in the book.
Here comes Harris, starting a new over to Saif Zabe, who is on top of the bounce, riding that one nicely, defending it on the leg side, and there is no run. If this Northants innings continues, they should be around about level terms by the tea interval, but the key question is how many in the wickets column at that stage if they get that far. As Harris is in, bowls driven by Zabe, nicely fielded at cover by Callaway, no run.
Yes, Zabe made 50 in the second innings against Lancashire, and his innings got rather overshadowed by the spectacular pyrotechnics of Ben Sanderson, but in fact the innings he played just to hold things together at least gave a platform for Sanderson to go and tee off, which he did with much effect.
As Harris bowls a short ball that's pulled away towards the grandstand, and that's gone all the way for 6 for Saif Zaib on the short side of the ground, down backward of square as Harris dug it in, and well, I'm not sure if it was really a proper bounce, or it was just a bit short of a length, and Zaib swivelled on it very nicely and helped it on its way. 127 for 5.
Again, Saif Zaib has previous when it comes to batting long, not least his century against Surrey 3 years ago at Northampton, which was very instrumental in keeping Northamptonshire up that year.
Harris bowls, that'll be wide.
Yeah.
Just a little gesture from Mr. Shanmugam at square leg.
It might even have been wide to Harry Conway. It was certainly wide to Saif Zaib.
128 for 5. It's something that I'm sure James Harris won't applaud, but spectators of the game generally ought to, that they're more keen to signal extras these days. As I pushes on the leg side, there's now a gap there because square leg has been pushed back to the fence, so they'll go through for a single. So head high deliveries, they're wides rather than no balls these days, but the point is that they are being punished even in championship cricket, which is good. 129 for 5. Proctor on strike on 47, looking for his second half century of the match, and getting one towards it as he turns it again out to deep square. Single. 130 for 5. 109 is the deficit.
2 of the last 3 seasons, Luke Proctor's gone almost within touching distance of 1,000 runs, and nobody's made 1,000 championship runs in a season for Northamptonshire for 9 years. That was Ben Duckett back in 2016. But he's just, let's say, on 2 of the last 3 seasons got over 900 and not quite managed to get to 4 figures.
Harris bowls, and Zaib maybe gets the bat out of the way. Anyway, no contact made. Through to Cook, 130 for 5. At the end of a productive over for Northants, with that half dozen for Saif Zaib. Colin Ingram topped Glamorgan's run charts last year with 1,351 runs. Quite the going, considering that he missed 3 matches.
Crikey, that's a serious return.
And Sam North East, of course, started with that triple century and just got into 4 figures in the last game, 1,004. Kieran Carlson threatened to, but finished on 9-2-3.
Kellaway it's going to be to start his 4th over from the Cathedral Road end, with a slip and a silly point, bowling to Luke Proctor, who's pushing that back down the pitch for Kellaway to field off his own bowling. Proctor 9-2-3 last year, 9-6-1 in 2022. Looked as though he was nailed on with a couple of games to go that year. Here's Kellaway round the wicket, bowling to Proctor, pushes it up past silly point, but there's no run, and back to pair at Taunton, and then on a very bowler friendly pitch last game against Essex, couldn't quite get the runs required. Here's Kellaway in, bowls, and Proctor pushing it into the ground, stopped by Asa Tribe under the lid at silly point. Kellaway round the wicket to Proctor. Proctor drives pleasantly. Kellaway can't stop it, but James Harris at mid-on does. Yeah, Duckett 1,338 runs in 2016, had a phenomenal season. Again, Kellaway pitching it up, pushed up to short extra where Carlson fields. Kellaway, an extra close catcher going in. So now a second slip and a silly point. Kellaway is in, bowls, and stroked out into the offside by Proctor, fielded by Carlson at extra, and that's the end of a much tidier over from Ben Kellaway, pitching it up more and demanding and commanding respect from Luke Proctor. Proctor's 48, Zabe is 15. Northamptonshire 130 for 5. Certainly one more over before lunch. I would think probably 2. Duckett, that was the year he was named one of Wisden's 5 Cricketers of the Year. Made over 2,500 runs across all formats. Before that, you have to go back to 2010, when Stephen Peters, now cricket chair at Northamptonshire, made just shy of 1,300.
Here's Harris to bowl, and Zaib to cover drive. We'll get a couple of runs here as Asa Tribe pursues it. Gets the throw in, but Zaib is safely back for the second. 1-3-2 for 5.
And then rather bizarrely, once you get back to 2010, you then have to go back to 1924 to find a season when no Northamptonshire batter made 1,000 runs in a season. Very wet summer, 1924, as you'll remember.
As Harris is in to bowl, Zaib playing that one back to the bowler of full length. Yes, you'll probably remember better than I the
1924?
No, not 1924, but the gradual reduction of the championship in numbers.
Well, as we were saying, if they reduce it to 12 next year, we will have lost a third of championship cricket in the last 40 years.
As Harris into bowl, that's a nice back foot jab by Zaib this time, and it will reach the boundaries. Timed that very sweetly indeed. So he seemed to hit it down into the ground, but it's run away 10 metres or so past the boundary, and Zaib moves on nicely to 21 not out, with his second 4 to go with the 6. So he's faced just 28 deliveries.
In my first season covering Northamptonshire, 1984, they played 24 three-day games, so 72 days. Of course, it goes down to 12. It will be a maximum of 48 days.
As that is defended by Zaib to cover, and there is no run. Mind you, I don't think many would seriously advocate returning to the days of 2 championship games a week.
Well, I don't. Well, it would be difficult.
It's almost 7-day cricket at times, wasn't it? With the Sunday League coming in as well.
It was, yeah. But
60s.
No, I don't think they probably would. But certainly back to 1999 when they were playing 17 4-day games and everybody playing everybody else.
Harrison bowls, turned on the leg side by Zaib into a gap. They'll amble through for a single, so another productive over for Northampton. 7 runs off it so far.
We had 7 seasons of that, actually, looking at my notes, 1993 to 1999 inclusive, before they split to 2 divisions for 2000. And we were then playing 16 games until 2017, when it went down to 14 and was never going to be reduced again until the next time.
Harris in, and Proctor drives to mid-on. No run, 137 for 5. And talking about cutting a T20 blast game as well. Or 2 games, 1 home, 1 away. You wonder where the counties are actually going to make some money if they cut the T20 as well, which is, if it were cutting a championship game in favour of a couple more home T20 games, then you could just about understand the logic, even if you might not like it.
Well, the bean counters would be happy with that, wouldn't they?
Yes.
But,
you've got to pay for this county game. I mean, there's only low hundreds in the ground today, and that really doesn't pay the wages, does it? But
no, there's a lot of soul searching to be done, and I think a few spreadsheets to be worked through. Presumably the last over before lunch. Clock showing 2 minutes to 1. 137 for 5, and Kellaway is going to bowl with a slip and a forward short leg. He's bowling to Safe Zabe, who's on 22. Full toss, clipped away by Zabe, 4 runs. And that probably does make sure that it's going to be the last over before lunch. Smartly fielded by Darren Lehman out there on the boundary. Just getting ready, presumably, to do a bit of work with a couple of players at lunchtime. 141 for 5, Zabe is 26. The deficit goes under 100, 98 now. Here's Kellaway in bowl short and cut away by Zabe. Can't be stopped at extra cover by Carlson. He's had a busy couple of overs in there, but this one just goes under his body and they're able to come through for a single. Zabe to 27. There is a man back there. Tim van der Hoogten sweeping on the boundary in front of the grandstand with its very smart daffodil motifs. 142 for 5 brings Proctor on strike on 48. And Kellaway is in. Cut by Proctor. Eludes Labuschagne at slip. They're through for 1. That's all there will be. One more to Proctor. He goes to 49. 143 for 5. So Proctor has scored 19 runs this morning.
This sort of has parallels with yesterday morning when Captain Northeast was playing the anchor role while others played around him.
Here's Kellaway in bowls to Zabe, short again and cut, and that's beaten the backward point and it's run away for 4 more. So Safe Zabe moves to 31, Northamptonshire to 147 for 5. The deficit is 92, and in saying Proctor has only scored 19 runs this morning, I'm not remotely criticising him. He's done exactly the right thing. He's done exactly what his team needed. And as you say, others have... Sales played nicely for his 35 before he got out. Keogh never really got going. And Zabe has played some attractive shots so far, but a long way to go. Here's Kellaway in, nudged into the onside by Zabe, and that will be a single. Takes Safe Zabe up to 32. Northamptonshire to 148 for 5. So Proctor will have 1 ball to try and get his 50 before lunch. I don't think it'll worry him too much. I don't think it will stifle his appetite. So last ball of the session. Kellaway is in bowls and he beats Proctor outside the off stump with a beauty taken by Cook, and that is lunch on day 3 here at Sophia Gardens with Northamptonshire, as soon as the board, of course, then decides to take the score off the board. It's 148 for 5 with Luke Proctor on 49. Safe Zabe is 32. Batters out this morning. Sales for 35 and Keogh for 6. Wicket apiece for Tim van der Hoogten and Nasita Fernando. And Northamptonshire still trail by 91.
Commentary resumes at 1:40. Update for BBC Radio Wales shortly. $148 for 5 are Northants at lunch in their second innings, so 2 wickets for Glamorgan, 1 to Van der Hoogten, 1 to Fernando in the morning session. Luke Proctor is 49 not out, Safe Zabe 32 not out, mustering some resistance, and Northants still 81 runs in arrears.
In their second innings at 224 for 7, leading Somerset by 38 runs with 3 wickets remaining. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire in their second innings at 51 for 2, requiring a further 259 to beat Hampshire. At Chesterley Street, Durham have now taken the lead against Notts. Durham are 436 for 5. So they're leading Notts by 29 runs. Lunch at New Road in Worcester has just seen Worcestershire dismissed in their second innings by Essex for 134. So Worcestershire lead by 336. At Bristol, Gloucestershire have just gone into the lead against Kent. Gloucestershire are 438 for 8, so they're leading Kent by 14 runs. At Lords, Middlesex in their second innings are 78 for 4, so they're leading Leicestershire by 36. At the Oval, Surrey are 499 for 9, so Surrey are leading Yorkshire by 244 runs. And at Old Trafford, Derbyshire in their first innings are 205 for 6, trailing Lancashire by 253 runs. A reminder as far as refreshments are concerned that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion at a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castex Owl stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Snacks are also available from the vending machines on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. Don't forget as well to top up your water bottles using the free of charge refill points around the stadium. If you're seeking a scorecard, they're free of charge and they're available from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports will be open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today, and it's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, which is situated on all 3 floors of that building. These facilities have recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. This means there are many new information panels and displays for you to read and enjoy. There are also some bilingual films which you can watch and enjoy as well. These are being shown at lunch and also during tea. And today, the 2 films are, first of all, a celebration of the history of women's cricket in Wales. The other one is an archive film showing the 1969 Glamorgan Championship winning squad, reminiscing about their magnificent summer. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that, together with diversity, we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting with strictest confidence your nearest steward.
nobody in you. You're not making it for yourself or nobody else. Stop. inevitable when it come up with all the airplanes singing all over it. It's probably normal. And we went to all the things like that. And we lost two before that. I know that, yeah, I thought it was. It's not nice, I think. As soon as it turns 2 days, you don't get rid of the sort of style. That's it, we should do it. That's right. Yes. That's right. But the really. Yes, all of this will go to the no, it's a 16 painting of this. There's not that, there's a lot of there's lots to see. What was the open terrace? Yes. I've never been to Peter Peters, it's not locally, but yes. Well, I didn't look at Oh, okay, so they open there. Then the whistle goes and you start it. That is so provoking, so course it does. That's why we put of course, yes, so that the copy more sporting integrity, the order so that
Well, they said with Blackpool's good position, when
Very good afternoon and welcome back here to Sophia Gardens.
Resume the Northamptonshire second innings after lunch. Luke Proctor and Rothesay to resume the bowling duties for Glamorgan at the River End. Andy Gordon.
I've told him before he's not getting a BBC fee no matter how loud the PA system is. 148 for 5 Northants, 91 runs behind. Nick Webb and Andrew Rudd with you, Edward Bevan to follow. There's Andy Gorvin, who struck that vital double blow last night for Glamorgan, will open up as he did this morning. The wickets in the morning session falling to Tim van der Hoogten and Asitha Fernando. But Luke Proctor is still there, 49 not out, having added 19 runs in a very solid performance in the opening session. Zaib a rather more frisky 32 off 34 balls. Gorvin bowls to Zaib, who adds a single to his total as he prods it down past gully.
Yes, this has been an adhesive innings from Luke Proctor, hasn't it? He said he only scored 19 runs this morning. He was 30 not out overnight, 49 not out now, but it is exactly what the team needed, and this business about that Darren Lehman's trying to get the batters to think about 180 balls is what they should be looking to bat for in Championship cricket. Well, he's faced 110 already.
As keeper standing up, Gorvin over the wicket bowls, and Proctor prods it away towards mid-wicket, where there's the rear sight of a Glamorgan sun hat, Zainul Hassan underneath it. 149 for 5, deficit is 90 runs. If Northants are still going at tea, they may well be ahead.
That's sun hat, not the psychedelic bucket hats that Glamorgan have got in the shop.
Indeed, Gorvin is in, bowls, and it's gone through for 4 byes. Down leg side, Cook standing up. Didn't have much chance. 153 for 5. Yes, the bucket hats, which started out as an April Fool joke and then got such positive response from Glamorgan supporters that they actually made them. They're a vibrant blue and yellow combo.
They are. You'd certainly see you coming, wouldn't you, if you'd got one of those on.
As that is again on leg stump. Proctor's turned it away. Will that be a run? No. The outbreak of applause, assuming that Proctor had got bat on that and that he would therefore have 50 to his credit, but it is a leg by 154 for 5.
It's my imagination. 1 or 2 more people drifted in this afternoon. Maybe just... Perhaps I've just spotted them. There's a few more, perhaps in the...
They may have moved round.
Yeah, maybe. That's true. Yeah, that's possible.
Gorvin into bowl, Zaib forward, defending. It's part of this... Oh, actually, the shadow hasn't extended too far in front of us in the Castell stand. Still, the front half is in the sunshine. You do get migration round this ground because there are plenty of... seats. Its maximum capacity is best part of 15,000, maybe 100 or so short of that, which hopefully they will achieve for the England Windies game here. As Zaib on the back foot punches to mid-off. The end of an over that yielded only 1 off the bat, but 5 extras as well. So Northants making some progress towards avoiding an innings defeat at least. They're 154 for 5, a mere 85 in arrears.
Yes, I'm ashamed to say, of course, I did look that up this morning as last past Glamorgan innings victories against Northamptonshire, which, from a Northamptonshire perspective, clearly hoping, of course, that it would be wasted work. But it's noted down if it becomes relevant later on. For now, It is going to be Asita Fernando who's going to bowl from this Cathedral Road end. A little bit of high cloud over in the distance, so something we haven't seen for certainly most of the last couple of days, but it is another gorgeous afternoon here in the Welsh capital. Trees just nodding in the breeze along the banks of the River Taff, and here is Fernando in bowls, and that's a good ball first up, and it's, well, dropped down on the onside by Proctor. It is a run, and it is his 50. Called Safe Zabe through, was a little bit slow responding, but he acknowledges the applause from around the ground, sporting applause, as it always is, I have to say, here in Cardiff, and it's 155 for 5 Northamptonshire. Proctor reaches his 50 off 114 balls, so the similarities with the innings that you were talking about earlier, Nick, with Sam Northeast, the way he played in Glamorgan's innings, he 50 off 120, so very similar. But fourth time Proctor has gone past 50 this season, went on to make 100 in one of them. Here's Fernando in bowls down the leg side to Safe Zabe, who gets everything out of harm's way. Good take down the leg side, tumbling to his right by Chris Cook. Of course, one of those four, two of those 4 half centuries coming in this match. 61 in the first innings for Proctor, 50 not out in the second. Made 150 also at Derby, career best for the Northamptonshire captain. He's at the non-striker's end as Fernando comes in round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who clips that away through square leg. A couple of runs for him here, you would think. Chased back by Zain Al Hassan in the sun hat, and they come back for 2. Takes Safe Zabe up to 35 and Northamptonshire to 157 for 5.
Yes, you spoke of stats that you might not have to use. Dr. Hignell was looking up consecutive innings victories for Glamorgan. Well, Northants were one of the victims by an innings and 4 runs in May 2010, and Gloucestershire succumbed by exactly the same margin in the following game. But since that, apart from that, the previous occasion was 1948.
Championship year. Fernando in, bowls and clipped away, no ball called by the umpire, and it's clipped away by Safe Zabe for a single, so that'll be on the leg side, that'll be 3 onto the total. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. So 52 the stand, the total goes up to 160 for 5. Proctor is 50, Zabe is 36. Came together at 108 for 5 when Rob Keogh's rather tortured innings today was brought to a close by Asita Fernando, catch behind. Proctor on 50, on strike. Fernando in bowls to him and blocks it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. We did have a message during the lunch interval. We were talking earlier about, and Edward in particular was talking earlier about the match involving Glamorgan and Northamptonshire at Wantage Road back in 1998, when Northamptonshire managed to bat their way to safety with Malloy making 322 and a double 100 for David Ripley, and we had a message at lunchtime from the aforementioned MB Loy. Here's Fernando in bowls, and Proctor trying to whip that away on the leg side, hits him on the pad, and they do now have the leg slip in there, which you've seen so often for Luke Proctor over the last 2 or 3 seasons. It's a position that a lot of teams use against him. That said, and I'm always saying, I've never seen him caught there. I've seen him dropped there at Taunton 2 years ago, but I don't, unless my memory's playing tricks, I don't think I've ever seen him caught there. But there is a man there at leg slip. 3 orthodox slips, with Fernando bowling round the wicket to Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor leaves well alone, and that's the end of the over. 160 for 5, 50 to Proctor, 36 to Zabe. Northamptonshire still trailing by 79, and Mal, who's a regular contributor to our T20 coverage on BBC Radio Northampton, was saying that he's in bed with man flu, but he's listening to us, enjoying the commentary, and he says, rest assured, he's still dining out on his 322 not out, but why wouldn't you?
Absolutely. At Bristol, Gloucestershire have gone into lead against Kent, 450 for 8, 26 ahead, centuries for Green and Bracey, but you do wonder at Bristol whether that match has got any chance of coming to a positive conclusion either way. Gorvin bowls and Zaib plays gently to mid-off, no run. Glamorgan were able to bat out for a draw, having followed on at Bristol. At Old Trafford, Derbyshire in a bit of trouble, 208 for 6, in reply to Lancashire's lengthy 458 all out. Brooke Guest is 55 not out. Gorvin on his way in again, bowls. Zaib looking to play straight, the ball skews slightly into the covers, but perfectly safely. No run. At Lords, Middlesex are 80 for 4 in their second innings, which is a lead of only 34 over Leicestershire. So in moderate difficulty there. Middlesex come to Cardiff for the return match on Friday. Gorvin bowls, Zaib defends to cover, no run. Middlesex having won by 9 wickets at Lords, so they'll have played Middlesex twice in the first block for some reason.
Northamptonshire played Lancashire twice in the first block for some reason.
Middlesex against Middlesex have just lost another one. They're 5 down. Give the first division scores. As Gorvin is into bowl to Zaib, who's hit on the pad looking to turn it on the leg side. They'll go through for a leg bye. 1-6-1 for 5. At Chester Street, Durham have batted their way into a lead, 447 for 5, a lead of 40 over Nottinghamshire. At Taunton, Sussex struggling to avoid defeat, 230 for 7, but a lead of only 44 runs, despite some belated resistance. John Simpson seems to be batting at 8 for some reason. Gorvin bowls, Proctor turns on the leg side, takes a single out towards Tribe, coming in off the boundary. All fairly trouble-free for Northants at the moment in these first few overs after lunch.
Feeling that might be. They certainly used one night watchman last night, possibly 2.
There we are.
Carson went in early, didn't he?
At the Oval, Yorkshire are a long way behind on first innings. 1 for 0, trailing Surrey by 256 runs. Surrey made 512. Gorvin in to bowl outside off stump and smashed away by Saif Zaib down towards backward point for 4 runs, and he moves up to 40. 166 for 5. Surrey's 512 didn't include a century. Top score was Ben Folkes' 86. Patterson made 85. Curtis Patterson,
The Aussie.
thank you.
Who was signed, and then they didn't play him in the first game for which he was available, because they played Jason Roy, didn't they?
Ah, yes. An import from the white ball game.
Yes.
Warwickshire against Hampshire. Warwickshire 69 for 2, needing another 241 runs to win against Hampshire. Essex chasing 336 to win overall at New Road, 16 for 0. Worcestershire were 134 all out in their second innings, so Essex fighting back to give themselves half a chance.
It's interesting, after Worcestershire opted not to enforce the follow-on in that game. Here's Fernando starting his 9th over, 1 for 17, down the leg side, and a terrific take by Chris Cook down the leg side. It was wide and going wider, and Proctor essaying a little pick-up shot, which is slightly dangerous because there is a deep square on the boundary and a long leg on the boundary, but he didn't get anything on it. A really good take down the leg side by Chris Cook. 166 for 5. So Northamptonshire still 73 runs adrift, fighting hard to stay afloat in this match. Here's Fernando in bowls and cut away by Proctor for 4. We've seen him play that shot 4 or 5 times, I would say, in this match across the 2 innings. Ball that's a little bit short outside off stump, and he just leans back and steers it really rather than cuts it away down to a sort of wideish third man for 4. Breaks Proctor to 55 and Northamptonshire to 170 for 5, and well, now they're going to put a man back for that shot down at deep backward point. So 69 runs behind our Northamptonshire, with a wideish third man just protecting that fairly short boundary down there by the scoreboard at the River Taff end. Here's Fernando in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. He leaves it alone again. The angle with Fernando bowling round the wicket makes those sort of leaves just a little bit dangerous. The umpire is going across from point to square leg. Quite sure why he was at point in the first place, but he's now gone across. 2 left-handers in. Cries of "come on somebody" from the far side of the ground. Lunged well. Here's Fernando in, bowls, and forward comes Proctor. Blocks it back past the bowler. James Harris comes round from mid-on to field, and there's no run. As we saw also, I mean, Glamorgan here making 424 all out in the first innings without 100. But you say Surrey got
512.
I can reveal exclusively, I will reveal after this ball, as Fernando is in and bowls to Proctor. Big appeal for LBW. What says the umpire? He says not out. First thought was it's probably going to be going down with Fernando bowling round the wicket, but that said, after all the strictures of Greg Smith last night, Proctor was playing across it. Let's have a look at the replay.
It's doing too much.
It's doing too much. It may even have actually hit him outside the line as well. Very close to hitting him outside the line. Again, enough doubt, I think, to make that a fair decision.
He's bowling from very wide, isn't he?
He is.
Hasitha Fernando, and he's round the wicket.
That's what we were saying about the dangers of leaving, but anyhow, Proctor survives. Here's Fernando in again, bowls to Proctor, and this time he drops a bat on it, pushes it up to Van der Hoogten at mid-off, who's deep enough and straight enough that they were able to come through for a single. So Proctor keeps the bowling, well counted. 56 to him, 40 to Zabe. Northamptonshire 171 for 5, trailing by 68 runs. The highest first innings total not to include a century. 671 for 9.
Wowzers.
That was Surrey against Kent at Beckenham 3 years ago. There were Ollie Pope got 90, Ben Folkes 91, Jamie Overton 93, Sam Curran 78, Ryan Patel 76, Colin de Grandhomme 66, Jordan Clark 54 not out, but no 100.
7 innings of 50 or more.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's right. And Dan Worrell made 44 not out at number 11.
Not a ground I know.
Beckenham. Well, to paraphrase the master Noel Coward, very flat Beckenham.
Glamorgan bowls, Proctor plays on the leg side, no run. I seem to remember, I think it was at Beckenham. Apologies to Beckenhamites if it wasn't, but Edward worked on a Sunday League match there, which was very close, and the scoreboard wasn't entirely accurate. And probably in the days before online scoring. So it was somewhat chaotic at the end of the match. I think it was Beckenham, may have been Tunbridge Wells. It was a Kent out ground anyway. Glamorgan into bowl. Proctor plays gently on the leg side, fielded by swooping Carlson, no run.
Well, we had, as Northamptonshire supporters I'm sure will recall, we had a game at Northampton last year, a T20 game, when the scoreboard didn't work at all, the main one.
Ouch.
And it was a tie. We were relying on the small scoreboard over by next to the signal box, which fortunately was right.
Glamorgan bowls, down leg side, well taken by Cook. Holds the ball towards the bails, just in case. Proctor should topple over. There's an update for BBC Radio Wales to come, once they've heard about the latest rugby travails in Wales. Could be a long time.
Do they know what time tea is?
Northants 171 for 5 in their second innings, still 68 runs behind, but Glamorgan being made to work hard for their successes today. A wicket apiece in the first session for Van der Hoogten and for Fernando, but Proctor 56 not out and Zaib 40 not out are defying them. Northants 171 for 5, 68 behind. 20 seconds.
On the money. Marvellous.
As Glamorgan in bowls, Proctor drives to mid-off. No run. Fernando does the fielding.
I was just looking at that, just while I was got the records thing up in front of me. We were talking about that match here at Sophia Gardens in 1978 when Northamptonshire were all out for 164 and Glamorgan winning by an innings, but Alan Lamb made 100 of them. I was wondering how highly that figured in the lowest totals with 100. It's up there.
As that is driven by Proctor to mid-on, but there's no run. 171 for 5, 68 behind still. Glenn Turner?
No, it was Clive Rice, Hampshire playing Nottinghamshire at one of my favourite grounds no longer used, Dean Park in Bournemouth. Knots were all out for 143, of which Rice made 105 not out. Tim Robinson, who opened, made 10, and nobody else in double figures. But the Alan Lamb one is up there, certainly in terms of championship cricket. I did see a Glamorgan one in there as well, which I'll dig up. For now, it is going to be Fernando to continue. A certain amount of running around in the field at the moment as they work out who's going to go where. 3 slips in. They've got the deep backward square on the boundary, a long leg on the boundary. Asa Tribe going in fairly tight at mid-wicket. There's a point, mid-off and a mid-on. And here is Fernando, round the wicket bowling to Zaib, who pushes it out into the offside. And fielded at cover, there's no run.
The Glenn Turner score was 141 not out of Worcestershire's 169 all out.
Gosh.
At St Helens.
It's got to be in terms of percentage.
Yes.
It must be very high up there.
That's probably what I was thinking of.
That is extraordinary. Fred Bakewell, I know, did one not dissimilar for Northamptonshire, going way back into the dark ages when if Bakewell didn't get runs, Northamptonshire didn't get runs. Fernando, round the wicket, bowls to Zaib, who's defensively back down the pitch, no run. The Glamorgan instance was, well, you'll remember this one. back in 1923 when Glamorgan roll out for 161 against Worcestershire. And Di Davies made 100, not out, carried his bat, out of 161 all out. It's a serious effort. Fernando. In bowls to Zabe, who cuts it away. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Steers it rather than cuts it, and it goes down through backward point for a single. Zabe goes to 41, Northamptonshire to 172 for 5. The deficit is 67.
The Glenn Turner innings it's rather imprecise on the stuff I've got in front of me. Highest percentage of runs in any completed innings, 83.43%. Not sure whether that's in the Championship or in any first-class cricket. You're a wizard with the stats, I'm sure you'll find out.
I'll have a little look. Here's Proctor on strike as Fernando back over the wicket. Bolsham beats him and he's caught behind. Proctor goes. Fernando makes the big breakthrough for Glamorgan and is promptly mobbed by his teammates, and Proctor's long vigil is at an end. And, well, is that the push down the slippery slope as far as Northamptonshire are concerned? Proctor just pushing forward. It was the change in angle because he'd been bowling round the wicket for most of this innings, and he switches to over the wicket, and Proctor just hangs his bat out to dry a little bit, gets a thin edge through to Chris Cook, who makes absolutely no mistake, and Proctor has gone for 56. Northamptonshire now 172 for 6, so those two put on 64. But they're still 67 runs behind, and with Lewis McManus, Justin Broad, Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway to come, maybe, well, we said Proctor held the key, and I think his demise makes anything other than a Glamorgan victory today considerably less likely, let's put it that way.
131 balls faced by Luke Proctor, and he hit 7 boundaries in that dogged and well-applied effort. Very different effort going on from Saif Zaib, 41 off 48 balls at the other end.
Here he is, Lewis McManus, who didn't figure prominently in the first innings. He's out for naught. One of the many batters caught by Sam Northeast in the slip cordon, but of course he will have good memories of batting here. Made 168, career best here last year in a match that finished up as a draw, and again it was a cracking game of cricket that went right the way to the final over, with Northamptonshire trying to get 2 wickets and just failing to do so.
It's the sort of championship match you like to see from a neutral perspective,
Yes.
isn't it? With the game swing one way and the other. Glamorgan leading by 200 in the first innings, but that tremendous Northants fight back, and either side could have won it in the last session.
Yeah, it was a wonderful game, and it's the spinners that did the job for Northamptonshire, with Liam Patterson-White on loan from Nottinghamshire and Alex Russell, the leg spinner, who managed to pick up, I think, the bulk of the wickets, if memory serves. So McManus taking strike with Fernando. Say this change of angle, change of mode of attack, doing the job for Fernando. 2 for 23 now in his 10th over. Also picked up the wicket of Rob Keogh earlier, and now 4 slips in as he bowls to Lewis McManus, and McManus hit on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. The appeal from behind the wicket was a little posthumous. It was sort of altogether or not at all. Don't think. I'm sure it hit him. It hit him is high, I think. A little bit high.
Yeah, that's probably what saved him. It looked straightish to me. Fernando's got a pretty dynamic appeal. He manages
Yes.
to run backwards at great rates with arms outstretched, imploring the
See,
umpire.
if I did that, I'd just fall face over apex and make a complete chump of myself. But here is Fernando, bowls to McManus, who drives at that one without really getting to the pitch. It goes past the outside edge, and applause around Sophia Gardens for Asita Fernando. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23, having ended Luke Proctor's long resistance in that over. Proctor out for 56, Northamptonshire 172 for 6. They are still 67 runs away from making Glamorgan bat again.
And it was Northants spinners who were responsible for their victory bid last year, as you suggested. 3 wickets for Patterson White, who opened the bowling. 2 for Keogh and 2 for Russell. And Keogh and Patterson White also combined for the run out for the other wicket. So the seamers had little hand in that one. There's been the seamers who've worked hard for Glamorgan. They're still +1 on over 8. Gorvin bowls, jabbed into the offside by Zaib. No run, so they can't mess around too much in this afternoon session, given that Ben Callaway has not had anything in the wickets column and couldn't quite find his length early on.
Just before I make way for Sir Edward Bevan,
Gorvin is in to bowl and defended by Zaib up to mid-on, no run.
it's only a matter of time. Glenn Turner, it is the highest percentage of a completed innings in first-class cricket.
Okay.
In other words, an all-out.
Yep.
But Laurie Fishlock, playing for Surrey against the Australians in 1938, made 93 out of 104 for 1. And
as Gorvin is into bowl, Zaib works on the leg side, no run.
the great George Gunn, batting for Nottinghamshire against Yorkshire at Trentbridge in 1913, made 109 out of 129 for 3. But Turner's, as you say,
Is that in first class or championship?
The Gun was in championship.
No, the
Fishlock-
record, the Turner record, is that
That was championship match.
championship record?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
It was
yes.
St Helens,
St Helens.
1977.
Yep. 172 for 6 here. No one dominating the scoring particularly, as Zaib adds another run to his collection to move up to 42. Flicks it away on the leg side. A diving Carlson tried to intercept, but there's a man on the boundary.
And nobody else in that innings got double figures. With Turner 141 not out. Next highest score was Norman Gifford, who made 7. 5 wickets for Tony Cordell, 3 for Malcolm Nash. And on that note,
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Edward Bevan.
Gorvin is in to bowl, pushing forward. Here's the new man McManus, and off the mark with a single. Bat and pad together. So he's off a pair. Zaib is definitely off a pair because he's on 42, and Sanderson is yet to come. Edwards obviously put too much sherry in the gravy for Sunday lunch. So he nearly tumbles over coming into the commentary seat. 174 for 6. As next delivery is played off the back foot by Zaib on the offside. 174 for 6 at the end of the over. Zaib has 42, McManus has 1, and Northamptonshire are 65 runs in arrears.
Yes, the faintest of touches. I was sitting more or less behind that dismissal. My hearing's pretty good, but I didn't hear it. But the umpire and everybody else thought they nicked it, so be it. But Fernando, I was going to ask you, I meant to ask you before lunch, Nick. So how well is he bowling now that Glamorgan might say, okay, will you come back for the Champos in September? Unless, of course, Sri Lanka need him. And he was open to that, wasn't he, to start this season?
They were talking about a potential extension, but they've got the Sydney Sixers guy Hayden Kerr for T20 now, and
T20, yes,
and for a couple of championship matches at least.
Fernando starts in the over. He's bowled extremely well here since lunch, and the first ball to McManus is pushed, and there's no run. 65 runs in arrears, but 6 wickets down.
Yeah, they were talking for Kerr about to the end of July. Now, if you include the 1st of August, that probably includes the 2 championship matches between the first 2 blocks of T20 and the next 2, which are between the T20 and the one-day cups. There's only 3 left, I think, if I've calculated correctly, in September. 3
champos. Next ball is a little wide of the off stump. McManus has nothing at all to do with it. So we normally get 4, don't we?
Yeah, but they've split it differently, so it's 7, 2, 2, and 3 rather than 2 and 5. So there's 2 lots of 2 between white ball blocks, if you like. So it is responding to the membership in a way who want more championship games in towards the middle of summer, and that's happening to some degree.
Fernando comes in, bowls to the right-handed McManus, who's hit amidships, but doesn't show it as much as poor Proctor did twice in the first innings. Was bending over, and everybody laughed. News from Poets Corner over there that Will Smale has injured his ankle or foot playing football. And he's out for 3 weeks. Not official, but I think down there, Critics Corner, perhaps we should call them, rather than Poets Corner. He would have featured probably in the first game or so, first 2 games, I don't know. Here's Fernando in and bowls. Again, it's left. 4 slips in attendance. And Glamorgan trying to wrap this up in 3 days. And plenty of overs left today. There are 60, and congratulations to both sides for the over rate.
Yes, I think Richard Dawson was getting rather fed up with me asking about it at the end of the match. Not that he said anything, but he said, yeah, we'll deal with it, and they have dealt with it.
Moot point. Where were some game? They were -5. Is that Lords? 4? They're high up. In comes Fernando at speed, bowls. Again, it's left, so good judgment by McManus. We've got a big score here last year.
Yeah, 168. We were just talking about it in that tremendous Northants fight back that really made it into an enthralling game on the last day. But Northants have got a lot of work to do here to make it an enthralling game on the last day.
Formerly of Hampshire, of course, and when Ben Brown moved counties and assumed the captaincy at Hampshire. But McManus thought, well, it's time for me to go, a couple of seasons ago. Very efficient wicketkeeper. Last ball of the over. Fernando bowls. McManus chips it up to mid-wicket. He'll get a couple, as it's a long chase there for it's a Tribe, I think it is. And that's another good over, just the 2 runs off it. 176 for 6. Saif Saib is approaching a half century. He's 42. The deficit is 63. And are we to have a change? No, we're not. It's Andy Gorvin, who has exemplary figures here of 10 overs, 2 for 25. And Fernando's bowled 1 over more, 2 for 25. Complementing each other with their accuracy.
Indeed, Glamorgan seamers have bowled well as the proverbial unit in the last couple of games, but they've had a slight advantage in recent weeks as Gorvin is in to bowl. Zaib knocks it on the leg side, no run, in that they've got an extra option, really, having played the extra seamer instead of the spinner. Shoaib Bashir had the first 3 matches on loan. Didn't really work out for either party, but not that he didn't try his heart out, but the you don't really need two spinners in the British game in April, and Callaway and Carlson were perfectly adequate options. Pulled away towards mid-wicket. That has gone, I think, all the way. Yes, Zaib with his second maximum on that short leg side boundary, and Gorvin just dropping short of a length, and Zaib really did seize onto that very quickly indeed, and scattered one or two spectators in the grandstand. 182 for 6, 57 behind.
Yeah, one of the rare loose balls. I was talking about exemplary figures. One of the rare loose balls that Gorvin has bowled. He's bowled since lunch. It's about 40 minutes, so perhaps he'll be taken off at this or given a rest, and Harris or Van der Gooten might come on.
Gorvin bowls.
Better.
Zaib jabs down on that one fairly late. The ball trickles towards the slip area, and Chris Cook comes across to do the fielding. Marnus Labuschagne now a solitary figure at slip.
Well, he hasn't stopped talking down there for the half an hour.
All right.
Non-stop.
Yes.
Excuse me, Australian accent. Floodgates have opened yet. One more. We're home. We're home. Floodgates have opened.
Here's Gorvin then in to bowl. Zaib drives at that one, but two ends it into the ground, and the ball just trickles towards Callaway at gully, and there's no run. So it's something of a containing field. Only in the 51st over, so not
it's just a case
time to start thinking about the new ball as yet.
Glamorgan have just got to be patient, picking up wickets as they go along, while the deficit is still there, still 57.
As Gorvin bowls, and Zaib plays it defensively back past the bowler. The ball trickles past the non-striker up to mid-on. The personnel to come. Well, Harrison was up the order at night watchman, so Broad, Sanderson and Conway. But Sanderson, of course, a batting hero last week against the Lankies, with his remarkable 65 in that match. Gorvin round the wicket, the left-handed side. Keeper standing up, driven nicely this time, but straight to Carlson, who's at mid-on. Not a position he usually finds himself in the championship game.
He's down at third man the other end, so he's probably gone out to graze for a bit.
I wonder if he's had a bang on the finger. Kieran Carlson.
I've just been talking to his parents there.
Oh, yes.
That's all they said. Have you got a day off tomorrow? It looks very much like it. I said I wasn't working in any case, so it's a case of Kenneth Davis perhaps having a day off as well.
Well, he may get dragged into rugby duties, I suspect, if he's not here, with the latest turmoil in the Welsh game. Heaven save us.
Right, Fernando is to continue. Strong-shouldered Sri Lankan. Or broad-shouldered. In he comes to McManus, bowls down the leg side. Oh, gosh, that was going straight at Cook's face. He took evasive action. Is he all right? Someone said. He smiles. I wouldn't be smiling.
Yes. Maybe sort of shoulder height. Just had to parry it, really. Not a pleasant delivery to have to take.
Used to these conditions, of course, is Fernando. Blisteringly hot. Humidity is out in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Oh. Really, really hot. In comes Fernando, bowls, and McManus jabs down on that in the very last moment. Tony Lewis, Glamorgan captain, X73 tour of India, Sri Lanka, tells the story of Chris Holt, the former Yorkshire bowler, opened the bowling, and after he'd bowled 6 overs, he said, "Captain, may I leave the field?" He said, "Why do you want to leave the field?" So he took his boot off, and they're full of water, the sweat. So that just shows how very, very hot it is out there. Here's Fernando coming in and bowls. carefully watched and driven just gently up to mid-on. We haven't seen Al-Hassan in this innings, because I think he's improving. I don't know, you see more of him than I do, but I think he's improving every game with his bowling.
Yes, he's always had the accuracy, but last season without wickets.
Yeah, but he doesn't get a lot of luck this season.
No, let's see.
Figures
Got 5 wickets at 52, but certainly done a solid job.
Might see him later if they can't break this partnership. Fernando is in and bowls. Oh, it's a beauty, absolute beauty, which pitches, leaves and holds its line and gains applause to the knowledgeable crowd here. I say crowd, but if this was on a ground of Chelmsford, Hove, you'd say there's very good crowd in.
Yes, I find it virtually impossible to give numbers here because
You can't, can you?
it's 14,900 capacity or whatever.
Just as a Friday night crowd at Chelmsford will give Glamorgan's bowlers if they beat the bat. Not. Good over this from Fernando. In he comes, bowls, and the Mars comes right forward and smothers any movement again.
Yes, he seems to be operating more effectively as a change bowler, doesn't he, than opening the bowling in the first 3 games since James Harris returned to open.
I wonder if Richard Dawson, who's a highly regarded coach, might have noticed this, or perhaps Fernando might have just said, look, different conditions, blah, blah, blah. Shall we try this or whatever? But it certainly worked the last couple of games. Last ball of the over, no runs off it, and that's how it will stay as this is pushed up to mid-off. No.
Well, 6
was it a new ball, yeah?
The 6 balls registered on the scoreboard. No,
At 5 on the stream.
Ah, yes, now a no ball has clocked up.
Didn't see it, did you?
No.
Was it the one that went through and nearly hit Cook in the face?
That was the last one, according to the
Anyway, this
screens.
could be the last ball. In comes Fernando and bowls, and it's clipped away for a single. He will retain strike, which Glamorgan won't really mind. This is the new batsman. He's on 4. 185 for 6, and Saif Zaib is on 48. Are we going to have a change? No, we're not. And Andy Govin is going to have a change. Taps the hand of Tim van der Gooten, who was struck for 3 fours by James Sales, and then the next over he was driving and got an edge and went through to Cook. 5 catches to Cook in this game. And again, we've seen in this innings, apart from the 2 LBWs, 1, 2, 4 dismissals caught behind the wicket and in that area, slip. And Tribe took one.
Yep, there's
a lot
been a lot of slip keeper, and that one from leg gully early in the game as well. So Zaib has hit 2 centuries and a 50. Is the in-form man of Northants' top order, along with Proctor. We've already had a half century from Proctor, and Northants will be hoping that Zaib can go on, and he's scoring pretty rapidly, so if he does go on for any period of time, he might well get the visitors ahead. McManus on strike, and that one is through and beating the bat. It is Gorvin continuing, actually. It looked as though there was going to be a change of bowling. There was certainly... Gorvin looked as though he was wandering.
It's Van der Gooten, I think. No, he's just wandering back. He took his cap off.
Yeah.
And then...
Gorvin maybe talked his way into another over.
Yeah. Well, he nearly got a wicket
that's
there.
very close to the off stump. Looking at the replay from the far end, just shaved the top of off stump. And McManus remains at the crease. 2 slips and a short mid wicket, and a pretty short cover as well, as that one is driven through the covers. It's a bit of a chase for Tim van der Hoogten. There'll be an easy 2 as he hauls it up 10 metres inside the long off boundary. And McManus moves on to 6, having faced 18 deliveries.
Zadul Hussain is on the drive on the onside, wearing a white sun hat and is bowling. Not bowling, but he will be bowling because he's doing a lot of exercises, one thinks.
Gorvin bowls, McManus forward, defends back past the bowler. No run. It's a bit warm to be playing rugby this afternoon, but Ebbw Vale and Newport are doing that in the Super Rugby Cymru final at Ebbw Vale, so it might be a couple of degrees cooler there than here.
Normally is in my rugby days.
Yes. Midweek evening matches in the winter at Ebbw Vale. Gorvin bowls, McManus leaves outside off stump, Cook with a neat take.
Yeah, so those were the days, Nick.
Freezing our extremities off.
You worked at my stake in the old days?
I did a couple of games for independent radio in my stake back in the 80s, but I think they were mostly Saturday afternoons. I can't recall doing an evening game in my stake. 187 for 6 here in the sunshine. Gorvin bowls, McManus squeezes one down into the gully. Tribe fields no run.
Boxing Day, back in 19-something. I was sent up there. It was a howling gale and freezing cold. Just before half-time, away to the left, at the end of the stand, if you can picture it, the wind was blew in. So we had the north gale. It wasn't a wind, the north gale blowing right across. That is the coldest I've ever been.
Gorvin bowls, McManus forward defending up to mid-on, no run, 187 for 6, 52 runs in arrears.
My producer said, end of the game, look, we haven't got much on, make sure you get an interview. And I said, no, please. So, waiting, as you well know, next 20, 25, yeah, he won't be long, he's just having a shower.
Yes.
Those were the days, certainly.
There are 1 or 2 Welsh rugby grounds where I've done interviews for radio, I hasten to add, in the toilets, because they've been the only warm place available to us. Couldn't go into the dressing room, so did them in the loo and hoped that no one else would be providing sound effects in the background. Here is the change of bowling that Edward flagged. Zain Ul Hassan is with us, performing from this Cathedral Road end.
So we have now had the same 6 bowlers going to operate as they did in the first innings, and he will be bowling to Saif Saib, who needs 2 for a well-earned half-century. He's been selective and played pretty well against some very, very testing bowling. Just a slip in the gully, though, for the left-hander on the offside. And here is his first ball of the second innings, and bowls, and it nips back and hits the batsman the thigh pad and bounces away. In that first innings, he got. Did he get a wicket, Ul Hassan? Yes, he did. Yes, he got the.
Bowles and Harrison.
Harrison, the only one that was clean ball in the whole innings, the whole game, I think. Here he is again. Ooh, that's a test in full delivery that Zaid lifted his eyes and had a good go at it, but it went through to wicket-keeper.
Yes, Ul Hassan was bowled, but not clean bowled because he chopped it on.
Yes, he was rather unlucky because it was bouncing over his shoulder and he tried to pull it away the leg and bang onto the middle stump. It started the collapse. And here is Ul Hassan, the bowler, comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Where's your second slip? Where's your second slip? It goes through there for 4. Went past Labuschagne at first slip, and that is his 50. Very well played. Just look at oh yes, that goes head height straight to second slip. Horse bolted, etc. I'm going to have it. And that took him 62 balls, so it's quite a good 50. That 52 with 62.
5 fours, 2 sixes.
Yeah. bolted horse. Here we are. 2 slips. So he's had movement of 2 out of the 3 he's bowled. Here he is again. This time he's pushed up to cover, intercepted there by the tall figure of Ben Kellaway. One 91 for 6 there, 48 runs in arrears. Another wicket in this session, and Glamorgan feel that they could possibly wrap things up tonight.
You would have thought the odds are avoiding the innings defeat now.
Yeah. In comes the next ball. That's pitch on leg stump and played away out to Tribe, feeling a short mid wicket. There are more of those little clouds that Mr. Rudd was talking about, but they have very, very light clouds bubbling up into the sky and not going to bother us. Well, Hassan, with the last ball of his first over, comes in and bowls, and this is played up, not time really, up to mid-off, so an useful over, could have had a wicket if he'd kept a couple of slips in.
Dave's half century came off 62 balls. It contains 6 fours and 2 sixes.
6 fours? Oh yes, including, I hadn't added the one that actually got there. Apologies for that. 6 fours, 2 sixes.
Second half Centurion in the innings, along with Proctor's 56, and it was Proctor who got the first 50 of the innings. In the first innings he made 61, while Glamorgan got 1, 2, 3, 4 men who reached 50 or over, as Andy Gorvin has another over at the far end.
Yes, long spell. McManus forward, defends back to the bowler. He did start after lunch, didn't he? So he's been going for nearly an hour now.
So I was thinking, yeah.
Obviously fancying his chances. No wickets in this spell. Took the 2 that fell late last night. The somewhat contentious leg before against George Bartlett, and the less than contentious LBW of Harrison the Night Watchman. Gorvin bowls. McManus back on his stumps, defends to cover Carlson Fields, and there's no run.
Just the 1 wicket in this match has fallen to spin, and that was Callum Harrison, 1 for 47, and he got the wicket of Glamorgan's Ben Kellaway.
Gorvin bowls. McManus flicks on the leg side. That wasn't entirely under control. Arrived at Kellaway on the first or second bounce at square leg.
Lots of games, the odd one of course, or the odd 2 are big scores, but again they're good county matches, as has been throughout the previous 5 at the start of this season. There's been good weather. Has there been any rain affected? I can't remember. We had some bad light at Lord's, didn't we?
Gorvin bowls. McManus leaves outside off stump. It wasn't quite long enough to save Glamorgan. Yes, it did get very murky there on a couple of occasions.
But there's rain, we haven't had anything.
At Lord's, Middlesex 107 for 6, only 65 ahead of the Foxes of Leicestershire. Derbyshire 245 for 8 at Old Trafford, may have to follow on against Lancashire. As forward is McManus defending. No further wickets for Jimmy Anderson today on his return to first.
When I last looked, he bowled just 10 overs.
Yes, he hasn't had a...
Well, I think they're thinking like it's probably going to be a follow-on, so he may have to do a lot of bowling.
Gloucestershire 502 for 9 at Bristol against Kent, 78 runs ahead, still in the first innings there, halfway through the third day. Gorvin in, bowls. McManus tries to cut, misses. Chris Cook flicks off a bail just in case. So it's been a testing spell from Gorvin. He has asked questions of the batters.
So Kent, have you? Well, they yielded 549 against Glamorgan last week, and now they've yielded 500 odd again against Gloucester. So you say?
Right, I'm going to have to nip back for the 3 o'clock bulletin, so perhaps I could go away to Radders now. Edward will just swap mics, and we'll try and do this as seamlessly as possible for the BBC Sport and County video stream listeners and viewers, respectively. Fernando is taking his time considerately to start the new over, because Zaib is checking his guard. Andrew.
Thanks, Nick. Fernando it will be to run away from us. Al-Hassan, rather, beg your pardon, down the leg side, and starting his second over. Goes down the leg side. Zaib has a little flick at it, but doesn't get anything on it. So 191 for 6. Northamptonshire not quite hanging on by the fingernails, but not far off. Still 54 overs after this one to go in the day's play.
A lot of cricket to be played today, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. 48 runs the deficit. And here is Al-Hassan in bowl, short, and Zaid ducks underneath it and slaps into the gloves of Chris Cook. Biggest problem obviously is going to be the light, because there's some cloud over Newport about 20-30 miles away, and
I thought you lost leave of you know what.
Well, long since, Edward, as you well know, but I'm just trying to find reasons. Here's Al-Hassan in bowls, and I was saying on drive, it wasn't quite with that sort of intent. He just basically pushed it up towards mid-on, and there's no run, but Zaib's done well here. He's second 50 in successive games, a couple of hundreds as well. I was saying earlier, Edward, this is obviously Northamptonshire 6th championship match of the season, and only one of them has featured play on the 4th day.
Is that right?
Here's Al-Hassan in bowls, and an inside edge from Saif Zaib. That could have gone anywhere. It was close to leg stump. He's going to pick up a single, but a very fortuitous single takes Zaib to 53 and Northamptonshire to 192 for 6. In that the game against Kent was over, in fact, fairly early on the 3rd day, with Kent winning at Wantage Road, 11:30 on day 3. Lancashire was the one that did feature. It went right the way through to the end. Derbyshire, it was rain on the last day, lost an entire day, which was
good luck.
Well, from Northampton's point of view, disappointing, because I think they were in quite a strong chance of winning that game. Punched off the back foot by McManus, the next ball from Al-Hassan, straight to extra cover, and there's no run. And then Leicestershire winning at Grace Road just after 6 o'clock on the 3rd day. Northamptonshire winning last week against Lancashire at about 10-6 on the 3rd day.
That game that you won, that was decided 11:30. Did they take the extra half hour the night before?
No, they didn't. No.
Oh.
No, I thought they might,
Yeah.
but they didn't. Here's Al-Hassan in, bowls outside the off stump, and McManus leaves it alone. End of the over, 192 for 6, and Zain Al-Hassan's bowled 2 overs for 5. It's 192 for 6. The deficit is 47. Saif Zaib is 53. Lewis McManus is 6, and there's still 22 overs to go before tea.
And it's +1.
Yes, I
I
mean,
still only 1/4 though, isn't
but
it?
you did
An hour to get. It'll be
Yes.
the same as yesterday, don't you think?
well, as you mentioned earlier, I think both teams have actually got round quite quickly in this match. Generally, I think they've been
They've been good.
fairly proactive, which is always good to see. And we are going to see a change at the far end now. It is going to be Van der Hoogten.
Yes. Well, we thought perhaps that Govin's had a long bowl. He's an hour and 5. Good spell. Didn't take a wicket, but has bowled tidily. There's Van der Hoogten, 12 overs, 1 for 36, and got the wicket of Sales for 35. Who looked in pretty good nick, and then went to drive something that was just outside the off stump. Here he is round the wicket then, and bowling to Zaib. In he comes now. Bowls and Peel for LBW, which was never going to be given out. Ducked back into him. Doesn't get movement from the ball. We haven't talked about this pitch. I think it's a good cricket pitch.
It is. It's
in as much as it's given the bowlers a chance, which you don't often see, do you, down here?
well, yes. I mean, obviously at Northampton, the emphasis has been very much this year. Darren Lehman wants result pitches.
Yeah.
The one for the Lancashire game was an excellent surface. It offered something for everyone. Northamptonshire admitted, Luke Proctor admitted that they probably got it wrong, winning the toss and batting, because it has got better.
This game, you mean?
Yes, yeah.
Here's Van der Gooten around the wicket, bowls to Zabe again. It gets behind it, pushes it out onto the onside.
One suspects, and I mean, I'm not at all sure, probably odds against us actually being able to discover this, but I have a feeling with it drying out as much as it is, and you can see just with your own eyes how much lighter it is now compared to the first morning. You would suspect if we were playing tomorrow, it might turn a little bit.
No.
Spinners would come into it. No.
If it does. The ideal pitch, as everyone says, for 4-day cricket is good batted surface for 2 days and just help a little bit of seam in the first hour. Start to spin third day and then nice turn for a couple of spinners in the last day. That is the ideal pitch, of course, but very rarely do we see pitches like that these days. What we don't want to see is 500 plays 550.
No, that's no good to man nor beast, is it?
In comes Van der Gooten bowls. This time it's on the legs. He's going to get a run down to fine leg, where it is fielded and returned. Gives Van der Gooten to have a go at McManus.
But it's, I mean, the point that Darren Lehman made after the Lancashire match, the previous game that Northamptonshire played, which they won on late on the third day, was that people would have paid good money to see the cricket that was on offer over those 3 days, because it was very exciting stuff. And particularly the last day was an extraordinary day of championship cricket.
Which is great, really.
Well, it is. And the original and best.
Over the wicket comes Van der Gooten, bowled to McManus, who pushes away, thinks of a run. I don't know why, because it went to the fleet-footed Kieran Carlson. When he thought about a run, was about 7 yards away from the ball.
But it does make you wonder, when all this discussion that we've been alluding to on commentary pretty much throughout this match about whether they do go down to 12 championship matches, given that 2 or 3 in a season at least are probably going to finish in 3 days.
Exactly.
You can reduce your allocation still further.
Absolutely. Van der Gooten bowls, and this is played defensively, and that's the end of the over. McManus very careful, 6 from 32 deliveries. Zaib's 54 from 73, 193 for 6.
And if you get an average summer, not obviously the very dry spring that we've had so far, which is wonderful and has actually enabled us to, as you say, to play most of the scheduled cricket, then you're probably going to lose a few more days. So, as a colleague said to me recently, he'll finish up playing the championship being decided by 1 round of matches in October. Only a matter of time. Don't suggest it, for heaven's sake, or somebody will think it's a good idea. Here's Zain al Hassan starting his 3rd over, driven and very well fielded by Ben Kellaway in the covers. That saved 4 because
it's a lovely shot.
Zabe timed that beautifully. But Kellaway, who's just having one of those games, dived away to his
Come on now, Andrew. When you were 18, you'd save, or 19, whatever it is, you'd save those easily, one-handed.
No, my ploy was always, come back to that as Al Hassan's in bowls, and chopped hard into the ground by Zabe, bounces up and retrieved by Kieran Carlson from the slip cordon. Yes, my tactic was always dive over the top of it so it looks good.
Stop it with your stomach
and let somebody else chase it. But or as the great Colin Bostock Smith, the comedy writer, once said, the village cricketer's prayer, please God, not in my direction.
Yes.
Full goes Al Hassan, driven without any timing at all by Zabe up to mid-off, where Van der Hoogten fields. And there's no run, stays at 193 for 6. You'd have been fleet of foot though, Edward, wouldn't you? You'd have
Yeah, I enjoyed the covers. I refused to go short leg. I refused to go into the slips because I was no good at it.
You'd have been the second Peter Walker.
Oh my God, there's only one Peter Walker.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the greats. Here's Al Hassan in. Bowls a lovely drive, looking drive from Zabe, but straight to Van der Hoogten at mid-off. Yes, we were looking at, I think it was when Sam Northeast was pouching catches in the first innings and he picked up 4. And I was looking at the Glamorgan records about catches in an innings by non-keepers, and I think there was
7 or 8 balls.
There was something like 10 instances of 5, of which I think Peter Walker was 6 of them, or something like that. Here's Al Hassan in and played solidly, but it just squared him up a touch. Enough movement from Al Hassan, but played safely enough into the covers by Zabe.
I thought Peter would have been up there with, well, he was one of the best, but the most catches. Arthur Milton caught more than him. Ray Illingworth, a short leg, caught more than him, and that lovely man John Langridge used to open the batting for Sussex. He was, as a first slip and tore out hands like buckets. He took more. There were a few.
Al Hassan in again, bowls and driven by Zabe, and he's finally managed to get one through.
Yeah.
And it's gone between mid-off and extra cover. And Tim van der Hoogten started to chase after it and then realised he got to bowl the next over, so he pulled rank.
Very sensibly.
And sent Ben Kellaway to retrieve it. End of the over, 58 to Zabe, 6 to McManus, 197 for 6. Northamptonshire trail by 42.
Off you go, youth. You fetch
Yes.
it.
When you say about youth, I was thinking about somebody else who caught a few in
Mr.
short
Steele.
leg DS Steele. He was pretty good in there. So Van der Hoogten, it will be to continue from the far end, the River Taff end, as Edward Bevan takes a blow.
Yes,
And
talking to our distinguished visitors, Alan Jones and David Morgan.
And the umpires having a chat about something, I'm not sure what. Is it the
It's usually the
is
state of the ball, isn't
yes.
it?
Not happy with something or other, but there's a Sam Northeast was just popping over to see what they were talking about. Something about the ball, I think. Whether it's gone out of shape, so I think oh yes, the boxer balls. Here we go.
Have there been any particular appeals by the fielding side, or is that initiated by the
Looks as
umpires?
though it might have been initiated by the umpires.
It's quite rare, isn't it?
It is. I didn't see. Usually, there's
Several
sort of
complaints, yes.
a sort of unofficial protocol that goes on, if that's a tautology really, but they usually have get them to have a look at it or two at the ball, and usually when it's not doing anything. But the umps going through the box of balls now. See, Save Zabe, when we had this in the Glamorgan innings, Save Zabe was there with the box of balls open on his lap like a sort of encyclopedia salesman, but they're going through all the, which you'll be able to see if you're watching on the Glamorgan stream, they're going through all the box of balls to find something that passes muster. Have you got some scores there?
No, we can do that in a moment. It's Mason Crane is the Glamorgan 12thers, in case you're worried there, as they examine those balls, and I'll just try and refresh that appropriate page. Division 2, Gloucestershire 516 all out now, 92 ahead of Kent on first innings at Bristol. Derbyshire 260 for 8 at Old Trafford. Still need another 49 to avoid the possibility of following on. And at Lords, Middlesex 116 for 6. That's a lead of 74 runs over Leicestershire, but struggling Middlesex, who come here on Friday to set a worthwhile target. At New Road, Essex have crumbled to 47 for 4. So a lot of low scores there since the first innings. Essex need an improbable 289 runs still to win. Warwickshire 116 for 3, needing 194 to win still. Yorkshire had 2 down in their second innings, a long way behind Surrey, 226 behind at the Oval. Durham are ploughing on against Notts, 527 for 5. Van der Hoogten then from the River Taff end bowls, and after that delay, McManus is back into forward defensive mode. 6 off 33 deliveries.
Leicestershire, it's one of those where I think everyone involved and following Division 2 at the back of their minds is sooner or later they're going to stop winning, but they don't. And certainly, I mean, against Northamptonshire, their seam bowling was outstanding. Very, very good attack.
As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and McManus is forward to defend.
On a pitch at Grace Road that admittedly did a bit, but you know, they as a unit they bowl beautifully. And Ben Green, of course, who's on loan from Somerset, was quite outstanding. I was looking at his figures in the first innings. We were talking about Taffy Thomas yesterday. Ben Green, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 17.
Yeah, he did well in the second innings here in the first game of the season. As Van der Hoogten in to bowl, driven by McManus, but straight to cover, and there's no run. It was Ian Holland who did most of the damage. An annoying, nagging medium pacer who took 3 for 40 in the first innings and 4 for 46 in the second.
Well, he's having an amazing season, isn't he? He must be pushing 30 wickets now. He actually didn't have a great game against Northamptonshire, but the point is they got 5 seamers, and the fact that Ian Holland didn't have a great game, others stepped up, Green in particular. Tom Scriven bowled well, Josh Hull picked up the first 3 wickets in the second innings.
Van der Hoogten, 1 for 37 at the moment, into McManus, who plays that one beautifully through the offside, stepping back, cracking it away. Timed nicely up to the cover boundary, 4 runs. 201 for 6, the 200 is up for the visitors.
Rapturous applause.
I suspect there'll be more applause as and when they reach 239.
Yes. So but it's that sort of afternoon. It's rather a somnolent afternoon, isn't it? It's one for
post-prandial naps.
Lounging in a deck chair.
Van der Hoogten toiling away. McManus is forward up to mid-off, and there's no run. Just 3 wickets have fallen today for the addition of 152 more runs. So batting has become a bit easier, and if they can add another 150, then who knows? That would leave them 120-ish ahead.
Sounds like me last week. Get up to 170, you never know.
There's Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump. No shot played by McManus. Just that one lovely scoring shot in the over. But Northend still with the 4 wickets in hand, and Glamorgan being pushed certainly a lot harder than they were by Kent last week, as Kent rather succumbed in their second innings, having been a long way behind.
Well, you and I know, Nick, we always say, well, you never know in cricket. If they're chasing 170 4th innings, and 9 times out of 10, it certainly doesn't have any impact at all, and it's not enough. But actually last week it was. An extra all out for 165. Al Hassan starting a fresh over to Zabe, who plays that beautifully through the covers. He's timed the backside off that one. It was just a little bit of width on offer, but he is a lovely timer of the ball, Safe Zabe, and there was a bit of width on offer, and it's gone away out through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot from Safe Zabe. 62 to him, 205 for 6, so the deficit 34.
Yes, it's gone a little bit flat, despite Labuschagne no doubt leading the verbals, but it does feel as though Glamorgan are a bit struggling for wickets for once.
Here's Al Hassan, and that's outside the off stump, and they almost had a Brucey bonus wicket there because it was almost a wide, and Zabe went after it, didn't touch it, and if he got a little nick on that one, then that would not have been a good look, as they say. But he has survived. You need to update BBC Radio Wales, so I'll leave it with you, Nick.
Thank you. Ul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end. Into bowl to Saif Zaib, who punches that one to Callaway at cover. And there's no run. 205 for 6. Contrasting resistance from Proctor, who's now gone for 56, and Zaib slowed down a little bit, but still timing it quite sweetly on occasion. Ul Hassan bowls, and Zaib pushes that one up to mid-off. Tim van der Hoogten is the fielder. No run. Ul Hassan marching back towards the mark. Cognizant maybe that Glamorgan's over 8 has now slipped to level. So they don't want to be caught potentially with a wicket or two left and having to switch to spin even if they don't want to. Ul Hassan is in, bowls, and that one's flicked away on the leg side by Zaib. Didn't get much on it.
Glove, I think. I think it's hit him on the glove. He's just rather ruefully examining his left hand.
Safely reached the non-striker's end. Single taken. 206 for 6. Zaib onto 63 with that single. Batters meet for a little conference, maybe to give Zaib a few extra seconds to recover. McManus, a solid 10, 38 balls so far. The keeper on the strike. Ul Hassan bowls, push and possible run on the offside, but Callaway anticipates well. Prevents the single. Cook leads the dash to the other end as Glamorgan look to change round quickly. 206 for 6. As Van der Hoogten will continue, no doubt, from the River Taff end. Umpires meet for another little consultation. Time should have been taken off for the change of ball, of course. Radio update to come. Northampton 206 for 6 in their second innings, 33 runs still behind. Glamorgan pressing for victory, but they have been held up today. Luke Proctor made 56, but he's gone now, caught behind off Fernando. Second wicket for him. Saif Zaib is 63 not out, now in charge of leading the rear guard. Northampton 206 for 6, 33 behind. As we have now what looks like an official drinks break. Good heavens. There we are. I hope that's got the umpires on their stopwatch or clicked so that this isn't taken off the time that Glamorgan have, because, as I say, having been +3 at one point, they've slipped back to level, and they don't want to be messing around towards any potential early end to this game.
So, what have we got? 18 overs before?
18 overs till tea.
Yeah, going to be behind time. Two gentlemen who just walked in. David Morgan, former chairman of the ECB and former Glamorgan president. And somebody who got a few runs for Glamorgan, Alan Jones, over 40,000 of them. Good to see them both. And he did remark, Alan, well, he was the best I ever saw. He said about Peter Walker we were talking about with Andrew.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, never wore anything for protection. Not even a box. Can you imagine that at short leg?
No, well, of course, it was the very, very serious injury to a colleague of his, Roger Davis, that helped prompt the introduction of protective equipment, wasn't it?
Yeah, died in the field, Robert. Roger did for... And then luckily, thank God, there was a doctor who ran on the field and revived him. And shortly afterwards, it was Tony Caudle, we mentioned, of course, numerous times, who decided he'd get a motorcycle helmet to put on. And I suppose that was the start of it all.
Zaid, by the way, is having a couple of painkillers by the look of it, together with his drink after that blow on the hand and a little bit of a tension there.
Yeah, you can see the plaster going on. Roger follows Glamorgan, and he was a very good player. Very useful off spinner. Opened the batting with Allen in championship year. 69 rather.
I ran him out once, Roger Davis. Trouble is, I was batting with him at the time. That is a true story, by the way. I'm not quite sure what he's doing descending to a friendly knock around on the Parks pitches, but I did bat with him, and yes, mea culpa.
The brother John, who also played a few games for Glamorgan, left arm spinner, F.J. Davis. Yes, going strong is Roger.
So quite a long hold-up in play by the need for treatment to Zaib, and a drinks break that they're able to coincide with it, but 18 overs till tea, so it's still looking about 10 past 4 the break, unless of course 9 wickets are down.
6:30 finish or thereabouts, then half an hour. Often says that a break, be it a lunch or tea break or a break in play, often takes a wicket. We shall see, as Van de Gooten now has 2 slips and beckons the gully fielder Carlson to 3rd slip. As here comes Van de Gooten to bowl, and bowls to the left-handed Zaib, who clips it away to mid-wicket for a single and takes his score now to 65. Down comes the deficit to 31. Or did they not put? Yes, they have put that single up. Correction, 32. Then comes the field now for McManus, who has scored 10 from 39 balls. He's very much the supporting act here. In comes Van de Gooten and bowls to McManus, who gets right forward and just pushes it back down the pitch.
Come to think of it, there haven't been that many periods in this game where 2 batters have been scoring freely at the same time, because no one really got going in Northant's first innings apart from Proctor. For Glamorgan, we had North East playing the support role, as you say, to both Carlson and then Callaway, and Cook was the support role to Van der Hoogten to some extent.
And here is Van de Gooten, the bowler. Bowls, and again it brings the batsman forward. Van de Gooten in his 15th over. He's done a lot of bowling at the start of this season on these hard grounds, and I think you mentioned yesterday, Nick, that he might take a break in the T20s when they get underway. A fortnight today, I think.
Yes, he's going to take a break somewhere.
He will have a shortish break between the last game, of course, and the T20. We shall see. In comes the next ball, widely off stump, goes through to the wicket-keeper.
And I see there's a warm-up T20 match this year. In the past it's been a warm-up match between the senior counties and the national counties before the One Day Cup. This year Glamorgan are playing Wiltshire.
Oh yes.
On the Friday, I think, in Swindon, before they travel to Middlesex on the Sunday. Well, they'll travel no doubt on the Saturday, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, good. Here's the next ball. Wide of the off stump, but not all that wide, according to Mr. Cook and his friends in the slips, because there was a yell as if it was missing by a whisker.
And if you fancy making a day of it over in sun-kissed Swindon, there's a women's match on there as well on the Friday afternoon before the men's match on the, I presume, Friday tea time. I haven't seen a start time for those games as yet. That's last Friday in May, whatever that is.
Last ball of the over. In comes Van de Gooten and bowls. Martis then again comes forward and just pushes it back up towards mid-off. McManus in the first innings didn't score, caught by North East of Fernando, but he's been obdurate, helping his partner out here and trying to get past, which they probably will get past the deficit of 32, and they will then need to put on at least 100, 150 more runs. So if you were a betting man, you'd have odds on Glamorgan, but we've seen games like this change, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, and it's a fool's game anyway, I think. Here is Ul Hassan coming round the wicket to Saif Zaib, the left-hander, drives back at him and almost, I think there, provided a return catch.
Looked like it, didn't it?
To the bowler. It looked as though that was on the full as it went just past Ul Hassan, stooping in his follow-through, couldn't quite get the hand on it. 207 for 6. Ul Hassan on his way. Not the longest of runs. Nice easy action. Bowls, that's down leg side though. Flicked away for a single to Zaib. Down to Fernando at deep square. Morgan's transfer of the ball round the field is fairly purposeful, as befits a side who have slipped from +3 to level on the over rate, but the umpires will have to take into consideration that drinks break stroke injury break, as Zaib had a little bit of treatment and a couple of pain-killing tablets, it appeared.
Yes, it's the over rate is okay. It's level at the moment, and it was +2. But as you say, we've had a couple of stops.
Ul Hassan now over the wicket, the right-hander. McManus forward with a broad defensive bat, playing to point. And there's no run, no doubt, with the memory of his long occupation of the crease here last year, 168 in the second innings, and well, if he got anything near that, his side would be very much back in the game.
Yeah.
Making up for his duck in the first innings. Ul Hassan bowls, hits him. There's no real appeal, as that was going down. But had been a little bit of difficulty there. McManus maybe hit on the top of the pad or the bottom of the thigh. 208 for 6. 31 runs in arrears. And 16 further overs to go until the tea interval is due, as Ul Hassan lopes in bowls. Left by McManus. Ul Hassan last time joining in, seeming to suggest that it was pretty close, the off stick. We expect the oohs and ahs from the slip cord where anything happens or not, really. It seems to be part of the modern game.
He's got those 2 slips, and will rue the fact that he didn't have 2 slips earlier on. Was a bisected the wicketkeeper, and first slip rather, and no one there. It's second slip.
Ul Hassan bowls as McManus leaves through to Cook. Safer this time, no amdram from anyone present, as Cook leads the dash from end to end.
Well, if it goes like this, what have we got? 18 overs until the new ball. So Glamorgan can have a short burst tonight if things carry on as they are. It's a long, long way away, of course, but they'd have a spurt tonight and first thing in the morning.
Most of the evening session would be with the new ball, wouldn't it? 16 overs till tea, 18 overs till the new ball, so 2 overs after tea. The new ball would be available. Not that Glamorgan aren't striving to finish it off more quickly.
Well, here's Van der Gooten doing his best to achieve that. Comes in and bowls the first ball of the over. Is played out to Carlson at short mid wicket. And in his 16th over, 1 for 42. A surprising loose over from him, where he was hit for 14 in the over by Sales, but then he got his revenge when he trapped him shortly afterwards. Caught by Cook. Tim Van der Gooten, in glorious May sunshine, comes in and bowls. This is driven 4 runs, lovely shot. They're right to the pitch of it, hit it between the bowler and mid-on, and no chance of a stop. And Zaib, continuing his good form of the season, has moved on now to 69. Just a little over pitch that, and Nothing wrong with this strip, this pitch. It's true bounce at the moment. The odd one, I suppose, does hit some sort of a spot. It's a worn pitch now, coming on to the latter end of the third day. Tim van der Gooten round the wicket. Comes in again and bowls. Oof, that lifted. And well, Marcus Labuschagne saw it, went in. Second slick appealed, and then Marnus went up there.
It was an excellent delivery, but didn't get particularly close to the edge. I'm surprised that Van der Hoogten appealed, to be honest, because he'd have had a decent view of that. It did force Zaib to rock back a little bit, but he was fishing, but he didn't catch it.
Here he is again. Van der Gooten bowls to Zaib, plays it out, and it's a tumbling stop by Callaway. That short cover or deep gully. 212 for 6, 27 runs behind, 27 runs to make Glamorgan bat again. So it's been a good contest, this second innings. Glamorgan bowling well, resolute innings from Proctor, and now Zaib. From that far end in comes the ball, and bowls a short delivery that sails over. Immediately umpire and looks at his pal at square leg, says no, it wasn't a no ball, it was just one for the over. All these signs they make.
Yes, it's looks quasi-religious, doesn't it? Blessings be upon you.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten drawing another angle of attack. Worked for Fernando earlier on, switched from round to over. Now Van der Hoogten trying something similar.
Here he is again then, just to finish the over. Bowls. It's pitched up and driven hard at Carlson, who stops it. End of the over. A little pondering now for North East as to what shall I do? Shall I give our overseas batsman, Mr. Labuschagne, an over or two and see what he's got up his sleeve?
It might be worth a shout, because you never know. If we don't know what Labuschagne's going to bowl, then I shouldn't think the batters would
He
either.
probably does know what he's going to bowl.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Asita Fernando.
That was a short spell, wasn't it?
Well, Hassan, yeah,
5 overs and back comes Fernando. Have a dart.
5 overs, 0 for 15. Well, it's a warm day out there, and there is virtue in changing things up fairly frequently, I would have thought. So the batters don't get into a rhythm, because it looks as though they are likely to avoid the innings defeat, and question of how many Glamorgan can want to chase down in the 4th innings of the game. Fernando is in to bowl through outside off stump, allowed to go through. No shot played. McManus 10 off 49 deliveries now, so really has dropped anchor. It's been relatively strokeless. Zaib's run rate has dropped slightly as well, because he was almost a runner ball for the first 40 or so.
3 slips back now in attendance.
Well, there are not many shots being played, I suppose, by McManus. Fernando in bowls to McManus. Doesn't play any shot there because it's outside off stump and going further away. Just a couple saving the single on either side of the wicket in front of the bat. Fine leg back in the distance at the River Taff end, and one man deep on the offside in a deep backward point position in front of the dressing rooms, but a long way from the dressing rooms, because there's a long way between the boundary rope and the pavilion today. Fernando in bowls to McManus, hit on the pad. They'll think about, there probably was a leg by there, but they decide against, with McManus on the back foot.
Looking down from our vantage point here, we can see 4 emerald green pitches which are probably being kept for the T20, and there's a one-day international coming up, isn't it? England against the West Indies, which will be one of those pitches, I would have thought.
Oh yes, always is very central for the television cameras, isn't it?
So those 4 haven't been used. These have been used extensively away to the grandstand.
As Fernando bustles in, bowls, full-length ball, no shot played by McManus, just needs to get his angles right, Fernando, at the moment.
Yeah, you've got to make a batsman play if you want to get him out.
Yes, they've used, what are we, 3rd championship game here, and they've all been in that part of the square, haven't they?
Always aren't they, start of the season?
Sometimes they alternate from one side to the other and then approach the middle from both sides, if you like, but this year it's starting very much towards the grandstand side. Fernando in, bowls. Oh, that's a poor delivery, very wide at the off stump, might have been given wide, well taken by Chris Cook to save his slips ankles. And we've got
5 here, Nick, 5 balls well outside the off stump. Might think perhaps if I go around the wicket and change the angle a bit. He does bowl quite often round the wicket, even to the right-hander. As you say, he hasn't got his radar right at the moment.
So it hasn't been a great over, it hasn't cost any runs, because McManus is quite happy to watch the ball go by. Fernando finishes the over with one that's outside off stump. A little tighter, but not enough to draw a shot from the Northants wicket keeper. We've got 14 overs still go until the tea interval, and Northamptonshire are 212 for 6, 27 runs in arrears. Saif Zaib is the top scorer of this innings.
I'm just wondering, I may be totally wrong, that that over of Fernando's and others, bowling wide of the off stump, might be done on purpose. Perhaps I don't think it is, in as much as, right, if they want to get these 27 runs, we're going to make them fight, and if they want to take a chance outside the off step, we will bowl just that little bit wide. I've seen it done before, and they lose patience and have a dart and they caught at the wicket or step. But
it's a possibility.
Yeah, it could be, because you don't often see a fast bowler of international reputation bowling 6 balls well wide of the off stump. And a change now coming at the far end, as in comes James Harris, who bowls, and it's pushed out to cover, where it's fielded there by Hussain. James Harris, who has been rather expensive, 12 overs for 55 runs. He does bowl certainly some wicket-taking balls, but intermixed with those are some loose deliveries, and that's been his pattern, in fact. But he does get crucial wickets at times. Here he is from the river end, comes in and bowls to Ul Hussain, who plays a good length ball, again to Ul Hussain, from Harris rather than Ul Hussain fields. 212 for 6. Zaib, this is okay, he's 31 runs away from 100, but he is the man in form, and he's played well here this afternoon, batting in his red Northants helmet as Harris bowls to him. That's a lovely bounce coming on to the bat, and just pushed back to Harris. 65th over of this innings.
Chris Drew messages, get Marnus on. They do worse.
When he bowls the most some of the extraordinary stuff, and then inevitably takes a wicket somehow. Harris is round the wicket again, bowls to the left-handed Zaib, and again it's defended up to mid-on. 212 for 6, the not out batsman. Saif Zaib, who is on 69, and McManus is on 10. And these came together at 172, so they've put on 40 very useful runs. Harris, no runs off this over as yet, comes in and bowls, and this is appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. Something didn't look right about it. whether he was trying to hit it down the leg side.
Going down leg, says the umpire, bit too much angle,
Oh,
much
yes,
too much angle
yes,
from Harris.
yes,
It hit in front, but he was delivering from fairly wide of the crease there.
Umpire goes, no, shaking his head about 5 times.
Not even almost, Sunshine.
No.
Come on. Leave it out, Gov.
Harris, to try and get him in here, last ball, bowls. Oh, that's a dangerous shot. It is short, bouncer, and he tried to pull it. Could easily got a nick. Not a bad over from Harris. Come back over. End of the over. 212 for 6. And let's see if my thought is right here, in as much as you're trying to contain him. We'll see if Fernando continues to bowl outside the off stump. Good over that from James Harris.
Rich Brown on X says, frightening to think Shoaib Bashir wasn't even the best spinner in Glamorgan, and Ben Callaway can also bat. And
That was
Shoaib Bashir, of course, now playing for England in the Test match if they want a spinner. Strangely, I mean, nothing against the lad. I didn't meet him personally, but it's an odd
one.
ongoing selection. Here is Fernando to McManus, who is forward defending.
I forget it was, it might have been on the radio or somebody talking on television, and it was a prominent cricketer. Let me just think who it was. Can't for the moment, saying, hang on now, we must remember that Bashir has taken all his test wickets out in the subcontinent. And in India he took a lot of wickets, so it does turn a lot.
Yeah.
But to my mind, he's not in the same street as what's his name, who plays for Hampshire, Dawson.
Fernando is in to bowl. McManus plays no shot.
Dawson did say last year, look, I'm not coming into that squad to carry drinks.
Well, I think he would have been about 4th choice spinner at the time, and it was fairly
And he's, but now he's back in it because he bats and gets hundreds, and it's a baffling decision. Having said that, Bashir did well out there.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a bowler a lot of use in April in the UK generally, even though the weather's been warm. A spin bowler, that is.
Can't get in the Somerset side.
Fernando in to McManus, who defends. McManus is certainly stringing the dots together next to his batting account. 10 off 57 now. In the Super Rugby Cup final, Newport are leading 17-6 at half-time at Ebbw Vale, where I'm pleased to see, from a picture posted by the Argus man Chris Cowan, the sun is out and the crowd is very healthy on that big bank up at Ebbw Vale, which is pretty full there. So
always a great welcome there, Ebbw Vale.
There'll be several thousand in attendance. Short ball by Fernando. Ducking underneath it is McManus.
As well as McManus is defending here, I think he knows, because he's obviously a good judge, that he has to try and score as well, because his 10 runs off 58 balls, and if he gets out in the next 10 minutes or so, he'll think, well, perhaps I should have attacked a little bit more. But obviously he knows that there are only a couple of tail-enders to come. Apart from Broad, of course, who's certainly older bat.
As Fernando steams in bowls and McManus rehearses that defensive shot, plays it into the covers, fielded by Al-Hassan, no run. Sanderson, of course, probably counts himself as an all-rounder after whacking 65 in double quick time last week. A crucial innings in the win over Lancashire.
Yes, I shouldn't perhaps have said that. It's just the tail end.
Maybe just Conway is the
rabbit.
The rabbit. As Fernando is off again. Bowls. Nice drive by McManus. He's off 10. It's his first run in several overs as he drives down to deep point. He takes a single. He's nicked the bowling. 213 for 6. Just 26 runs behind now are Northants. 12 overs still to go till the tea interval. So they should be in profit over the Muesli Bars and isotonic drinks.
Yes. That's a nice phrase. 3:30 and all's well in the world.
Well, I think there's sandwiches still available, but I can't imagine many of them. Unlike the keen club cricketer.
James Harris is going to bowl to McManus, who takes fresh guard from Adnan. And he's got 2 slips, and a man on the drive, a man at square leg, and one at mid-on. Perhaps a bit of reverse swing. In comes Harris, bowls, and that's played firmly up towards mid-on, where Fernando fields. Very still day here. The trees far end of the ground in full bloom. People walking along the towpath, having a bit of exercise, and Sunday afternoon lunch gone. Harris is in, bowls, and that's driven again very gently up towards mid-on.
Yes, it's gone into a bit of a lull of the game at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, since Proctor left, it was a very good partnership they had with Zaib. 22.
Zaib seems to have decelerated somewhat.
Yes, Harris comes in and bowls, and that's played again up towards mid-on, but this time they'll get a couple of runs as it's gone wide of Fernando, and they'll cross for 2 more. Harris, and he used to have a shock of hair when he was a young lad.
Didn't we all?
That has disappeared. And I well remember his debut at Bristol as a 16-and-a-half-year-old, taking wickets for fun. In he comes again then, and bowls, and this time it's a good length ball which is pushed back. And the run rate has decreased. It's 3.2, well it was up in the 3.6s, 3.7 when Proctor was there. Can you hear Marnus from here? It isn't often you can hear them from this vantage point. Harris bowls, and that's edged down to the vacant third man, and it's a long chase as goes over the ropes for 4, which is a waste.
Yes, Labuschagne on the chase then, thought he was going to hurl himself at it, but the rope is not that far from the boundary boards there. So for once, discretion the better part of Fowler, but you can tell how desperately Marnus Labuschagne wants to be involved in this game.
Yes. I don't suppose he'd mind if they had to chase 50 or 60, because he might get in and have a knock, having failed in the first innings. Last ball from Harris. Bowls to McManus. That ducks back into him. He had to adjust at the last moment. End of the over. 219 for 6. 20 more runs needed, and Glamorgan will have to bat. 17 to McManus, and Zaib is 69. And this partnership now worth 47 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, when did they come together? The wicket fell in the 48th over. So they've been together nearly 20 overs now.
Glamorgan know that they've got 43 overs left today, 96 minimum tomorrow, so that's 113 overs. And they know also that they have to bat again, which is always in the mind.
In all probability, yeah, 150, you'd have thought, okay, no, not too much problem. 200 maybe in the 4th innings, you start worrying a little bit. Long way to go for Northants as Fernando starts his over with a short delivery that Zaib gets out of the way of. 219 for 6, just 20 runs behind. Certainly been a determined fight from the visitors today, despite losing those 2 wickets late last night, which might have seen them rather downcast, but Proctor, Sales, Zaib, now McManus have all made some impact. Fernando round the wicket. Bowls, Zaib clips it away on the leg side. That is a lovely piece of fielding. That shortish backward square. It's Carlson, I presume.
Oh yes.
So saved a couple of runs there.
The second row football number on his back, number 5. I'm sure he was never the second row, a lock as they call him these days.
Fly half, I believe.
That's not
In his
surprising.
school days. He's going to be a half-back of some description, wasn't he? There's Fernando into bowl to Zaib, hit on the pad, no real appeal, going down leg. Carlson has a rather easier piece of fielding to do this time.
Zaib making up for his duck in the first innings with a very resolute innings here and trying to give his side some sort of chance. Fernando got him out actually in that first innings when he nicked into Carlson at second slip.
It's been a good effort from Northants though today. They've added now 160 runs for the loss of 3 middle order wickets, or top to middle order. Fernando to Zaib, defends up to mid-on, and even Zaib's scoring rate has quietened considerably now. 69, the top Northants score of the match.
Yes, he hasn't really collared the Glamorgan bowling, and they'd stuck to their task pretty well.
Fernando 2 for 29. It's in his 15th over, so
Yeah, he's trying everything. He's round the wicket, now he's coming back over.
yes, Glamorgan being forced to labour for these wickets. As Fernando's into bowl, leaves fairly tight to off stump. No run. Swansea City, your boys have signed a young Scottish striker by the name of Bobby Wales.
Yes, an apt surname,
19 years
isn't it?
old, yes. Young Wales comes to play in Wales from Scotland.
Yes, they made a couple of signings. And sold 9,000 pre-season members' tickets already.
Good going.
Bet the Ospreys wish they could do that.
Fernando in, bowls on leg stump, turned through the leg sides. I will take one, thinks about a second, but decides against, as Kellaway had made good ground round the outfield. 220 for 6. Northants are 19 runs in arrears. It's probably time for a blast of Radders before tea, and I'll come back to relieve you at just before 4, if that's all right, Edward.
Yeah, that's fine.
As we do the microphone dance here in the commentary box. Don't want to leave the Northants listeners short of input from their point of view, but it has been an afternoon session that's gone pretty favourably for your boys, Andrew.
Yep, they've shown a bit of fight, haven't they, in this innings, which I think is all that most Northamptonshire supporters really want. I think turning up at the ground this morning, obviously there was the possibility for the game to be over fairly quickly, but well, they're still afloat. 220 for 6. Round the wicket comes James Harris. First ball to save Zaib is played back down the pitch. Zaib on 70, as Nick was saying, couple of hundreds to his credit this year. In fact, back-to-back hundreds. He made a century at Old Trafford, rather, which was against Lancashire, which was a fairly watchful affair. And then a remarkable innings against Derbyshire at Derby. Here's Harrison again, bowls to Zaib, and that nips back at him, and he's playing on the back foot. Fortunately for him, manages to get some bat on it, and it goes out to Kieran Carlson at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And then at Derby, when Northamptonshire were looking for quick runs to try and get a declaration. He hit 50 off 54 balls and 100 off 86 to hasten the declaration. Extraordinary innings. Harris in, bowls to Zabe, pushes it out into the offside, rolls down to Kellaway at backward point, who bowls the ball on to his teammate Zain Al-Hassan, possibly just the subtlest of hints from Ben Kellaway that he hasn't bowled for a bit.
As we got before tea. 9
after this.
He might have a word with the captain and say, fancy 3 or 4.
Here is Harris from the far end, the River Taff end. 2 slips in. Bowls round the wicket to Zabe, who's right in behind that, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. The thing about Safe Zabe, and again I apologise to Northamptonshire listeners who will have heard me say this before, but I think for me, his biggest strength is the fact he's a very adaptable player. He's a fine white ball cricketer, striker of the ball, and indeed has been snapped up for the 100 this year. But he also can bat long if required. Harris in, bowls to him. Again, he's in behind it.
As can McManus, as we saw a couple of years ago.
Yeah, works it out to mid-wicket. Well, yes, I mean, again, Lewis McManus has had a sort of mixed season. I think it probably goes for most of Northamptonshire's batters. Yeah. Made 95 at Old Trafford when Northamptonshire got nearly 500 against Lancashire. Made a very good 50 as well in the match at previous match against Lancashire. Pushed out into the covers, the last ball of the over, fielded by Zain Al-Hassan. So another over ticks past. 220 for 6 Northamptonshire, just 19 runs away from ensuring that Glamorgan have to bat again. Partnership's worth 48 between these two. Zabe is 70, McManus is 17, and as Edward said, we have 9 overs to go before tea.
And we're going to have a bit of spin, and it will be Ben Kellaway to bowl his off spin from this end.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Ben Kellaway.
And then with the Queensland Terror might get his word in and think, yeah.
I have to say it was wonderful to see cricketing royalty in the box earlier on with Alan Jones.
David Morgan was very
yes,
interested in the man that has taken more wickets for Northants.
Bowled more balls.
Bowled more balls it was,
yes,
it? Yeah.
Yes.
Thomas. Taffy Thomas.
Took a lot of wickets, over 800 for Northamptonshire, but yeah, more balls bowled for Northamptonshire than anyone else.
Yeah, Kellaway about to bowl to the right-handed McManus, who's on 17, and he's got a short leg in and bowls the first ball, which is rather short, just dabbed down on the leg side where Ace of Tribe is under the lid there.
He is number 6 in Northamptonshire's all-time wicket takers list, 817.
Is he? Here's the next. Oh my word, that was asking for trouble. It was his half tracker, but McManus hit it straight to deep mid-wicket and saved the embarrassment for Kellaway being struck for 4. Saved Dave now has got problems with his laces, and he is busily tying them up. His short leg goes to the other side. Just a slip and short leg, and a point, a cover, a mid-off is rather deep on the offside. A short leg, as I say, is straight mid-on, and one just wider to save the one on the deep mid-wicket. That's the field for the off-spin of Ben Kellaway, who reverts to round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. And he comes and bowled, and he makes room and forces it away to deep extra cover, where he's fielded by Gorwin. And somebody's applauding for, is that the 50 partnership? Yes, it is. Well spotted, sir, down underneath us. He's still clapping. Well done. Must be from Northampton.
Yes, that's 1 or 2 in, I think.
Ben Kellaway then to the right-handed McManus. In he comes and bowls it. McManus is back on his stumps and plays it back down the pitch. 17 runs away from not real parity because they lost 6 wickets, but at least Glamorgan will have to bat. Tosses this one up, but no turn at all. The batsman comes forward and pushes it back down the line. At least we'll hurry the bowling up on the overs by seeing Callaway. Here he is, last ball of the over, bowls. This time the McManus comes right forward. And there is no run. So, since the start of play today, 3 wickets only have fallen. And those 3, the Sales was caught by Cook of Van der Gooten for 35. Keogh was caught by Cook of Fernando for 6. And the captain, Proctor, was also caught by Cook, his 3rd catch off Fernando for a well-made 56. And it'll be James Harris to continue from the river end. And he will be bowling to Saif Zaib, who is not out 71.
Yes, those career figures for Albert Thomas, Taffy Thomas from Denbighshire. 288 matches he played. Here is Harris in to bowl to Zaib, who covers up, pushes it up towards Fernando at mid-on, and there's no run. In his entire career, first-class cricket, 64,461 deliveries.
Bowled a bit.
Picked up, 832 wickets at 25.
Medium pacer, you say? He was not an off-spinner.
With a best of 9 for 30. And an economy rate across his whole career of 1.97 runs per over.
Oh my word.
Harris in bowls short, and Zaid ducks underneath it, goes through to Chris Cook. So he was going across his whole career of nearly 300 matches at under 2 and over, which is
been a deadly bowler, accurate-wise.
Well, as I say, I think it's where he obviously was then playing in the leagues. I think in the end he had a problem with his elbow. He had to have surgery on it and finished his county career, but was certainly still playing in the leagues for another 15 years or so. Here is Harris in, edged and caught at second slip. And it's Sam Northeast that takes the catch, and Saif Zaib has to drag himself away from the crease. He's done a good job for his side here.
Certainly has.
Battled really hard, but finally, with Northamptonshire still 17 runs away from making Glamorgan bat again, he goes edging. Harris probably did have to play at it just about. And
just wide.
The trouble is, because so many of the bats are set up around off stump, then it would have been a tight leave, I think, to be honest. But he's
good innings.
A picture of dejection as he walks off, but he's gone for 71. Caught Northeast bowled.
Did his very best.
Well, he did, and Northamptonshire double Nelson strikes for Glamorgan, 222 for 7, so the partnership was worth 50, but Northamptonshire still behind by 17 runs, and well, the chances of this match finishing today, I would suspect,
pretty high.
But James Harris has plugged away. It's the second wicket of the innings.
I mentioned when you were off commentary that James is, if you look at his recent in Ango the last couple of years, he's been expensive. It does get the best batsman out. Does, if you could bowl the same ball, he'd be world beater.
Saif Zaib 71 off 115 balls.
Justin Broad to come in. And do you think that perhaps McManus must try and show attacking instinct now rather than just pushing it? And
well, it's an interesting one. I mean, Justin Broad, as we were saying in the first innings, has batted just about everywhere for Northamptonshire in his relatively short, relatively young first-class career. But he puts bat to ball, and maybe that's the way he will play. And
McManus just carry on as he is.
I think so. But Justin Broad has a first-class best of 75. That was at Derby last year, and again he made his most noteworthy innings this year was 46 at Derby again off 27 balls.
How old is he?
23 now, I think, Justin Broad.
He's
been around a while. I mean, he's trialled with different counties, and
he's one of those.
But he's
bowled pretty well, I thought. He picked up 3 wickets, and
he's a really
front foot player.
He's an
yeah.
excellent cricketer. He's in his 3rd season with Northamptonshire. Last year was really his breakthrough season across all formats. Now he faces Harris, 3 balls to go in the over, and pushes it out into the covers. A huge amount of oohing and ahhing, as you would imagine. Made 23 in the first innings, hung around for a while before Fernando dislodged him. So there are, 7 overs after this until tea. Can Justin Broad continue the resistance? He's facing Harris, short, and Broad, who is a tall man, goes right upon his toes and pushes it out into the covers, where Zain Al Hassan fields. Now there's no run.
9 overs time, if they're together, it's not the time for the tail enders to come in when the new ball is about to be taken. So, as you say, it looks as if Glamorgan can get another one, well, either tonight with the extra half hour looming.
Yeah.
I'm sure. But you will stay home. Well, have a rest tonight, will you? And travel in the morning?
I think I'll travel in the morning, yeah. It's driven by Broad up to mid-wicket to end the over. A successful one for Harris, 16 overs. 4 maidens, 2 for 61, and
good over
with
that.
Zabe out for 71, it's 222 for 7. So Northamptonshire 17 adrift. Lewis McManus will be on strike the start of the next over. He's 18. Justin Broad looking to get off the mark.
And yet another victim caught behind. Not by Cook, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm just going to have a quick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the first innings. 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 dismissals just on the North hand side. Kellaway starts another over off spin and tosses this one up, and it's nudged away. And Labuschagne sprints. There's someone out of the blocks there to pick it up and return.
And there were 6 in the Glamorgan innings, either caught behind or caught slip.
That shows it's been deviating, doesn't it? This is played away onto the onside, and the fleet-footed Carlson picks it up and stares as McManus and thinks, how dare you think of the run, which they don't. Kellaway bowls to McManus. McManus is back, watches it onto the bat and nudges it down onto the offside. That's what we'd like to see, rushing through the overs.
Yes, well, they're slight, just in the red at the moment, aren't they, according to the board? So,
yes, they'll make that up because it's half a mile walk from the dressing room. Kellaway down the leg side and tries to work it away, which is not advisable because Cook was covering behind there and took the bails off. McManus determined to try and hang about as long as he can, show some fighting qualities, which he has done in fairness. Kellaway bowls, and then he comes down and plays it, but doesn't time it and dribbles along the floor really to the fielder, who is some northeast wearing well Smell's shirt. Last ball pushed away onto the offside. That's a very quick over, and the score remains at 2-2 for 7.
Yes, and Chris Cook trotting down to the other end, but being lapped by Marnus Labuschagne, who obviously
what a
has
surprise.
Energy to spare and is herring down the other end to get into position. 6 overs to go until the tea break.
And we will have James Harris bowling at the new batsman.
Yes, I think
Broad.
I think to answer your question, I'd sort of thought if it gets up towards tea, then I'm probably by the time we got everything done and dusted, it's a bit of a good 3 hours back to where we are. So
it was regularly on the circuit.
Here is James Harris with 2 slips in place, running into bowl to Justin Broad down the leg side, and Broad shaping to try and turn it away.
Dangerous.
Harris has his hands on his head, and he thought he might just have got a little feather onto that, the dreaded strangle down the leg side, but no touch. Stays at 222 for 7. Northamptonshire having lost today. Sales for 35, Keogh for 6, Proctor for 56, Zabe for 71. Here's Harris from the River Taff end, and again Broad just getting up on his toes, dropping it down in front of Asa Tribe, who now finds himself at Boot Hill under the helmet at forward short leg. Junior
Pro, there you go. Yeah, well, I was regularly on the circuit, and you remember the old days when you'd finish on a Tuesday, start on a Wednesday. I often used to ring my wife and say, I think please stay the night. I don't know. Why do you say that?
Here's Harris in, bowls short, and Broad pulls, and he's going to pick up 4 runs for it as it goes down.
It's a well-controlled shot, that.
He did, he hit it down, rolled the wrists on it,
yeah.
And Tim van der Hoogten had a chase which he was not going to win, and it takes Broad off the mark. 4 to him, 226 for 7 Northamptonshire. 13 runs more required to ensure that Glamorgan will have to bat again, and the spectre of the innings defeat will be exorcised.
Well, the defeat is a defeat. I like it.
Yeah, but I think there's, at least, as I say, they've shown a bit of fight today.
Yes.
Here's Harris in bowls, and a little on drive by Broad up to Fernando at mid-on, and there's no run.
No, I should say, I think I'll come home tonight, my dear. Oh no, I'd stay if I were you. You tried to tell me something. The miles we used to cover. Now they're going Abergavenny to Colchester was nice on a Tuesday night.
That's a good one. Oh. Yes, that is a good one. Here's Harris in and bowls full, and again driven by Broad, but can't get it past Carlson, who's skipping in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
I was fortunate to have then, you remember Richard Thomas of the
I do indeed.
South, well, a lot of people used to come, and I used to share the drive-in, and Don Shepherd, of course, and that helped a lot. We'd return journeys, Richard would be in the back seat typing out his copy for the following morning.
I know Richard used to work at the Cron in Northampton.
He did.
Here's Harris in, bowls to Broad, who's on the front foot, massively forward, big tall man, plays it back down the pitch. Harris fields, and the umpire tosses his Glamorgan cap to James Harris, which it wasn't a very good cap toss, and it went in the dirt, and James Harris had to pick it up and sort of brush the grass. And
you didn't admonish the umpire, the last thing you do.
No, you don't do that. No, that's a foolhardy venture. 226 for 7. Broad is 4, McManus is 18, Northamptonshire 13 behind, 5 overs to go until tea, and Kellaway to continue.
A rapid over, I hope, again, so that we can get nearer for tea. I wonder if the muffins are there.
I don't know.
Should we summon Nick?
Send the boy to...
Here's Kellaway, starts a new over, and bowls to McManus, who plays at a short leg, and there's no run. Kellaway in his 8th over, 0 for 25. He's coming back to commentate as my good colleague, and he's sending me, senior pro.
Yes.
Here's the next ball, quicker ball, which is nudged away, and again onto the onside. Carlson fields.
The listeners to BBC Radio Wales will be waiting his every word at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, of course, yes. Kellaway over the wicket, bowls again. It's driven, not timed. And it's fielded by Harris, and again we're going to have a minute and a half over. And as we go quietly up to the new ball, this is the 74th over, in comes the next ball, pushed away into the onside, so McManus is showing no real attempt to score quickly. He's just going to hope to try and build a partnership with Broad, as Andrew was saying. That's not a bad player at all. Here's the next ball. Appeal for a LBW from Chris Cook, not from Kellaway, as the batsman comes a yard and a half down to nullify his spin. So this over is going to be completed again in record time. Thank you, Ben Kellaway. Here he is. Bowls to McManus, who gets down in it and pushes it away onto the onside. 36 overs remaining. That will tell us that there are 4 overs left for tea, which will be described by the 2 expert commentators we have here today.
Well, when you find out who they are, perhaps you could let me know. 226 for 7, and
Well, Alan Wilkins might be on the ground, I guess.
must be around
I
somewhere.
think he's
yeah.
back from the IPL. I don't think he went out again after
Returning to bowl at
the suspension.
Andy Gorvin.
So we have a change of bowling from the River End. Andy Gorvin, who had a long spell immediately after lunch, is back in the attack. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 33. He's picked up the wickets of Bartlett and Harrison, of course, in the space of 3 balls last night, the final over of the day. And here he is, bustling in with keeper standing up, bowling to Broad outside the off stump. Broad leaves it, and we get the RADA audition from keeper and slips as to how close that was.
Don't believe
The
them.
stumps. No, it's Broad, as we say, has opened for Northamptonshire. He opened at the start of last season in the Championship when Ricardo Vasconcelos was not fit. Gorvin in again and bowls to Broad, and Broad coming across his stumps, works it into the onside. Carlson is now, there are 2 slips in, and Carlson is in a catching position at short mid-wicket. There's a backward point in fairly close, extra cover again, just tight in there, the mid-off, mid-on, square leg just in front, deep backward square on the boundary down below us. And Gorvin is in to bowl to Broad, and Broad pushes it up to Fernando at mid-on, and there's no run. Justin Broad, 102 runs at 17 this year, including that 46 against Derby. And I'll let you carry on because BBC Radio Wales are about to come to you.
Gorvin to bowl to Broad on 4 not out. Bustles in, bowls, plays that defensively on the leg side, and there is no run. 226 for 7. With 2 slips, of course, standing back. Keeper Cook standing up. 5 saving the single, 6 saving the single, 3 on either side. Just fine leg back. Tim van der Hoogten signalling the dressing room for something. Put the kettle on, boys. We'll be there in a minute. Gorvin is into bowl, and forward is Broad defending back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Glamorgan working away gently. 2 wickets in the morning session, 2 in the afternoon. As Tribe is going under the lid. Northants 226 for 7. Glamorgan inching towards victory. They've claimed 2 wickets in this afternoon session, and Northants are still 13 runs in arrears. Saib, the top scorer, was caught off James Harris for 71. The other main resistance from Luke Proctor with 56, one of 2 wickets for Asitha Fernando. Northants 226 for 7, trail by 13.
Justin Broad, after a fairly dismal start to the season with the bat, Norton 1 against Kent, 19 run out when he was starting to play quite nicely at Old Trafford, then 46 at Derby, as I mentioned, 36 the first innings at Grace Road, 23 first innings here, so has made some useful runs this year.
Callaway bowls, and that's played on the leg side by McManus. Well, Craig Smith wants his batters to play straight, play with application, but McManus might need to think about scoring some runs somewhere. As Callaway bowls, and he does just that by forcing through the offside for a couple, I think. Yeah, they will come back for the second, as Sam Northeast masquerading as Will Smale backtracks to do the fielding at deep cover.
He also said they need to show a bit of pride, and that I'm strongly in favour of, and I think by and large they have today.
Callaway is in to bowl. McManus on the back foot defends. No run. Yeah, I was slightly sceptical about people talking about pride. Callaway bowls, driven hard by McManus, but straight to mid-off. Just for the point, I'm sure no cricketer ever thinks, or very rarely thinks, apart from maybe the last game of the season, I didn't give monkeys about what happens today, because they're playing not only for their team, but for their individual place in the team, whatever their motivation, whether it's to secure a contract for the next year or whatever. Callaway bowls and McManus is forward defending. I'm not sure how much you can factor pride into a performance.
I suppose it's for the benefits of old romantics like me who like to think about playing for the badge and playing for the shirt and all, whatever they call it.
As that's defended on the leg side by McManus. It's no run. I suppose even as a rank amateur as the very lowest level, even if I've sort of gone to play for someone else's team to make up the numbers, you try as hard as you can.
Of course you don't, and nobody's...
Especially if they're getting paid for it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's suggesting that they're playing in any sort of slipshod way, but there has been a bit of a sort of collective mindset at times, especially on a pitch that's doing a bit. Here is Gorvin in and bowls to Broad, who's forward, playing it back down the pitch, no run. And when that sort of collective mindset kicks in, and it's, well, I'm going to get out in a minute, so I might as well have a bit of a dabble. And
that's a mental thing, though, isn't it? It's about the top 2 inches, I suppose, as they say.
But you just want to keep the opposition out there, don't you? It's the only thing I was ever any good at with the bat. Is Gorvin in, bowls to Broad, who leaves it outside the off stump. The usual bout of histrionics as the ball passed within a foot of the off stump. So there you go. Yeah, I just used to love annoying people with the bat.
Oh, absolutely.
It was the only thing I was, as I say,
Me too, yeah.
I had no shots but limitless patience. Proper cricket. Brigadier block. Marvellous. Here is Gorvin, bowling to Justin Broad, who tucks that away down to deep backward square. Tim van der Hoogten fielding down below us, and it's one more to Justin Broad. He goes to 5, Northamptonshire to 229 for 7, so 10 runs behind.
Yeah, in the days when I used to play a few time games that weren't played according to overs on Sunday, you just play to a finish or whatever. I was the draw specialist if my team are batting in second, a batter somewhere in the lower order, and when we'd given up the chase, send Webby in.
Likewise, exactly the same.
Block the out of it.
Yes. Oh yes. 27 overs for 1 at
really?
At Buckingham one. Yeah, that was good. Here is Gorvin in again, bowls to McManus, pushes it up to extra cover and no run.
I managed an hour-long duck once.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. League match at Cookno, where I'm sure we always have a lot of listeners involved with Cookno Cricket Club, very passionate, very active club, not far from Northampton, and 22 or thereabouts overs for 5 not out to save the match. A league game was very, very dull. Here's Gorvin in and bowls to McManus, who pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. I have a funny feeling that Mal Loy's dad, the late Pat Loy, was playing in that game as well. Pat used to play for Cookno. Club, of course, in the village with links to the great George Thompson. There is a plaque in his outside the house that he lived at in the village of Cookno. I wasn't born there, but moved there as a young boy. Gorvin in again, bowls and squeezed by McManus, hard into the ground. It's well fielded at slip by the ever active, ever energetic, ever vocal Marnus Labuschagne, and that's the end of the penultimate over of the session. 229 for 7, 1 to go till tea. McManus is 20, Broad is 5, Northamptonshire trail by 10.
Wickets in this innings, 2 apiece for James Harris, Asith Fernando and Andy Gorvin. Gorvin 2 for 34, Fernando 2 for 30 and 15. Harris, touch more expensive, 2 for 65 in 17. Tee is not far away because Ben Kellaway is bowling the over with his spin, so it won't take long. Kellaway in to bowl, 2 broad pushes forward, no run. There are 3 round the bat at leg slip, forward short leg and slip. If they could just add a silly point, it would give a pleasing degree of symmetry. As that one's defended by Broad. I've no idea why. I like one on each corner, as it were, around the bat. But there is no silly point at the moment. 229 for 7, 10 runs in arrears as Kellaway bowls and Broad dabs it down towards slip, where Marnus Labuschagne runs out with completely unnecessary energy and flicks it back towards Chris Cook. Kellaway in to bowl to Broad, who presses forward, and there's no run. Lunch was 148 for 5, so 2 wickets for 81 runs in the afternoon session. I think Glamorgan would probably have taken that, given they've got rid of 2 protagonists. Are they going to do it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Sam Northeast.
Webb's wish.
Kieran Carlson goes to silly point. 4 round the bat as forward presses Broad. Carlson picks it up, tosses it back over 8, still -1 on the board. Glamorgan will be hoping that turns to the amber level. Tee, Kellaway bowls, driven back to him, and that will be Tee. 229 for 7 Northants, Broad 5, McManus 20. Still 10 runs in arrears.
Bowled 36 overs in the session, so you would think that that rate is going to be up a bit. 229 for 7 it is then. As the tea time announcements begin, we will nip off in search of a cuppa. Trust you'll do the same and join us when play resumes in about 20 minutes' time.
I've got some tea time scores from elsewhere. At Taunton, Somerset are 11 for 2, requiring a further 139 to beat Sussex. That's after Sussex rallied in their second innings to make 335, having followed on. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 166 for 7 in their second innings, still requiring a further 144 runs to beat Hampshire. At Chethley Street, Durham have moved on to 593 for 7, so they're leading Nottinghamshire by 186 runs. At New Road, Essex in their second innings are 89 for 6. They still require a further 247 runs to win. Alternatively, Worcestershire need a further 4 wickets. At Bristol, Gloucestershire have been dismissed by Kent for 516. In their second innings, Kent now 37 for 1, so Kent are still trailing by 55. At Lords, Middlesex were dismissed in their second innings by Leicestershire for 143, and chasing a target of 102 to win. Currently, Leicestershire are 28 without loss. At the Oval, Yorkshire in their second innings are 67 for 2. That means that Yorkshire are still trailing Surrey by 190. And at Old Trafford in their second innings, Lancashire are 11 without loss. That's after Derbyshire made 314, so Lancashire leading by 159. A quick reminder that as far as refreshments are concerned, the full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, if you're a Glamorgan member or a season ticket holder, you get a 10% discount on all food purchases. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casa Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And with the sunny weather still persisting, don't forget we have water refill points around the stadium where you can recharge your bottles free of charge. Scorecards for this game are available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. And don't forget, finally, the Glamorgan Club shop will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books.
ticket. I've got the way with my notes. Hopefully, it's the victory ticket. Sorry? No. Yeah. That's terrible. At the cricket goes, so. Yeah. Alright, what combination? Yeah. Yeah, it should be great. I'll be down in September. Yeah, I think I'll come down. Yeah. Well, we'll get going with the plan on Tuesday night on Saturday. What the last year? Yeah, that's right. People are trying to get points and horse. Alright, so
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we're just about to get underway for the final session of this third day's play in the championship match between Glamorgan and Northamptonshire, and it could well be the final session of the match as well. Northamptonshire 229 for 7, clinging on, still 10 runs behind, so 10 runs away from making Glamorgan bat again. Lewis McManus is 20 not out, Justin Broad on 5. Those two have just reached the bottom of the pavilion steps and walking out to join the umpires and the Glamorgan team, who are already out in the middle. It's a lovely evening, or late afternoon I should say, here in Cardiff. Bit of cloud over in the far distance, but it's been 3 beautiful days of cricketing weather, and Glamorgan have just chipped away today. Northamptonshire resuming this morning on 49 for 3. Glamorgan picking up a couple of wickets in the morning session with the addition of 99 runs, and another 2 wickets this afternoon for the addition of 81 runs. Rothesay has battled his way to 71. Luke Proctor made 56, his second half century of the match. James Sales 35, and McManus has been in there a long time, 92 balls for his 20, but doing the job his team requires. But how much longer can Northamptonshire stay afloat? Andrew Radd and Edward Bevan with you initially. Nick Webb, of course, will be back with us a little later, and it's going to be Zain Ul Hassan to bowl the first ball of this session. He's running in from the far end, the river end, and bowls to McManus, who, as he has done so often in this innings, props onto the front foot and plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run, just a slip in. Marnus Labuschagne, keeper Chris Cook standing up, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in their tight catching position, and a square leg also about halfway between the batsman and the square leg umpire, at a long leg down below as Tim van der Hoogten is. Ul Hassan is in, outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and McManus doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Evening, Edward.
Good afternoon or good evening to you, Mr. Radd. Is this going to be 1 over each? Because the new one is due in 2 overs, because you would expect Van der Gooten and Harris, or Van der Gooten and Fernando, 2 of those 3, to share the new ball.
Here's Ul Hassan in, bowls to McManus, who drives pleasantly and well stopped by Asita Fernando, but not fielded cleanly, sort of parries it away towards mid-off, and they come through for a single. McManus to 21, Northamptonshire to 230 for 7, 9 runs behind.
Yes, Corvin's had a little ball before tea, so he won't take the new ball, I wouldn't have thought. You'd think it's probably Harris or Van der Gooten. We shall see.
He had a long bowl straight after lunch, didn't he? Ul Hassan in, bowls and on-driven by Broad, up to Fernando at mid-on, and there's no run. A few goals. Looking for some tasty morsels around the ground, discarded lunch wrappings or whatever.
Yes, do come about this time of day.
Just a hum around the ground. Not too many spectators in today, but decent sized crowd. Is Ul Hassan in, and Broad is forward, playing it defensively back down the pitch. I'm sure many other attractions in Cardiff today. I know in Northampton there's a few in Abington Park for the band concerts, the Sunday afternoon band concert this afternoon.
Is that the big... No. When I go out and go down back to our hotel down the hill past the rugby ground, is that Abington Park on the left?
It's yes, it's right. As you go basically drive through the park.
Yeah.
Driven nicely by Broad, crisply up to mid-off. There's no run. That ends Zain Ul Hassan's over, his 6th. No wicket for 16. It's 230 for 7, with McManus on 21, Broad on 5, and
Callaway to bowl.
Well, 1 over to go. Yeah, and it is going to be Ben Callaway just to bowl the 1 over before the second new ball becomes due. Yes, you drive basically through the parks. There's like 2 halves of Abington Park, and beautiful.
Well, Fernando and Van der Gooten are giving impressions of the Tiller girls. Remember those Tiller girls?
I do
Kicked
indeed.
their legs up in the air.
The television toppers
The troop,
as well.
yes. Well, the two bowlers are doing it, which makes us think that they will be sharing the new one. But we have to have this Callaway over first. 10 overs, 0 for 27. He comes in and bowls to McManus, who drives powerfully but straight to short extra cover, where it's fielded by Kieran. No, it's not Kieran Carlson at all. It's Sam Northeast wearing Will Smale's shirt. Callaway in, bowls, tosses this one up. Nicked the edge of the pad, but it's always dangerous to do that to a pad up to an off spinner with the ball coming in towards him, but no real threat. Callaway in, bowls short, clipped away, up towards a shortish mid-on, and there's no run. Over 8, good lord, +2 all of a sudden.
+2, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Callaway. Oh, he's coming in again and bowls, and this time it's clipped away in the same position. Tossed back to the bowler. Should have timed this.
It's not quite one of Simon Kerrigan's sub-minute overs that we used to see.
9 runs still needed, and that's appeal for LBW. It came right forward. Umpire is not in the least. Well, he might have been interested, but no reaction. Let's have a look.
You're guessing there, aren't you? Big stride in. Outside the line.
Yes, he was well outside. Callaway in and bowls, and this time is played towards short leg. And that completes, I would suspect, unless huge things happen, that will be the end of Callaway's spell. I don't think he's going to take the new ball. It's certainly not. It will be T. Van der Gooten, who is striding up and about to remove his cap. The umpire is looking and waves to the umpires, to the scorers, and it will be the new ball. And when I mention the scorers, I always remember my great friend there.
The new ball, Tim Van der Gooten.
And your friend, of course, for many, many years, Mr. Kingston, Tony Kingston, who was a dear friend and sadly left us some 2 years ago.
Yes, he's still very much missed, but quite a nice touch at Northampton now. The bell, the 5-minute bell, outside the newly renovated dressing rooms in the what I still call the new pavilion at Northampton, is the King O Bell, and there's a suitable inscription, and it was unveiled by his widow Judy. Tim van der Hoogsten then with the new ball, in and bowls, and clipped and caught at mid-wicket. First ball just in broad, clipping away, and just picked out Asa Tribe, who didn't have to move. Broad goes for 5, 230 for 8.
The end is nigh.
The end, I suspect, is nigh. Yeah, it was it's just one of those, isn't it? Different pace, different. There's something to think about, but he didn't keep it down. Just watching the replay and just clipped it up in the air, and as I say, Asa Tribe at mid-wicket didn't have to move.
He is very much a front foot player, and I thought at the end of the last over, he's very much front-footed, so if Glamorgan perhaps could bowl just back of a length at him, but indeed he went right forward and clipped it straight to the man at mid-wicket. It's 230 for 8, not beyond the realms of possibility that Glamorgan might win by an innings here, as the new batsman will have other ideas. Ben Sanderson, he of the heroics last week.
Well, yes, we were saying after that, it remains to be seen whether lightning can strike twice. Well, it didn't in the first innings because he was out for naught, but it does rather feed into what Darren Lehman was saying after that innings of Ben Sanderson's, which is that he has to go after it because, quote, when he defends, he's useless.
Yeah.
So here is Ben Sanderson indeed coming down the pavilion steps. So it's going to need something, I suspect, even more remarkable than his 65 off 28 balls a week ago at the county ground.
You never know.
Northampton. Well, you never know.
New ball, they get cracking. Goes a long way, as we saw.
Well, I suppose from the Northampton's point of view, it would just be nice to make sure that Glamorgan do actually have to bat again.
Yeah.
They've worked hard today. Northamptonshire, they were how many overs overnight? 14. So they've fought their way through 66 overs today, which I know by the sort of standards that we were talking about and the players and the matches earlier we were chatting about is not a great deal, but at least it's a step in the right direction. But it still looks as though Northamptonshire are probably going to go down to a third championship defeat in their first 6 matches, and once again it will be a match in which the 4th day's play is not required.
I wonder what words of wisdom were conveyed to Ben Sanderson, because there was a lengthy chat with McManus. Probably just give me the bowling, I'll try and get some quick runs.
Well, yes, I think
he's on a pair, I think.
he is on a pair.
Sando.
So 65 off 28 previous match. On a pair here as Van der Hoogsten is in, bowls to Sanderson, and Sanderson plays well inside the line of one that just seams away into the gloves of Chris Cook. There are 3 slips in. Marnus Labuschagne at first, Sam Northeast at second, Kieran Carlson at third. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and James Harris, long leg, fielding down below us. Sanderson waiting for Tim van der Hoogsten, who drives it away through extra cover, Ben Sanderson. So that, I think, tells you probably everything you need to know.
Yeah.
I don't think Ben Sanderson's going to hang around here. Well, that was absolutely nothing wrong with that. Front
Lovely
foot to the
shot.
pitch, thumps it away through extra cover, holds the pose just long enough for the snappers to pick it up if there's any on the ground. 234 for 8, 5 more runs required to make Glamorgan bat again. As Ben was saying last week, his main objective in batting, he says, is to avoid getting hit. Which I thought was a commendably honest appraisal from tail-ender. Oh, and that nips back from Van der Hoogsten, hits Sanderson high up on the pad. There was...
Come on, Sanders, unlike you to block.
Well, as I say, the funniest part of last week's little exhibition was Rory Kleinveld, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, stood to lose his record for the fastest 50 for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket, which is 20 balls. Sando got to 50 off 22. Here is Van der Hoogsten in bowls to Sanderson, who clips that away down towards fine leg. It's a chase for James Harris. He will get there, cut it off. Nice bit of fielding just inside the rope. And it's a single and a single own. Oh, leg by. In fact, there was no bat on it. I thought
Surprised they didn't come back. 4 balls bowled.
Yeah, but flicked off the pad anyway.
He's going to tell McManus now, Andrew, exactly what he thinks.
235 for 8. 4 more needed to make Glamorgan bat again. McManus checks his guard with the umpire. Sanderson at the non-striker's end, watching as Van der Hoogsten comes into bowl to McManus, and McManus clips it away out through square leg.
3.
I don't think it's quite going to go for 4. It ought to be 3. Is it going to roll all
Yes.
the way? It is. 4 runs, and Glamorgan will have to bat again. So Northamptonshire have avoided the ignominy of an innings defeat. 239 for 8. McManus is 25. Sanderson is 4, and I can now tell you, which I've been keeping
Secret?
well, not a secret, but I've just been hoping I wouldn't have to use it, and I won't now. Glamorgan have beaten Northamptonshire by an innings in the county championship on 7 occasions.
Is that so?
At the Arms Park in 1930,
Cathedral Road End, James Harris.
Llanelli 1935, Peterborough 1937, the old town ground, Crawthorne Road, and St Helens 1947. More recently on this ground, Sapphire Gardens 1978, the match we were talking about yesterday when
Yes.
Alan Lamb got 100. Also here in 2010, and most recently at Northampton in 2019.
Pretty good record then against Northants.
Although Northamptonshire are ahead in the overall series,
All right.
50-42, although one imagines it'll be 50-43 in the not too distant future.
Harris to bowl, and it's clipped away for 4 runs down towards fine leg by Sanderson.
Leg buys again.
Leg buys.
He's obviously got the reinforced pads on today. He's not gone down the route of the David Steele towel in for a thigh pad.
Those were the days, weren't they?
Absolutely. David always used to say it was his first job in the morning, pick out a nice looking towel from the pile and stick it,
Or a couple of handkerchiefs.
commandeer it for his thigh pad.
Here's Harris then, coming in and bowls to Sanderson. Sanderson plays defensively, way out onto the offside.
Sanderson had hit in his first 107 championship matches or first class matches for Northamptonshire, 6 sixes. He's now hit 3 in the last 2 games. He hit 1 at Grace Road and then 2 in that innings last week.
Perhaps he's thinking of future when he can't bowl so quickly and gives up bowling and develops as
pivotal all-rounder.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that defensive shot as Harris bowls to him.
And I asked him after the effort last week, I said, are you going for the King 06 hit award, because that's another way in which Tony's memory is perpetuated in the most sixes across all competitions for Northamptonshire in the season. He used to present himself, and obviously now it's presented in his memory, and I'll tell you his response after this ball.
As Harris comes in, bowls to Sanderson. Sanderson is forward again to a good length ball, pushes it away onto the offside.
He said, well, I've had a word with Safe Zabe, who's usually the sort of one of the leading figures in that, leading contenders for that award, and Ben reckons if he can hit 1-6 a match, then he'll probably be up there come the end of the season. I think he's getting...
Do you think he's winding now?
Could be, couldn't it? Could be.
Well, here's Harris to bowl to him halfway through the over. Comes in, bowls. Identical response, pushing it out towards mid-off. The lead is 4, with 2 wickets in hand. Odds very much on Glamorgan, with 28 overs plus the extra half hour, which they're certain to take, I would have thought, wouldn't you, Andrew?
Well, it depends. Yeah, I mean...
There's no worry about time, they can play till 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I suppose it just depends how long these 2 plus Harry Conway spin it out.
Yeah. In comes Harris, bowls. Oh, he tries to hoik that into the short boundary stand, gets hit on his chest, and then that is the end of the over. 243 for it. There was another delightful person that worked, Peter, in with King. Oh, do you remember?
Peter Lord?
Yeah, is he still
Public
with
address?
us?
No, sadly we lost the public address.
No, the gentleman who was working the scoreboard.
Oh.
I think it was Peter. He wasn't a public address.
No,
but a quiet
I was thinking
gentleman,
of,
a lovely man.
We've had some
Well, he was there for some years.
thoroughly nice people at the ground over the years. I do remember Peter Lord very well. He was on the public address for many years. Good cricketer as well. Very good keeper. So, Van der Hoogten in his 18th over in and bowls to McManus, who's hit on the pad as he tries to clip that away through the vacant mid-wicket region. The field now is deep square leg and a long leg, and then there are acres of space on the leg side. There's a man in there.
He's not trying to farm the bowling either. He
No, he's
respects
not.
Sanderson.
Absolutely. Gorvin in there at mid-on, and then mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and 3 slips. As Van der Hoogten, looking for his 3rd wicket, bowls to McManus, who is hit on the pad. It runs down on the onside. Chris Cook retrieves. Any bat? No. Another leg by. A decent game, actually, leg buys.
Yeah, isn't he? Especially in the first morning of the match.
244 for 8. The lead is 5. Ben Sanderson checks.
I just saw in between overs there, Labuschagne practicing his stance and dancing and waltzing about. And
Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Sanderson, who's got something on it, and it's gone down for 4. Buys.
this
Well, he obviously didn't get anything on it. Again,
Yeah.
I thought he had, but let's have a little look at this. No, he didn't get anything on it at all.
And I'm just wondering whether if Glamorgan needs, I don't know, 20, 30, that they might put
Yes.
Omar as much. Can I have a bit of practice?
Well, it's 4 more onto the total. 248 for 8. I thought that had clipped the pad, but obviously not, says the umpire. Anyway, 4 more on the total. 248 for 8. That is turned away. That definitely hit the bat. It's turned away on the leg side by Sanderson, and they'll jog through for a couple as James Harris down there at long leg retrieves. 2 more to Sanderson. He goes to 6, and amidst rapturous applause from at least one person on the ground, it may actually even be on the Northamptonshire balcony. 250 is up. 250 for 8. The lead is 11.
What would you give to see Darren Lehman coming in now? His pomp.
Crumbs,
He could play.
Absolutely, he certainly could. Here is Van der Hoogten, bowls and driven by Sanderson. Well, I say driven, it was more sort of slapped out to Ul Hassan at extra cover. And now Sam Northeast is dispatching fielders to all parts.
He's getting worried.
So, yeah, absolutely. As Sanderson's put the wind up in, I think more likely they just want to give Sanderson the single to have Harris bowled at him at the other end. There's just 1 ball left in the over. Here is Van der Hoogten short, and Sanderson goes for the pull. Doesn't get anything on it. Goes through to Cook, and that is the end of the over, and the desired effect has not been realised because it means that McManus is going to be facing for the start of the following over. 250 for 8. The lead is 11, and if you're watching on the Glamorgan stream,
Some bronzed figures there.
I'll tell you what, they need to turn over and do them on the other side, I think. But, put another supporter on the barbie.
James Harris to continue, 2 for 65. He's about to start his 19th over, and we'll want to try and finish this as quickly as possible. The lead of 11 for Northants. As Harris comes in to bowl to McManus. In his bowl it short, cut away. Poor ball. It is a rank long hop outside the off stump, but there's 4 runs. Hasn't been the best bowling, apart from that first ball with the new ball from Van der Hoogten, who dismissed Broad. It's been rather loose since then.
Well, another 200. It could be an interesting day tomorrow.
Absolutely. Still 24 overs, 26 overs and 1 ball left, and 5 balls rather. So, Harris now.
It's a question of when Proctor decides to time his declaration, isn't it?
Yes. Shall we give them 60 overs after lunch? Yes, James Harris, and in gorgeous sunshine again, running up bowls down the leg side. This time it's clipped away, and in comes Ul Hassan from that mid-wicket boundary, hurls it into. Nearly said Jeff Cook then. I was thinking Durham, Northants, and he's a good lad, is Jeff.
Yes, well, hopefully he'll be at former players again this year on the 22nd of June. He's been with us the last couple of years. Last year coincided with him being inducted into Northamptonshire's Hall of Fame. Can't be many that are inducted into the Hall of Fame at 2 counties, Durham and Northamptonshire.
Top man.
Yeah.
Harris in to Sanderson, bowls to him. Sanderson pushes it away onto the leg side, but there is no run.
Amazing record in terms of, you talk about Jeff Cook and people playing for 1 county. Obviously moved on to Durham right at the end of his career, but he made 774 appearances for Northamptonshire across all formats, first class.
He came down from Durham, didn't he?
Middlesbrough.
Middlesbrough, yeah.
And he captained in 376 of them.
Good Lord. Harris is in, bowls to Sanderson. Sanderson just tries to jab it away, but he again goes for a little walk to gather himself. 2 balls left of this over. Did Wayne Larkins get recognised?
Not yet. I'm sure he will be. Him and Peter Willey, I would have thought, are contenders. They tend to not induct too many at a time, but I'm sure they're very worthy.
In comes Harris and bowls. Oh, well, that climbs on him. And he just gets a bat and pushes it back down the pitch.
But as I was talking to Alan Lamb about this when he was obviously he was up with us last weekend, and if you look at Rob Bailey, Alan Lamb, Wayne Larkins, Jeff Cook and Dennis Brooks, they scored about 150,000 runs for Northamptonshire between them across.
Run drunk.
Well, absolutely. Could all play a bit.
In comes Harris to complete the over, and this is nudged away on the onside for a single. And Sanderson will keep strike, and he moves on to 7. No way that he was going to settle for a pair in this match. And the lead is 17 runs ahead. And just Harry Conway to come.
And Cook and Larkins, the two players who've made over 700 appearances for Northamptonshire, again across all competitions and formats.
And then he went up to Durham and got some runs there too.
Yeah, well, super player.
Remember a game at Hartlepool, we got about 160. He was pulverising the Glamorgan attack.
256 for 8. Sanderson, can he pulverise the Glamorgan attack? Van der Hoogten in bowls to him, and he doesn't pulverise it there. His thigh pad takes a bit of pulverising as he tries to turn it away in the onside.
We've talked a lot about amateur captains. You know what an amateur captain might well have done here is to kept Kellaway on with Sanderson on the other end. Because how often do you see the tail ender? Okay, he may hit a few sixes, but then sky it high or get bowled or whatever.
Yeah, that's...
They used to take chances like that.
Well, it's not too much of a risk as far as Glamorgan is concerned in this position, but not the way they're opting to do it here. As Van der Hoogten puts one past the outside edge of Ben Sanderson's bat, and to be honest, I think that was a little bit quick for...
bit too quick for Sandow.
For Sandow, who was on the back foot ready to punch it away, but...
He's in gloves then. Time you thought about it.
And Marnus Labuschagne,
is he having to work?
in the least surprising development of the day, is limbering up as though he's going to bowl.
He's not going to.
I don't think he's going to bowl, no.
Just be quiet now, Marnus.
He's in there at first slip as Van der Hoogten comes into bowl to Sanderson outside the off stump. Good pace, good carry from Van der Hoogten, armed with the second new ball, but Sanderson lets it go. So, not a sort of indiscriminate approach from
Do you still have
Sanderson.
One of the nicest ice creams in the country?
Well, it's a funny thing you say that. Yes,
Square Leg.
Our favoured ice cream hasn't been seen, certainly during the last game. There is a theory about this. Here's Van der Hoogten in bowls to Sanderson, who pushes it up to mid-on and there's no run. The very good coffee stall that there is at Northampton, where the coffee really is excellent, some nice cakes and so on, they're now doing ice cream. Now, whether that's precluding the other ice cream van from coming to the ground, I have no idea, but it wasn't in evidence during the previous match, so we'll see what...
Worcester had another one.
They were
by
very
the
good.
nets there.
Very good there. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Sanderson,
Shot.
drives crisply but straight to mid-on, where Andy Gorvin fields, and there's no run. 256 for 8, 17 runs to the good.
Why don't they sell them? Oh, I don't know whether they sell ice cream downstairs. I've never really ventured into a coffee shop. And
there used to be very nice ice cream. We were talking about the Dean Park ground earlier, and where of course Glamorgan won the championship in 1948, I think I'm right in saying. But they used to have very nice ice cream there as well. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Sanderson, who pushes it into the wide open spaces out through mid-wicket, and they'll come back for 2 because it's a question of Asa Tribe hurtling in from the boundary, which he does, but has a lot of ground to make up, so there's a comfortable 2. 258 for 8, Sanderson is 9, McManus is 30. Northamptonshire lead by 19.
yeah, Glamorgan won that in 1948, and the presiding umpire was Di Davis, who played for Glamorgan for many, many years, and of course was a very highly respected test umpire. And the appeal went up for an LBW, and Di said, his finger, that's out, and we won the championship. And that's a very true story. Who's going to have a rest here?
Here is
Me, is it?
Harris in bowls and turned away beautifully through Mid-wicket by Lewis McManus for 4. Well, absolutely nothing wrong with that. It was a leg stump half volley, and Lewis McManus dipped his bread, as they say. 262 for 8. The lead, a worrying 23 as far as Glamorgan are concerned.
Dipped his bread.
Clouds building all the time. The light, ooh, I don't know, I can't see them possibly getting through to the clouds. 262 for 8. I'm fantasising now. Here comes Harris. In and bowls. Turned away on the leg side. Another run for Lewis McManus out past the square leg umpire. One more to McManus. He goes to 35. 263 for 8. I was just looking at that Durham-Nottinghamshire game, Nick. Durham 655 for 9 now. Ollie Robinson has made 141.
How far ahead are they?
They are, where are we? About 250 ahead.
Oh, well, I suppose there's a
$2.48.
bit of pressure to bat out the final day then.
Yep, 248 ahead. So Emilio Gay got 100 earlier in the day. Ollie Robinson's got 100, and Graham Clark's got 100 as well. So it's going to be either an interesting last day or extremely dull. Harris into bowl to Sanderson, who, without moving his feet a great deal, pushes it up to extra cover where Andy Gorvin fields, and there's no run. He's getting, and I will let you get on with commentating, because I know you've got an update for BBC Radio Wales imminently.
Indeed, at 263 for 8 or thereabouts, as Harris is in to bowl to Sanderson, and he drives but doesn't time it back to the bowler. There's a short leg, there's 3 slips, and it's just getting a little bit more overcast, the sun going on for a moment.
I'll get the light meters out. I don't think they can possibly play in this, personally.
So Harris is in to bowl, and that's forced into the offside, but not really timed by Sanderson. Glamorgan have kept chipping away through the course of the day. They've taken 5 wickets so far. But Northants have managed 214 runs so far in the day's play. Harris on his way in, bowls to Sanderson, drives gently. Northants are 263 for 8 in their second innings. That's a mere 24 ahead, so Glamorgan should complete victory either this evening or tomorrow morning. They've kept chipping away today, despite 71 from Zaib and 56 from Proctor. There have been 2 wickets apiece for Van der Hoogten, Harris, Fernando and Gorvin. Another good team performance. Northants 283 for 8, lead by 24.
Cedar Fernando is warming up, so maybe they'll give him a little roll with the new ball, if required.
Here's Van der Hoogten then running towards us from the River Taff end, and forward goes McManus. Andrew admiring of that defensive shot.
Proper cricket. Proper cricket. Fascinating game shaping up at Taunton, where Sussex were all out for 335 after following on. Somerset requiring 150 to win, a 48 for 3. So there's still a wee bit left in that one.
Hyderabad wickets the spinners.
Let's have a look.
Van der Hoogten into bowl. McManus plays into the offside. The ball just runs gently to Calouette point, and there's no run.
No, Ollie Robinson and Nathan McAndrew. And Lewis Gregory has made 35 of those 48 for 3.
He's batting quite high then.
Yeah,
Gregory.
he's opened.
All right.
Yorkshire are struggling at the Oval, where Surrey eventually bowled out the 512. Yorkshire 101 for 3, so they're still 156 behind.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's nudged on the leg side by McManus.
Hampshire strong favourites to get a win at Edgbaston. Warwickshire needing 310 to win, or 189 for 7. And Worcestershire on the brink of remarkable victory against Essex, who were left to make 336 for victory, and they're 106 for 9.
Van der Hoogten in balls, and McManus beaten by that one, I think, unless he played inside it at the very last minute. But it looked like ball beating bat for once.
In Division 2, less exciting at Bristol, where Kent in their second innings against Gloucestershire 83 for 1, so Kent just 9 runs behind. Lancashire 69 for 2 in their second innings against Derbyshire at Old Trafford, Lancashire leading by 213, which just leaves Lords.
As Van der Hoogten in bowls a short ball that McManus efficiently gets out the way of.
Where Leicestershire, who require 102 to win in total against Middlesex, are 81 for 3, so Leicestershire needing just another 21 runs to win to consolidate their position and possibly even enhance their position at the top of Division 2. What a start they've made.
It's been quite the turnaround for Leicestershire, hasn't it? From whipping posts to contenders, driven hard by McManus, fielded at the second attempt by Al Hassan at cover. No run, a maiden over, passes gently by. McManus has been at the crease now for over 2.5 hours, and if Greg Smith wanted battling qualities, then he's shown them, but his strike rate is now almost down to 30 runs per 100 balls.
I love it. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I've stunned a Northamptonshire supporter and one of our listeners.
Have you?
I have. He says he is sitting here stunned.
Good heavens.
So I will reveal how I've stunned him in a moment. Harris, for now, is going to bowl from this Cathedral Road end, running into Boulder Ben Sanderson. 3 slips in place, and Sanderson with his little jumpy defensive stroke pushes it up to Gorvin, coming in from extra cover, and there's no run. I was mentioning about the ice cream van, the fact the ice cream van hasn't been seen, and he said, I'm watching the stream and sitting here stunned, because the ice cream in question has been very much part of the county ground scene for as long as I've been going there, which is 50 plus years, and so he is stunned, he says. Here's Harris in, bowls very full, edged and brilliantly caught at third slip by Kieran Carlson. That is a stunning catch, because it was off it was the leading edge as Sanderson was looking to whip that away through the leg side. It flew off the outside edge. Carlson took a superb catch. Sanderson goes for 9, and Northamptonshire 263 for 9, just 24 runs ahead.
That really was airborne. Kieran Carlson flying away, and shows the value of concentration. Very thick edge, and he's taken that well to his right and clung on as he hit the ground as well. So well taken, Kieran Carlson, as the cameraman just about got to him in time.
Yet another slip catch in this match. Work out the number at the end, but I think we got up to about 17, 18, something like that in this match.
So the new ball just about doing its business, with wickets. The first ball delivered with the new cherry when Broad clipped Van der Hoogten to short mid-wicket, and now Sanderson with that thick edge brilliantly taken by Carlson.
It's Harry Conway, already say the man who's never still, just patting seemed to be almost like patting down a mysterious bump on the outfield before he's even got onto the field of play.
Yes, I wouldn't worry too much about the outfield.
No, it's really his concern, but
I mean, it might be the field of play, but it's miles beyond the boundary at the moment. If it's it'll be the field of play for some of the T20.
We were talking about Sunday afternoon cricket and formats and time games and so on. Richard Lum's been in touch with us and talking about Middleton Stoney Cricket Club, which is just over the border in Oxfordshire from Northamptonshire, says they still play time matches only and on Sunday afternoons. Lovely ground on the old Lord Jersey's estate. None of this vulgar limited overs nonsense.
Oh, good.
No league cricket, just gentlemen's friendlies.
Marvellous.
Proper cricket, you have to bowl them out to win. Well,
If only I lived a bit closer.
well, I concur entirely, Richard, but I have played Middleton Stoney for Northants amateurs against the gentlemen of Oxfordshire, and it was an absolutely beautiful setting and a very good game, which I seem to remember we lost by 1 wicket or something like that. Very tight finish.
Oof.
Super game. But a lovely part of the world.
Right, we're going to get some entertainment from Mr. Conway.
Well, he hasn't got out yet in his championship career for Northamptonshire. He's facing James Harris with 3 slips in, and forward he goes, solidly behind it. he's just never still. He's extraordinary. He's perpetual motion out there at the moment, Harry Conway. His scores for Northamptonshire so far in the 3 matches that he's played: 9 not out, 7 not out, 2 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out.
He's well padded. He's got a very big, I would say chest guard, but it's a sort of side guard, if that's a word. I'm not sure what it is, but he's got a very thick bit of padding above his waist and sort of facing the bowler.
Well, he's facing James Harris, very full Yorker, and he squeezes that one away out past the slip cordons, running down towards third man. There is no third man, and it's 4 runs. So Harry Conway is up and running. He goes to 4. Northamptonshire 267 for 9. The lead creeping up towards the psychologically vital 30 mark. It's now 28. So yes, Conway his average is infinity for Northamptonshire at the moment.
Does that mean he goes at the top or the bottom of the batting averages? And
Also
stats?
batted, I think, at the moment, isn't it? Harris in to bowl to Harry Conway, who does his best to get out for the first time. There's a little spar at that outside the off stump, and it goes through to Chris Cook. Lewis McManus really has, as you say, been the model of patience and application today. 35 not out of 114 balls.
What's that, 19 overs?
Yeah, he's well, I always like to see batters sell their wicket dearly, and he's certainly done that today. Meanwhile, Harris, looking for a 4th wicket, is in and bowls to Conway, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. There's so many moving parts when Harry Conway bats. End of the over, 267 for 9. The lead is 28. Conway is 4. McManus is 35, and James Harris 21 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 80.
Glamorgan have been on the wrong end of similar margins early in the season, where they set Leicestershire 51 to win, and they lost by 10 wickets, and then setting Middlesex 59 to win, and the hosts at Lords duly got home by 9 wickets. So we're going to be in that sort of ballpark, you suggest. 28 is the lead at the moment, as Van der Hoogten will bowl to McManus, who drives into the offside and will get a couple of runs, I think. No, just the single, as it's enthusiastically pursued by a pair of Glamorgan fielders. And Conway, having set off for a second run, turns back and then hurls Chris Cook his glove that he'd taken off in case he needed to try and throw the stumps down, to 68 for 9. But Conway has exposed himself to facing up to 5 deliveries in the Van der Hoogten over. Is this a good strategy or not?
As my hero Sergeant Wilson would say, do you think that's wise, sir?
As Van der Hoogten is in, and Conway has been beaten outside off stump, feet all over the place, going for a little walk even while he was playing his shot, through to Chris Cook, the Yes Minister line from Sir Humphrey. That's a very brave decision, Minister.
Yes.
Is it?
Brave.
Oh, heavens, Humphrey. What should I do next? 268 for 9. 29 is the lead. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Conway, who will get 4 runs down towards backward point with a solid enough drive. Not sure whether it was meant to go to backward point, but he made decent contact and the ball ran away for 4. The lead is 33. Do you know if happen to know if the Middlesex, the Northampton supporters groups of whom you spoke earlier in the game are still here? Have they gone the distance for the weekend, or have they packed it up?
Certainly a couple were supposed. I think we're going to stay the duration. I think one of the others might have gone.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Conway leaves.
I wish I hadn't mentioned the ice cream van because I'm now getting messages. No, it's lovely to hear. Lovely to hear always from you. James is saying.
So one ice cream provider has been supplanted by another.
Well, it would seem to be that judging by the last match, we'll see. It may change for the next one. We're there on Friday, but he's saying, describing it after talking about possibly the reasons for it. He said it's a bit like Ravens in the Tower, though. You just think the ice cream van's not there.
There's Van der Hoogten in. No shot from Conway. Neil Thornycroft messaged earlier that he was trying to watch Newport at Abu Vale and Glamorgan's games at the same time. Newport, I believe, were victorious in Super Rugby Cymru, the semi-pro level of Welsh rugby. Nice to actually talk about some rugby action rather than the politics.
Yes.
There's Van der Hoogten in to bowl, outside off stump. Conway plays no shot, goes for a little walk, gives the professional equivalent of in, don't run me out.
It's what it is, isn't it?
In. Newport won 27-18 against Abu Vale at Eugene Cross Park. Though Cardiff actually finished top of the regular league table, but the Welsh champions decided by a playoff system these days. 272 for 9. Northants lead by 33 runs.
Result from New Road, where Worcestershire have beaten Essex by 235 runs in Division 1. Essex all out for 110. Worcestershire, well, that's a serious victory for them. Matthew Waite has had a good game, got some runs as well, didn't he? 11 overs, 6 for 19. Whew. Here is Harris running into bowl to Lewis McManus with a field wide spread apart from the 2 slips, and the man catching in mid-wicket, and McManus playing the first ball back down the pitch for Harris to field. So that, I think, is the first result of the round.
Yep, looks like it. 8 still in play. Warwickshire 8 down with another 109 to win against Hampshire.
Here's Harris, bowls to McManus, who drives handsomely, but only as far as Gorvin, who's deep at mid-off.
No, we've got into
Yes.
silly field settings now. Let's bowl at the number 11 time for Glamorgan, so McManus will be offered a single from the first 4 balls of the over, which he'll probably decline. So I think there was one of that last delivery.
Here is Harris, running in again to bowl to Lewis McManus, who's fending at that outside the off stump. It's a little nibble at it, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Chris Cook. Let's see how many catches he's got in the match. 1, 2.
Oh, is he close to the record? No, they mainly slip, aren't they?
5 catches for the keeper, but a lot of
9 is the Glamorgan match record by Cook, Wallace and Metson.
a lot of slip catches. The Glamorgan catching and dig ground fielding has been impressive in this game. Harris in, bowls to McManus, short, pulled, 4. Flat pull by McManus. It didn't really get up very high, and McManus had lots of time to pull it down behind square on the leg side down to the main scoreboard. at the Taff River end takes McManus to 40, and Northamptonshire to 276 for 9. That's a lead of 37. Slip in a gully now as Harris bowls to McManus, drives away through backward point, and that could be 4 more. And it is 4 more as it runs down to the boundary. So McManus to within 1 meaty blow of a half century, 44 to him, 280 for 9. The lead is 41. Well, I hardly like to mention the fact that Northamptonshire's last wicket record in first-class cricket was against Glamorgan 100 years ago, in 1925. So high time it was beaten, 148 that was. Here's Harris in, bowls and tucks up McManus. It rolls off the pad out towards square leg. Carlson fields, so they are going to have a crack at Conway at the start of the next over. 280 for 9, McManus 44, Conway is 8. The lead is 41, the partnership is 17, so a mere 132 more runs needed to break it. That was two cricketers from the same village, Ben Bellamy and Vernon Murdin, known as Merry Murdin, both from Wollaston near Wellingborough.
So I make it that there have been 15 slip catches and 6 wicketkeeper catches, making 21 out of the 29 wickets that have fallen to date in this match.
That is remarkable, isn't it?
There's one that I haven't made a note of, which was Gorvin caught by Sanderson off Conway.
That was a long leg.
Ah, yes.
Very good tumbling catch down below us.
That was the boy. Fernando. 2 for 30 off 15. Is into bowl, and Conway's squared up and scampers through for a single as the ball trickles out on the offside. Throw at the stumps, misses.
It's like seeing him running between the wickets is like a sort of slightly uncoordinated giraffe, isn't it?
Arms and legs all over the place. 42 is now the lead. And this Northampton's lower order have not given their wickets away, but Glamorgan have just kept themselves interested all the time. With 2 wickets in the morning session, 2 in the afternoon, and now 2 more in the evening. Fernando in bowls, 4 runs to McManus to take him on to 48, not out, clipped down to fine leg and fine of James Harris. 285 for 9, lead 46.
Likes batting here, doesn't he? After last year.
Yes, 168 not out in the second innings, 48 not out in this year's second innings. Loads of singles on offer all around the park, and that's down leg side. And
what a good stop!
Tremendous take from Chris Cook. Left-handed plunging away to his left as he gets a pat of congratulation from Marnus Labuschagne and a rueful grin.
A lot of cyclists hurtling along the Taff Trail at the far end of the ground. Loads of them today. Beautiful day for it.
285 for 9. Goes a long way up the Taff Trail. As Fernando bowls, turned on the leg side by McManus, and they go through slightly hesitantly for a single, which gives Conway 2 balls max to face in Fernando's over.
Yes, you could almost see them there trying to work as they set off. How many balls left?
What number is this? Should we run, shouldn't we? Yes was the answer. Conway's got his bat tucked underneath his arm like a matchstick. The giant 6'7" Australian. Now Asa Tribe is tossed a helmet and will come and field it short leg. Bizarrely, there are quite a few singles still on offer. I think the fielders have got a bit confused here. Conway on 9 as Fernando is in to bowl to him. A short pitch delivery. 286 for 9. 6 off the over. Conway leaning on what must be quite a long-handled bat, I think, if he's able to lean on it that comfortably.
Yes, it looks like the glorious amateur there, doesn't it? Like Reggie Spooner or somebody leaning on his bat nonchalantly.
Surveying the scene, but excuse me, Mr. Conway, you're at the striker's end. You can't lean on your bat too long. As he faces up to the final ball of Asith Fernando's over, and he is beaten outside off stump, pushing forward. 286 for 9, Conway 9, McManus has 49.
And he has a highest first class score of 31 in his. This is his 49th first class match, so there'll doubtless be much celebration at the next game starting on Friday at Wantage Road as he clocks up his 50th first class appearance. Only his 4th for Northamptonshire, of course. So the batters confer. The shadows lengthening. Another beautiful evening here. 19 overs left in the day. The lead is 47. As Edward was saying, they could well claim the extra, or be allowed the extra 8. But probably something to take it into tomorrow. I think that's perhaps a little bit of an optimistic assessment, but you never know. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary, 5 on the boundary as Harris comes in and bowls to McManus, who gets an inside edge, bottom edge, and again very well stopped by Chris Cook. We've lost a bit of the sunshine now as the cloud rolls in from over the hills to our left. They've got to bring him off, surely, haven't they?
Thought you were about to break into Mull of Kintyre there for a moment.
Mist rolling in from the sea. Yeah, not quite. Here's Harris in and bowls, and hits Lewis McManus a painful blow on the glove, and I think he might require a bit of attention here. Now this is not potentially good news. He's asking for a replacement glove. I think it might just have split the glove, or
examining it carefully anyway, rather than shaking his hand too much.
Yeah, so somebody will now be rummaging around in the bag.
Going to get a bit of a hold up here as the ball is returned to the umpire during the hold up, as here's a 12thers. Whether he's got the right glove or not, who knows. What else is happening, Andrew?
Durham all out for 664, having batted for 175 overs. Nottinghamshire just started their second innings. 17 for no wicket, so they're still 240 behind. I think we're going to have a drinks break as well. The man with the sort of the Northern Dairies crate, so heading out now. The Corona man that used to come round our street and deliver the fizzy pop.
Dandelion and burdock was obviously always a favourite in our household, and ginger beer.
Bit of cream soda was always rather nice as well. Somerset, I digress. Somerset needing 150 to win, have just steadied the ship a little bit. 76 for 3 against Sussex down at Taunton. Yorkshire 135 for 3 in their second innings against Surrey. So they're still 131 behind. James Wharton made that huge score against Northamptonshire at the end of last season. Is still there, 49 not out. Warwickshire now 9 down against Hampshire at Edgbaston, 207 for 9, so they need another 103 to win. But now the last pair in. Worcestershire, as we mentioned, have beaten Essex by 225 runs at New Road. In Division 2, Kent 97 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Bristol in their second innings, so Kent have just edged into the lead, 5 runs ahead. Here is Harris. The game resumes. Bowls to McManus, who drives. Square of the wicket in the offside, the easiest of singles, but they decide against taking it. Lancashire 87 for 3 in their second innings against Derbyshire up at Old Trafford, so they're 231 runs ahead. And Leicestershire, as expected, have completed victory over Middlesex at Lords by 7 wickets, 102 for 3. So Leicestershire continue to set the pace in Division 2. Here's Harris in, bowls to McManus, who is forward. Plays it back down the pitch, no run.
Did Derbyshire avoid the follow-on against Sir Ginny and co?
They did, just. They were all out for 314, so they conceded a deficit of 144 on first innings. So Lancashire rather will be looking to obviously build up their lead and put pressure on Derbyshire tomorrow.
Anderson 3 for 53, or should we say Sir James?
Sir James. Here is Harris. Bowls to McManus, who plays that pull shot again and plays it very well, and that's gone all the way, I think, for 6. It has. Just behind square, and that slaps into the boards, and that is a half century for Lewis McManus. 55 he goes to, off 129 balls. So of all the half centuries we've seen, I think pretty sure that is the slowest, just marginally slower than Sam Northeast's 120 balls. What was Proctor? 114 for his 50, so yeah, it is. But nevertheless a valuable innings. His 19th time past 50 in first class cricket. Here's Harris in, bowls to him again, short ball, and he's paddled that away round the corner. It's going down towards the boundary, and Asita Fernando attempts to give it the John Dye boot, doesn't manage to get anything on it. It's gone away for 4, so 10 runs off the last 2 balls of the over. It's 296 for 9. McManus is 59. The lead is 57, and we have 18 overs left in the day, plus obviously the possibility of a bit more. And I shall just leave you with Nick for a second while I go and get my laptop charger, otherwise it may die on me.
Can't run out of juice at this late stage. I might have pinched it by mistake and been plugged. Oh no, I'm not sure. Apologies if I'm plugged into the wrong one. 296 for 9. And Northampton's continuing to irritate. Lead 57. But obviously they need to bat for the rest of the day if they are to cause Glamorgan any sort of qualms about the potential result of this match. There's further treatment now for McManus after that bang on the hand. He's having the tip of his right index finger bound up.
The very tip, isn't it? Might just have, I don't know, done something with a nail or whatever. But
quick spray of the magic freezy spray, and he is ready to resume combat, and a fine job he's doing too.
Well, the last thing Northamptonshire want is an injury to Lewis McManus. It would mean presumably Ricardo Vasconcelos would have to keep, unless they would go like called Arush Bushaik, who's on the staff. He's a student at Durham University. He's on the staff, who has kept wicket for the seconds, but hopefully it's nothing too serious.
So Harry Conway is on strike at the start of a new over as a result of McManus striking boundaries off the last 2 balls the previous over. Fernando 2 for 36, bustles in, bowls, and Conway pushes on the leg side. He wants a single, there isn't one there. Zainul Hassan swoops in from mid-wicket. So Tribe is under lid at short leg, and the slips.
And he's had a warning for running on the pitch.
Who did? Conway?
No,
or Fernando?
Fernando, I think.
All right.
I think he's just had a warning.
Well spotted.
Not that it'll matter, but
shouldn't do. Fernando, a wholehearted charge in, and Conway clips one off his legs down to deep backwards, where Harris ambles round and does the fielding, and the batters wander through for a single.
There's a thesis to be written or a dissertation on Harry Conway with the bat, isn't there? He just gets down to the end, having played a not particularly aesthetically pleasing stroke, and he's giving it the forward, the sort of the grooving forward defensive, as though he was Brian Lara. Wonderful.
58 ahead. What stage did Glamorgan start worrying? Another hour maybe. Fernando into McManus, short ball that he attempts to pull away. Bottom edge is it, the ball trickles towards wide mid-on. It could have been the easiest single in the history of cricket available there. But since it was only the third ball of the over, they don't particularly want to expose Conway again. For some reason, Carlson's going to mid-wicket. Surely 2 slips would be preferable. Or is there going to be a short ball? There's 3 back on the leg side now, which might be for catching purposes as well as giving away the single purposes. As Fernando bowls, it is short ball and he's played that really well. He's turned round, swivelled round on it and hit it fine off fine leg for 4 runs. McManus moves on to 63 and Northamptonshire are over 300 in this decent second effort of theirs. The lead is 62, but as Glamorgan found in the first few games of the season, it's it doesn't give you much chance if you leave your best effort for second.
No, absolutely not. And Northamptonshire conceding that huge deficit of 239 and just always playing catch up, and with no question of the weather intervening, then you've got to bat very, very, very well in your second innings.
Fernando in, bowls, flicked away on the leg side, single to McManus, down to Ul Hassan at deep backward square, 302 for 9.
I bet the ghosts of Bellamy and Murdin are encouraging them from Great Wantage Road, ladies stand in the sky. Let's go and beat their record. Do you remember the ladies stand at Wantage Road? It probably might be a bit before your time.
No, I don't.
It's amazing. It survived until 1978 when they knocked it down. It always looked as though it was about to fall down of its own accord.
Fernando in bowls, and Conway has played that somewhere. Where? Anyway, no run.
It just dropped down almost next to him.
That's why I couldn't spot it. It was in the shadow of the giant Conway. 302 for 9, 63 ahead. Was the stand actually used exclusively by ladies in those days?
Originally, then of course later on it just became another stand. But it was where the new pavilion is now. It was knocked down to build the new pavilion in 1979-80. But it was ramshackle, I think is the word, and there were changing facilities underneath it where the second team used to change.
Right.
And there was no better incentive to play for the first team to get out of the dungeon at the back of the ladies' stand. 302 for 9. Bright sunshine back with us as Harris runs away from us to bowl to McManus, who's pushing it out in the offside. Again, the easiest of singles, but they're not interested in taking it. There's a third man on the boundary. Backward point on the boundary. Extra cover nearly on the boundary. Deep backward square on the boundary. Long leg on the boundary. A backward point. Marnus Labuschagne, or I think he might be just going into slip. Mid-off, mid-on, but generally the field just scattered far and wide. Single if McManus wanted it, anywhere. And that nips back and runs away off an inside edge down to deep backward square. But again, they're not going to take the run. Harris into his 24th over now. On the cusp of a century, 3 for 98.
I spot a subfielder, Ned Leonard, 22.
Oh yes. Here is Harris in bowls, and McManus stands tall, punches out a way through extra cover, but Sam Northeast comes round to field, still wearing Will Smale's jumper, and there's no run. It's about time I made way for Sir Edward Bevan, I think, which I'll do at the end of this over. Here is Harris. Shadow of one of the pylons now stretching wide across the ground as McManus does take the single this time off the 4th ball of the over, plays it out to mid-wicket. And there is, I think, the subfielder in question, Old Ned Leonard, as Anthony Gibson, our Somerset colleague, always used to call him when he was on the Somerset staff. He thought it sounded a bit sort of yokelish, a bit like somebody from Uncle Tom Cobb, Widdicombe Fair, isn't it, the song? Ned Leonard, and Uncle Tom Cobb, that one.
Well, he's actually from Hammersmith. He was born, so he's a London boy.
303 for 9. Conway with 2 balls to survive, and he survives the first of them, pushing it up to mid-off.
And he is correctly delineated on scorecards by E.O. Leonard Edward Owen. Yes, must have a touch of Welsh in him with names like that.
Well, I've got an Edward in mine as well as a old family name. All the best people. My son has the same reason. There's a lot of us about. Last ball of the over. Harris in, bowls to Conway, who it goes down the leg side, and it's another terrific take from Chris Cook. He's poured off 2 or 3 terrific takes down the leg side in the last few overs. But another over ticks past. Conway is 10, McManus is 65, 303 for 9. The lead is 64. There are 16 overs remaining, plus any additional ones that the umpires may deem appropriate. And with Andy Gorvin coming on to the attack at the far end of the ground, time for some more Edward Bevan.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. BBC Sport Online, live from Sophia Gardens, as indeed we will be next weekend for Glamorgan against Middlesex. 303 for 9. McManus 65, Conway 10. They've already added 40 for this last wicket. It's been a considerable irritation. At no stage today really have Glamorgan threatened to run through the visitors. As in comes Gorvin and bowls, and McManus flicks it off his legs out towards deep mid-wicket. They decide against the single. Kieran Carlson nips off and picks up the helmet, so Chris Cook is now going to stand up to the stumps.
Well, this is prolonging, not the inevitable perhaps, and once they get a 100 lead, but it's prolonging the game, which looks very much like as if it might well go into tomorrow. But
Really?
resistance here from Conway and McManus. The last wicket fell, what did it fall at?
263.
263.
Yeah, they've added
40 runs.
Yeah, it's a useful stand. I'm not sure
Without-
if we're into tomorrow territory as yet, as
Right.
Gorvin bowls. McManus clips that one away very firmly on the leg side out to deep mid-wicket. No run is attempted.
I find
Because
that a bit strange because Conway has showed that he certainly can hold the bat
yeah, he's played a couple of decent shots.
and hasn't been beaten all ends up 2 or 3 times. And they would be useful runs because they all add up.
At the moment, if the wicket were to fall now, Glamorgan would have 13 overs
Oh, they-
as Gorvin bowls and McManus is forward out on the offside, and there is no run, plus the possibility of the extra
half hour.
half hour. I'm not sure if it's 7 or 8. I think 7. We'd have to check that if it...
I don't think Glamorgan will rush to try and win it if they do get in tonight, because you've got all day tomorrow. Forecast is pretty good.
Yeah, I know, but everyone likes a day off, don't they? Cricketers...
Cricketers do.
no less than anyone else. Gorvin in bowls. McManus will take a single now as he's played that one out towards deep mid-wicket. 4th ball of the over. Carlson goes sprinting round the outfield.
I think it should be a change this end because Harris has been very expensive, hasn't he? In the last couple of overs, he's one short of 100, having conceded.
Yeah, 24 overs bowled. Yeah, most of the bowlers have gone for between 2 and 3. But I suppose Harris is probably used to bowl more short pitch deliveries, and they've played them quite well.
Yes.
304 for 9, Northants hanging on in there. As Glamorgan go back to 2 slips. Conway looked as though he was trying to move the field as well. Don't like
You know
you
what
there.
he's trying to do there?
He's waving vaguely. Maybe asking for something from a 12th man. Gorvin is in, bowls to Conway up in the block hole, driven up to mid-off. Fernando jogs across and fields.
Getting a bit cloudy away to our left, no threat of rain, but
yes, Northants certainly making sure that those remaining folk at Sapphire Gardens get their value for money in terms of hours entertainment. Gorvin bowls. Oh, Conway
wanted to
wants a
run.
single off the last ball of the over there.
he didn't realise, I don't think.
Forgot it was the last ball of the over. Set off for a single. McManus standing still, probably appalled. And eventually Fernando picks up the ball. 304 for 9 at the end of the over. The partnership is worth 41. The lead is 65 runs.
And as far as Northants are concerned, now I think that
Switching to the
Conway has shown himself that he can certainly hold a bat, and he hasn't been in any sort of trouble. Perhaps, and we often see it once the number 11 shows confidence, that they will take the singles and the runs mount up and the occasional boundary. Well, Fernando switched ends. He has come to bowl at this end. He's bowled well in this innings again. 17 overs, 2 for 42. And he will be bowling at McManus, who has been there for a very long time. 141 balls for his 66. Done a good job, though. Rearguard action as Fernando prepares to bowl to him. He's bowling from this end, past the umpire, on his way, and bowls down the leg side. It's him on the glove. No doubt McManus has got bruised fingers for other reasons. Lightfoot was as a wicketkeeper, so a little bang on the thumb is not going to do him any harm. Leicester going great guns, are they? Hammered Middlesex again. 8 wickets, I think it was. That's their 4th win. Before long, they'll be nearly assured of promotion. Yeah, it's Fernando. Comes in and bowls to McManus, who cuts it away. And, well, this is a bit silly cricket now. Down to deep third man, and he doesn't bother to run.
Yeah, Leicestershire have played 6, won 4, drawn 2, 115 points.
Oh.
So probably only need 2 or 3 more wins out of 8 games, and
They're home and dry.
we're likely to be
Well
up.
done to them.
Middlesex 68 points in 3rd, without Derbyshire adding there. Well, Derbyshire will remain 2nd.
Glamorgan will have a chance to go in up if they win this one as Fernando bowls. This is hit out to deep extra cover and they don't take a run.
So Glamorgan, if they win this one, would move above Middlesex.
Will that be 3rd?
Depending on how the results. It's
I
with
think,
only 1 game finished, it's very difficult to
I don't think
predict the table.
somehow that Derby are going to give anything to Lancashire and vice versa, are they?
Probably not.
Here's Fernando. Halfway through the over. They'll be looking for a run here, possibly. Bowls down the leg side, and he's caught and gone. Well, that's the end of McManus. Poor shot, really. He was trying to feather it away when he was playing so well. Caught by Cook. Yet another of Fernando. 344. Lead is 65, and Glamorgan needs 66. Clickety click to win this game.
Which indeed was McManus's score. 304 all out. Conway 10 not out. 3 for 42 for Fernando. So he takes the best bowling figures of this second innings, and it's good to see the Sri Lankan making a full contribution to this team effort now. He's got 3 for 42, Harris 3 for 99, Van der Hoogten 3 for 62, and Gorvin 2 for 35 are the wicket takers. Play will resume at 5:59 p.m. and Glamorgan will need 66 runs to win this county championship match.
How many overs did you say, Nick?
Overs left, right.
12, 5.
It'll be 14 on the board, less.
12?
Possibly 11 or 12, but then they can ask for the extra half hour, so I think we're going to see a result tonight. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
For those of you who would like to keep your scorecards up to date, I'll give you the rest of the details and the bowling figures in just a moment. So Northamptonshire 304 all out, with Harry Conway unbeaten on 10, and in that total there were 32 extras, 8 byes, 14 leg byes, 2 wides and 8 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim Van der Hoogten, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 63. James Harris, 24 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 99. Asitha Fernando, 17.4 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 42. Andy Gordon, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. Ben Kellaway, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 27. And Zain Ul Hassan, 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 60.
Yep. 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 So we are about to resume with Glamorgan needing 66 for victory. There are 12 overs remaining in the scheduled day's play as the Glamorgan openers, Asa Tribe and Zain Ul Hassan, dance onto the field, trying to get on with things. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly.
So, the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Zain Ul Hassan and Asa Tribe. And to open the bowling for Northamptonshire at the Cathedral End, Ben Sanderson.
So it is the regular openers, Ul Hassan and Tribe, who will open up. And Ben Sanderson, no doubt with Harry Conway. Here comes Sanderson then from the Cathedral Road end. In to bowl, and Ul Hassan on the defensive. So they need to score just over 5 and over if they're to win in the 12, but as I say, it's extremely probable the umpires will give them the extra half hour if required. Ul Hassan was out for 25 in the first innings, Tribe for 18. Labuschagne without scoring, and that was a moment of awkwardness for Glamorgan on the first day. Oh, that's a decent delivery from Sanderson. It's lifted a bit and beaten the outside edge of Zain Ul Hassan.
I wonder if any teams in September are offered the extra half hour. It tends to go dark about, dusk comes about 6:30. I wouldn't have thought so.
Yes, you don't see them very often, but there was one earlier this season where Glamorgan lost against Leicester in day 1, didn't they?
Yep. Not on day 1.
Day 3. Sanderson bowls, Ul Hassan pushes forward, bat and pad together, with Northants trying to add some drama to proceedings. The light won't be a problem, but it's not as bright as it was. Quite a bit of cloud around late in the evening.
Andrew said there's rain going to come any minute. He saw a cloud.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow fairly shortly as Sanderson is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who leaves it outside the off stump. Glamorgan are chasing just 66 to win this match against Northants, who are finally bowled out for 304 late into the evening. 3 wickets apiece for Harris and Fernando, 2 apiece to Van der Hoogten and Gorvin after prolonged resistance from the visitors. Glamorgan should be able to wrap this up today. They've got 12 overs plus a possible extra half hour. Glamorgan 0 for 0, chasing 66. Sanderson is in to bowl, and that's worked away on the offside, and there is no run. So remains to be seen how long Northants will pour heart and soul into this one. There'll no doubt be several overs each from the opening bowlers, and then we might see some occasionals if Glamorgan get close to the total without too much discomfort. Turned off his hips by Ul Hassan to get the scoring underway down to fine leg. Off the first ball of the over, 1 without loss. After 1, target 65 more, off 11, so that's theoretically a runner ball, but as I keep saying, it's likely that they'd go on beyond that. And
Big Henry Conway,
yes,
predictably will bowl from the River Taff end, and he will be letting it know that he's a quick bowler, I fancy, because he's aggressive and he can bowl a quick delivery. And there are 3 slips. Well, there are 3 slips and a 5th slip, and they will be looking for wickets. They don't really, well, he runs, try to keep the runs, but there's no third man, and there are gaps, lots of gaps. And in he comes to Ul Hussain and bowls the first ball, and Hussain gets up and pushes it out onto the offside. And still some spectators here. It'll be nearly 7 o'clock finish, I would have thought, 10 to 7 around there. If Glamorgan are around 35 to 40, it'll be interesting to see whether they say, oh, we'll come back tomorrow morning. Conway round the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hussain, and he comes forward and pushes it up to mid-off. Must be about 6'6", 6'7".
6'7", yeah.
Good line out forward, didn't it?
By the way, Glamorgan did manage to capture the Carlson catch from behind, which is on social media now. They went at 3rd slip, which gives you a good view.
The diving Carlson.
Of the soaring, diving, leaping.
Here's the leaping Conway coming in. And bowls tucked away on the onside for a single. And Hussain and Glamorgan move on to 2 without loss. Which brings it is Tribe, who played really well in the first innings till he was out for 18, played some nice shots, but then was caught by Zaid. I think he's a good prospect. I haven't seen him about 5 times.
He's done well this season and the back end of last.
Yeah.
It was unlucky really not to start the season in the team.
3 slips and a gully, and in comes Conway to the right-hander. Bowls to him, and he dabs it away into the gully. There is no run.
Yes, like Callaway, combining professional cricket with university studies.
Wise man.
Yep, you have to get something in the bank, don't you? Because you're not likely, unless you're the very elite of the game, to be able to retire on the back of a cricket career.
No, indeed. In comes Conway over the wicket, bowls a Tribe who leaves outside the off stump, goes through to McManus, who was second highest scorer. So Sabze made 66, made 74. McManus very patient, 66. Only criticism, as we said at the end, that he wasn't turning down singles when Conway really looked a very useful number 11. But it's Conway bowling at the moment, and this is the last ball of the over. To the right-handed is a Tribe, and bowls to him, and he leaves it outside the off stump. Good judgment. This remains a 2 without loss. Glamorgan needs 63 to win this. I thought it was 66.
Yeah, 66 to win, so the figure on the board is trailed by 63. You need to add 1 to it.
Yes, they will make it rather difficult. I understand.
There's not much use
no,
being
white
scores
trail.
level.
Yeah, so add 1 on.
Yes, add 1 on for the victory target.
64 to win then. Even I can work that out.
2 for naught, Glamorgan after 2 overs, and the way they've played these initial 2 overs, you would suspect that they've been assured that they can have the extra time if they need it tonight.
Or if they want it.
Or they're quite happy to come back tomorrow. Sanderson is in to bowl, squirted away off an inside edge by Ul Hussain. And there's no run, but 2 young players, you can forgive them for wanting to take their time over the task and
Absolutely.
to play for the old red inkers, the not outs, which send your average up with no particular pressure to play for the team and get it done quickly. It's not one of those run chases, as Sanderson right arm, medium fast, around the wicket to Ul Hassan. Is he caught behind?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Oh,
Or is he? I thought the umpire's finger has gone up. Yes, it has, eventually. He maybe didn't see it. Ul Hassan is walking now, and Glamorgan are 2 for 1, with Sanderson having Ul Hassan caught behind for 2.
yeah, it looked. Yeah.
Zayn Ul Hassan was caught by Lewis McManus off the bowling of Ben Sanderson.
It's a good delivery, a little bit of bounce, angled in, with the bowler bowling around the wicket, and Ul Hassan, disappointed, trudge back to the pavilion. 9 wickets for Northants to get.
Yes, it is strange. And I think he might be in the umpire's room after that. Because he stayed there, stared at the umpire, and I don't know what you thought, Nick. I thought he'd nicked it.
Yeah, there wasn't any deviation. It was obvious that the fielders heard something. And the umpire's just having a little chat to see if that was sufficient irritation to earn a telling off.
Well, here he comes.
Glamorgan is Marnus Labuschagne.
It's like introducing the king. Marnus Labuschagne.
Well, we don't see him very often. Marnus Labuschagne playing his first game of the season for Glamorgan.
On a pair.
On a pair. Having played 4 championship games last season and averaged 58, hit a couple of centuries and a couple of 50s in the space of 4 games. Also played a fair bit of the T20. Let's check it. Yes, he played
He bowled well in
all 13
his leg
games.
spinners.
Stayed till the end, didn't he? Because he got his career best, or the Glamorgan's best indeed, of 5 for 11 in the final game here against
I think
Somerset.
had he not been, it was either him or the captain took off for Crane at Essex when they were defending a low total and they got them 7 or 8 down, and then he whipped one of the spinners off and Essex went on to win it because they were running through the Essex side on a turning pitch.
So Sanderson will bowl over the wicket to the right-hander, and Labuschagne will be faced with 3 slips, a leg gully, a short mid-wicket, and a catching position. So there'll be some gaps if he can find them. Sanderson in to bowl. Labuschagne is off the mark and off a pair. First ball. Relief as he turns it out towards deep mid-wicket and jogs through for a couple of runs. So even for a 30-year-old who's played plenty of Test cricket, I'm sure there's that little relief in getting your first runs of the match.
I think you better go out there and tell Ace Tribe, was he played with Marnus before, to be on his toes?
Yes, he wouldn't have batted with Labuschagne before, would he? Because
you should tell him, look, this fellow wants to run every run.
Tribe came into the side at the end of last season. Here's Sanderson in to bowl to Labuschagne, who drives towards mid-wicket. Is that carried?
Oh, no.
No.
They asked.
Not quite. Bartlett plunged forward.
Well, when I saw McManus run forward, but in fairness to Bartlett, he said no. It's all action, all excitement here. And if you're listening, come down, as David Griffin says. Why don't you come on down and watch the excitement?
Here's Sanderson into Labuschagne. It's beaten. That's close to LBW. Calm down, Edward. You're getting overexcited now. You've given him out twice.
Well, look at... Oh.
There's
careful.
There's a lot of disappointment in Northants ranks.
Careful.
As Labuschagne was hit on the pad. That's close. Labuschagne's got away from the scene of the crime pretty close, but that might well have been hitting leg stump.
Well, that's what I thought. And he is, how can you say one of the world's greatest is a candidate, but how many times he's out LBW, I'll notice in the winter. This is very exciting.
Here's Sanderson into bowl to Labuschagne, who clips that one just wide of backwards leg gully, as that's saved just inside the ropes, and Tribe doesn't fancy coming back for a third. So Labuschagne moves on to a somewhat nerve-wracking 4, and Glamorgan is 6 for 1 after 3 overs. 60 more runs needed to win. 9 overs of normal time tonight, plus a potential extra half hour.
Well, I must confess, as you just said to me, Nick, I gave that out. But there we are. Who am I to say? Desperately close, wasn't it? Because he shuffled across, you see.
Yes, it was close. And Northants looked decidedly
fed up,
unamused with the decision.
Yeah. The big man about to continue Harry Conway from the river end and bowling to Ace of Tribe. In he comes, bowls, and Tribe dabs it away onto the offside, and first time we've heard it this season, now run. Marnus is famous, now run. He's got holding the bat as if he's playing a banjo there.
Yes, with Conway and Labuschagne on the field at the same time, there's always a bit of movement going on.
Yeah, so Conway got him in the first innings. Australian gets Australia. As Conway comes racing in and bowls, Tribe on the back foot, pushes it gently out to mid-on. Score remains 6 for 1.
I wonder if they are going to make us come back tomorrow, because there's a huge degree of urgency at the moment.
Well, I shan't be here because it's Kenneth's turn tomorrow. No doubt it shouldn't last long, but you just don't know, do you?
Well, that early wicket just puts a few doubts in the mind, doesn't it?
In comes Conway. And over the wicket he bowls, and this is clipped away on the onside, straight to the fielder. And there's no run. I remember when earlier on in the season, when Derby, Glamorgan got a lead, what was it, of 81 in the first innings, and they went in the second innings, and all of a sudden they were 12 for 2. But then were rescued by Ingram, who made 64, and Callaway 74. But you get a bit jittery in the pavilion when you see a couple of wickets going down and you need a total above 50. In comes Conway and bowls. This is played firmly out to mid-off, but there is no run, so Tribe in no hurry here.
Yes, if you're watching on the stream, the run rate required is involving the 96 overs that are available tomorrow, rather than overs to
confusing
tonight.
That, isn't it?
So 60 needed off 8 overs, 2 balls of normal time, plus potential extras.
Conway again. No runs of this over. He bowls and is played again up towards mid-on. There are 3 fielders only. It's a 6-3 field, quite conventional. Big gap between cover and mid-off. He bangs the ball in, doesn't he, Conway? Just not short of a length, but back of a length, if you understand my meaning. It makes it very difficult then if you want to drive.
He's going to get a bit of lift with that ice, isn't he?
Absolutely. This is the last ball of the over, and he's in again and bowls, and it's left outside the off stump by Tribe. 6 for 1, and Glamorgan need a further 60 runs to win. Are we going to have some more interesting cricket in this over? I suspect we are, with Marnus at the crease, and there were a few words said by Sanderson when that not to the umpire, but to Labuschagne. I'd love to hear what they were. Yeah, you got that decision because you're
jammy dodger,
a world test player. Well, he has his opportunity, does Sanderson, now as he prepares to bowl to the Australian batsman Marnus. Labuschagne, who has 4.
So WG Grace, they've come to see me bat, not you bowl. Sanderson bowls, and Labuschagne pushes on the offside, makes as if to set off for a single, but it's straight to Sales at point, and there's no run.
I'd like to bat the other end, will you? You'd be as jumpy It's Labuschagne, he's, always looking for a run. And
Well, it's fair enough to be always looking for a run, but
actually, half on the pitch.
some of his calls can be somewhat optimistic. As long as your teammates know, and as long as he judges the relative speed of his teammates, try being a young man. Labuschagne plays forward and plays it to point. Labuschagne has 4. Al-Hassan out for 2, caught behind off Sanderson. Glamorgan needing 66 to win here on BBC Sport Online.
Good tight opening spell this by the openers.
Well, Northampton have fought hard today, really, haven't they?
Yeah.
Considering they were 190 behind at start of play, cleared off the
Oh,
deficit. Set Glamorgan 66 to win, and they're putting some serious pressure on the openers. Got rid of one of them. Labuschagne defends to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, still the likelihood that this game will end today, but those chances just going down slightly, I think, viewing Glamorgan's approach, in that they're not prepared to give their wickets away, obviously, and the dash for
I think it's wise.
quick runs. Sanderson in, bowls, edged, caught, Labuschagne's out for 4, 6 for 2, Sanderson on fire, well, edge to slip. A disappointing match for Marnus Labuschagne. He's failed to make an impact. 0 and 4.
Good ball that was.
Wanders back, tutting to himself about his failure as we watch the replay on the stream. Yeah, it was a big, thick edge.
Straight into the hands, really.
Brought the catch up.
Broad. Now, there will be collywobbles in the dressing room because, you've seen this happen before, not only with Glamorgan but other sides. And you have, 2 batsmen were in form. You had North East, and Carlson, and Kellaway, and Cook to come in, and normally you say, well, yes, there'd be no problem. But when there's pressure on you, and you've got a bowler like Sanderson, who is as good as opening bowler when he's on his day as anybody in the second division.
Well, you just need one stand, really, don't you?
Yes.
It doesn't need much as Sam North East comes in at 4, having had a decent, if sedate, knock of 67 in the first innings.
It wasn't a bad delivery. I know you can criticise perhaps Labuschagne. He's poked at it, but you had to play it. Got bounce and puts extra pressure on the batsman coming in.
And in turn reduces the chances of this being over this evening, because they won't want to take any risks now, and may not even go for the extra half hour, I guess, because...
well, it's offered, isn't it? It's up to the umpires, and they say, do you think? And obviously, if you're 25 for 3 or whatever...
They say, no, we'll come back tomorrow.
Offer it to Northants.
Can you get another 6 or 7 wickets in half an hour? No, I don't think they'd offer it to Northants. Unless Sanderson does something remarkable here. He's got 2 balls left of this over, and he's bowling to Sam North East, who's defending on the leg side, and there is no run. So a few nerves for Glamorgan at 6 for 2, 5 overs gone.
I just can't get my head around Al-Hassan, who stayed there for a good 20 seconds or so, which tells me he was convinced he hadn't touched it, because normally if you know you touch it, you go. But it'd be interesting to know what happened.
Sanderson in to finish his over. North East pushes forward. We're through 5 overs of this Glamorgan innings, and it hasn't got off the ground at 6 for 2. North Eastern Tribe yet to score, and with 7 overs scheduled of play tonight, Edward will swap around, and Andrew Radd will make his way from the back of the box, and I shall try and write a report that makes some sense and can still be sent on the whistle, as it were, just top and tail on the delivery of the final ball of the day. Andrew Rad makes ground and is.
Thank you very much, Nick. Edward will be joining me in a second, and the first ball of the next over from Asa Tribe, clipped away down to deep backward square for 4. Conway just straying onto Tribe's legs, and he works that away nicely. Good timing for 4.
Drama at Sophia Gardens.
Well,
Mr. Rad.
yes, I told you it'd be rain saves Glamorgan. 10 for 2. Another 56 runs required. 6 and a bit overs of normal time. The Northamptonshire Brains Trust, Messrs Lehman, Kleinvelt and Smith down there on the boundary, reviewing what's going on. 3 slips and a gully. Here's Conway from the river end, bowls, and Tribe looks to force off the back foot, runs up to Rob Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run.
As Nick said, I don't think they'll consider the extra half hour.
I mean, I suppose, I don't know, the light's okay.
Well, the light will be okay until 8:30.
Yeah, well,
because they don't want to go hell for leather tonight. They get out.
No,
They
of
just
course
want to compose themselves, think about it in the morning, and
well, I absolutely, I would think it's the common sense
I would have
option.
thought so, but you never know.
Well,
It's cricketers, you.
no. Here is Conway into bowl to Tribe, and again he turns it round on the leg side, but this time it's a little bit straighter, and it's straight to James Sales, who's in front of square next to the umpire. Sun reappears. Sanderson, remarkable figures: 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 5. 565 Northamptonshire wickets now for Ben Sanderson.
Is that in
all
first
competitions?
class? Oh, right.
2 shy of just over 400 in first class. 2 shy of Austin Matthews. Here is Conway. In and bowls to Tribe outside the off stump. Good carry into the gloves of McManus, and change in the field. The 4th slip stroke gully has now gone across to leg gully. Safe Zabe, where he took the catch in the first innings to dismiss Kieran Carlson. Almost the identical spot. But it is a lovely evening here in Cardiff. Whether we shall be here tomorrow morning remains to be seen.
I think you will.
Yeah,
That's my prediction.
if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would agree with you. But here is Conway, thundering in to bowl to Tribe, and he's pushing that back past the bowler. Keogh comes across.
A slight resemblance, Andrew, for me, to Derek Pringle.
Yes.
With his,
Yeah,
you know,
yes.
I don't know what you think. Have a think about it when you run
Yeah,
that.
little bit of Pringle, little bit of Gus Fraser
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
Who's another one that I was watching him at Leicester, and he got 5 for on debut. There was the one bowler that came to mind. He's turning at the far end.
It's quicker than Pring used to be.
Yeah. Conway into bowl to Asa Tribe outside the off stump. Tribe leaves it alone. Through to the keeper. End of another over. 6 gone. 6 remaining in normal time. 10 for 2. So it would only be now if the umpires decide that it would be appropriate to offer the extra half hour, because barring something very strange, Glamorgan are not going to score 56 runs in 6 overs.
Well, exactly.
If it was the last 6 overs of a T20, you'd think they might have a chance, but
And they've probably been told by the coach, look, you come in, don't accept it. Here's Sanderson then, bowling to Sam North East, who's yet to get off the mark. Bowls the first ball and is pushed back down the track and stopped by the bowler.
good ball, got Labuschagne, wasn't it?
It was bounce. He had to play it in front
Yeah.
of his face, and then it seemed, and straight into Broad's hands. Well, 2 good balls he's had in
Yes.
defence of him, if you can
Yes.
say. He'd be bitterly disappointed. 10 for 2. Tribe on 4. Al Hassan out for 2 and Labuschagne for 4, as in comes Sanderson. gets close to the stumps, wide of the off stump this time, and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
Well, whatever happens, the thing that we were talking about first thing this morning, and indeed with the interview with Greg Smith last night, was that Northamptonshire needed to show a bit of fight today, and they have.
Yeah.
They left themselves, obviously, in a very sizable hole after what happened in the first couple of days, but they have just shown a bit of ticker here, bit of grit and ticker.
Down go the 3 slips as in comes Sanderson and bowls to North East, who plays off the back foot up to mid-on. Again, there's no run.
Sounds like an Icelandic volcano, doesn't it? Grit and ticker.
Yes. Not Tickner, the opening bowler.
Yeah, Blair, yes, with his little rabbit
pony
hops.
steps.
That's right, yes.
Coming up to a jump. 3 overs and 3 balls, 1 maiden, 2 for 5 with the exemplary figures of Ben Sanderson, who you might have heard me saying yesterday was given a trial by Glamorgan some years ago and was turned down. And in he comes and bowls. Oh, and that was an absolute corker. And well played, Sam North East, to get out of that. It pitched and bounced, a wry smile from the bowler. I don't think North East was smiling. Let's have a look. I wonder if we'll get that again. It was an absolute peach of a delivery.
Sanderson's now taken 38 wickets against Glamorgan, averaging around about 24.
Yeah, he's a fine bowler still. How old is he, Andrew?
35 now.
Is he really? Sanderson in again, bowls to North East. North East drives through the onside, goes up towards the wicket boundary, and is going to creep over the ropes for 4 runs.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
And Bartlett put in a
There we go.
sparing dive. Oof.
Yeah.
Was in the air.
He had a 2 to his left. Anyway, it's 4 runs, and Glamorgan move on to 14 for 2, creep on to 14 for 2, and 52 now needed. They've had their fright with seeing those 2 batsmen going out in the first over. Last ball of the over from Sanderson bowl, short, pushed away on the offside, wide of mid off. North East calls for his single. That is the end of the over. 15 for 2 then. Glamorgan, who need to score 66 runs to win. They need another 51. There are 5 overs left this evening, and the expert predicament from not the predicament, what's the word? Prediction from my friend on the right is that we will go in when the 5 overs are bowled. We may be wrong.
Well, we may very well be wrong. It's, I was going to say a first time for everything. There's an umpteenth time for everything in that respect. But Vasconcelos at first slip, Harrison at second, Broad, where he took the catch to dismiss Labuschagne, is at third. And a leg gully as well as Conway is in and bowls, and that's skewed off a thick outside edge down towards third man. It's a long chase down there towards the boundary. It's George Bartlett that reels it in, and they come back for 2. So Sam North East goes to 7, Glamorgan to 17 for 2, leading another 49 to win. After Northamptonshire, if you're just catching up, we've been out doing something else this afternoon. Northamptonshire bowled out eventually for 304. 71 for Safe Zabe, 66 for Lewis McManus, who was last out. Second half century of the match for Luke Proctor. 3 wickets for James Harris, 3 for Asita Fernando. Here's Conway in and bowls to Harris. 2 up North East, who covers up, pushes it up towards Rob Keogh in there at extra cover, and there's no run. And that left Glamorgan needing 66 to win, and they've lost Zain Ul Hassan, caught behind by Lewis McManus off Ben Sanderson for 2. That was 2 for 1, and Marnus Labuschagne caught by Justin Broad at third slip off Sanderson for 4. That was 6 for 2. It's now 17 for 2. Conway into bowl to North East, wide and cut away for 4. That's got exactly what it deserved. It was wide, poor. Yeah, it was. It was wide, it was short, and North East plundering a boundary. 21 for 2 Glamorgan. North East goes to 11. They need another 45 to win. And if we've got the little WinViz thing that tells you whether it's going to be over today or tomorrow, it might just have dipped towards today.
No.
Here's Conway in bowls to North East outside the off stump, left alone as it goes through to McManus. It is actually, it's quite cloudy now. It's light's not bad, but it's not.
Andrew's one of the nicest days of spring.
It's nice over there, but we're not playing over there.
And that's where it comes from.
Oh well.
Yeah. I know, I'd be the same as a Glamorgan supporter as you as a Northampton supporter, but you are not going to be saved by the rain.
Oh,
all right, that's the end of it.
No, not the rain. I was thinking about the light.
Oh, the light, yeah. I don't think that comes in.
No, probably not. Here's Conway running into bowl and tickled down to fine leg by Sam North East. He'll only get a single because Ben Sanderson is down there in his capped player's cap with the gold piping on. Sends in his return. 12 to North East, 22 for 2 Glamorgan. Need another 44 to win. This is the last ball of the 8th over, so there are 4.
I miscounted there. I thought, not a no ball there. No.
Don't think so. But you've bowled a few this season. 7 off this over so far.
Yeah.
Tribe on strike. As Conway is in bowls to him down the leg side. Has he got a little feather on that? Not out. No, the umpire indicates it was off the thigh pad or possibly just off the inside of the pad. There was a noise, but not out. End of the over, 22 for 2. North East is 12. Tribe is 4. We have 4 overs of normal time remaining. We'll see what the umpires decide. They did have a little chat, didn't they, after, I think it was after the demise of Labuschagne, whether they were just thinking about what might happen. The bags are being wheeled in by Messrs Lehman and Smith,
which tells us possibly that we will be back. Well, you'll be back tomorrow. Sanderson bowls the first ball the next over to Sam North East, who dabs it down into the gully. 2 for 10.
Well, I'd already, was going back to what you were talking about earlier and heading home earlier, I'd already, once it got past sort of 5 o'clock, I'd already messaged home and said I shan't be driving home this evening.
No. And your wife probably said, no, you'll be too tired to stay where you are. You're getting on now. Or words to that effect. Which you're not, of course. You're a mere pup compared to me.
Have you been eavesdropping, Edward?
Yes, Sanderson comes in and bowls, and this is driven up towards mid-on, and there is no run again. 22 for 2, 44 runs needed.
Yes, it's just the only thing that's hanging over me is how long it's going to take to get home and what time I need to be back in the office for the cricket show tomorrow. But we'll organise it all. It'll all be sorted out.
You have a cricket show every Monday, do you?
Yeah, every Monday.
Half an hour?
6 till 7 hours show.
Oh, that's good.
David Ripley, our special guest tomorrow.
Rippers. Sanderson bowled, and it's played nicely into the covers. There will be a couple of runs here. It's a long chase, and they'll settle on 2. The score goes up to 24, and if you're an optimistic Glamorgan supporter, you'll say to yourself, we're 9 runs away from the halfway stage to victory. Or something like that.
Yeah. Yes, we've got David Ripley coming in the studio tomorrow, and an interview I've done with captain of Northamptonshire's over 50s side, whose family have been involved with their local club for over 100 years. So.
Sanderson bowls. Dabbed away, think of a run, they don't in the end. No doubt the interview you will do at the end of this game will go in for it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That helps 5 minutes or so, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it was a bit more than that last week after the Lancashire game. Obviously there was when everybody wants to talk, but exactly. I'm sure there'll be some reaction obviously to whatever happens here. Sanderson
2 for 12, and this is 5th over with 2 balls to go. Comes round and bowls, and again is pushed into the offside again. Sam North East thinks of a run. I may be wrong, but since the departure of Labuschagne, Sanderson seems to not be quite as venomous as if he really wanted to get that top batsman out, and he did.
Two for 12, with 1 ball to go in his 5th over, and tidy enough.
As the cloud cover comes over, last ball of the over coming in, and hit bowls, and North East again dabs it up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. The pitch appearing a little easy pace there now. North East is 14, Tribe is 4. That one scoring shot where he clipped it out to mid-wicket. And we will have Conway bowling again with 3 overs left, so he presumably will have 2. And Sanderson, unless of course we see a bit of leg spin. There is.
It's possible.
Is that him at
second
slip? He's bending and stretching and everything else.
It is extremely good to see so many spectators have stayed.
Well, he expected a Glamorgan win, probably.
Yeah, well, they may still get it, but Conway.
There is the scenario, of course, Andrew, that I'll just break off for this first ball.
Here is Conway from the river end into bowl to Tribe with 3 slips in place, and that's on leg stump, clipped uppishly down towards leg gully, half stopped by Safe Zabe, but they come through for a single. Tribe to 5, Glamorgan 25 for 2.
If they said you want to take the half hour and after a quarter of an hour they don't score, can they just then say, can we go in now? I don't suppose you can.
I don't suppose you can, unless conditions are unfit, unless it's bad light or something like that. But
well, if they lose 2 wickets, they say, well, can we go in now? No, you can't. You wanted it.
No, that's right.
I think they'll come in, but there we are.
Here is Conway into bowl to Sam Northeast, and he's turned around by that when it goes thick outside edge. It's running down towards the boundary at third man. It's not going to get there. George Bartlett reels it in. Northeast was keen for a third, but sent back by his partner, Asa Tribe, and I think sensibly. 2 to Northeast. He goes to 16. Glamorgan to 27.
He didn't know much about that.
He didn't. He was turned round by it. Went off skewed off a thick outside edge. Good chase down there by George Bartlett, who otherwise wouldn't have had much to do today, as he was out last night. And we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra, where Glamorgan needing 66 to win, a 27 for 2, and again Harry Conway, who's steaming in for Northamptonshire from the river end, just causing Sam Northeast, the Glamorgan captain, a moment of alarm. Northamptonshire bowled out for 304, just to recap for the benefit of Sports Extra listeners, with contributions from Safe Zabe made 71, Lewis McManus 66, Luke Proctor 56. Left Glamorgan needing just 66 to win, as Conway running in towards us, bowls to Northeast, turns that away nicely through mid-wicket. This could run all the way for 4, scatters the pigeons in front of the boundary rope, and it isn't quite going to go. James Sales, good chase, reels it in, but they come back for 3, takes Sam Northeast up to 19. Glamorgan to 30 for 2, needing another 36 to win. So 66 to win at the start of the innings, but a stuttering start by Glamorgan, courtesy of Ben Sanderson, who removed Zain Al Hassan, caught behind for 2, and Marnus Labuschagne, who's had a fairly wretched match. 0 in the first innings, 4 in the second, caught by Justin Broad at third slip. That was 6 for 2, but these two repairing the damage. Here's Conway in and punched away through extra cover by Asa Tribe, who presumably wants a day off tomorrow. It's running out towards the extra cover boundary, and once again they're going to turn for 3 as George Bartlett chases it up towards the grandstand, and Glamorgan are halfway there, 33 for 2. The situation as far as when we finish is concerned, there are 2 overs and 1 ball of normal time, normal playing time. Then of course there is the possibility of an extra half hour, and Glamorgan getting just maybe close enough that they might decide to take it. Here's Conway in and bowls to northeast, who pushes it up to extra cover. There is no run. That's the end of the over.
Well, you've got the right man there. You've got the captain there.
Yep, Sam Northeast
He can make his mind up.
is out there, 33 for 2. So it's a question of whether we finish today or whether we have to come back for potentially a very, very short session tomorrow morning. It's fine here. I mean, there's no sunshine at the moment. There's a bit more cloud cover, but I don't think there's a problem with the light. It is, I suspect, just a question of whether Glamorgan feel that they want to try and knock the runs off in the remaining 7 or 8 overs, or whether they would say, no, okay, we'll just come back tomorrow.
Yeah, these are put on 27. They haven't really been in any sort of trouble. We'll just wait and see, because there are 2 overs remaining. Sanderson to continue then. Comes in and bowls, and this is clipped away nicely on the leg side by Tribe. It's running up to the boundary. It won't get there. Zabe pulls it in, and they cross for 2 runs. Takes a score to 35 for 2.
All of a sudden, you just wonder whether some of the messages come from the pavilion. We've got a tea time tomorrow morning at the golf course. Do you fancy?
Oh yeah.
Do you fancy going on the first tee at 9:30 or something? Bake the sandwich beforehand. So maybe they do fancy finishing it off tonight.
We shall see. In comes Sanderson, runs away from us and bowls, and this is a good delivery which beat Tribe on the outside and went through low down to the wicketkeeper. You talk about these overs left. I remember a game at Bristol many years ago. Glamorgan, believe it or not, needed 1 run to win at the lunch interval. Came up and we looked, 1 run. Off came the bails, and it was a day like this, perfect weather, and they had to come out for 1 ball.
Common sense is no match for the regulations, is it?
Absolutely. Here's Sanderson, comes in and bowls, and this is played back down to the bowler by Asa Tribe.
Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, has been going through a warming up routine for some time. Also, Justin Broad, so maybe we see a little bit of Justin Broad. He's at 3rd slip, where he held the catch to dismiss Marnus Labuschagne. So, obviously they will know out there what has been said, what the umpires have offered.
3 slips, crouched down with the wicketkeeper. Sanderson gets in and bowls. This is played away onto the onside, but fielded by Bartlett, I think that is.
Yep, George
Bartlett. 35 for 2, and another 31 runs needed. So.
And Somerset have beaten Sussex by 5 wickets in Division 1 down at Taunton.
That's the 2nd successive win for Somerset, so they started poorly. And they beat Essex. And Essex lost heavily today at Worcester, bottom club.
225 runs.
Sanderson in again and bowls, and Tribe comes down the pitch as if to meet him on the half volley, but decides not to, because I think Sanderson saw him coming and dropped it just back of a length.
Close of play at the Oval. We're just catching up with what's been happening elsewhere. Yorkshire 185 for 6 in their second innings against Surrey. Yorkshire still 72 runs behind. Surrey having piled up 512 all out. Hampshire have beaten Warwickshire at Edgbaston by 89 runs, and as you mentioned, Worcestershire beating Essex by 225 runs.
Down the leg side, and a diving stop by McManus. That completes the over. 35 for 2, 31 runs needed. There remains 1 over tonight, so we think, but I think we had this earlier on in the season. There are 8 overs if they deem to take the extra half hour. Well, I've changed my mind all of a sudden. I think they might now.
They might now. Luke Proctor's just having a word with the umpire, and we are going to see a change. Justin Broad is going to bowl from the far end, from the river end, replacing Harry Conway.
3 wickets to him, I think, in the first innings.
He did, it bowled nicely in the first innings. Close of play at Bristol, where Kent are 135 for 4 in their second innings against Gloucestershire, that in Division 2, of course. So Kent are 43 runs to the good, and Lancashire 141 for 6, and close of play against Derbyshire at Old Trafford 285 ahead. Broad into bowl to Sam Northeast, who pushes it out square of the wicket in the offside, and there's no run. Andrew Radden, Edward Bevan with you here at Sophia Gardens.
And I might tell you that there's not been a single spectator has moved from his seat.
Yes, there's a...
So they anticipate, like we do, perhaps there will be an extra half hour.
Here is Broad. Running in to bowl to Northeast, who hits it up to mid-on, but can't get it past Luke Proctor, who's had another good game with the bat for Northamptonshire. 61 in the first innings, 56 in the second.
I always get confused with the Proctor of Derby, ex-Lancashire, or was it this Proctor, the ex-Lancashire?
This Proctor's
ex-Lancashire.
ex-Lancashire.
That's right.
And from Oldham, 3 slips in as Broad comes in and bowls to Sam Northeast,
Sure.
drives and very well half stopped off his own bowling by Justin Broad, who swoops down. He's a tall man, about 6'3", 6'4", gets a hand to it and takes enough way off it to prevent any question of a single. Tidied up by Luke Proctor at mid-on. So 3 balls left in the over, possibly left in the day. Let's see. Broad in, bowls to Northeast, who tickles that round the corner. There's going to be 1 as it goes down to Ben Sanderson. Fielding down below us at long leg. 1 more onto the total. Sam Northeast to 20. Glamorgan to 36 for 2. 30 runs required.
The umpires have been having a word.
I mean, you would think now with only 30 needed,
in 8,
the extra half hour is probably makes a bit more sense. But as we say, common sense doesn't always
prevail in this game.
Here is Broad in, bowls to Tribe and nips that one back, and it doesn't bounce a great deal. We've seen just the odd one keep a little bit low, and Tribe doing well to keep that out. He's a Tribe from Jersey, who made 18 in the first innings, 10 not out here.
96 in the last game at Canterbury. Yeah. And batsman.
So, this is the last ball of normal time. Broad running into bowl to Tribe on leg stump, clip for 4.
Now then.
And now, well, that was meat and drink, I would suggest, and I suggest also they think we may be going to carry on. That's raced away for 4. It takes Tribe to 14 and Glamorgan are 40 for 2, with Sam Northeast on 20. Asa Tribe is 14. 26 more runs required.
With the possibility of a positive outcome this evening, the extra half hour has been claimed and taken.
So there we go, the extra half hour has been taken. As you will have heard from scorer and public address announcer extraordinary Dr. Andrew Hignell here at Cardiff. So the extra half hour is being taken, and Luke Proctor is coming into the attack to replace Ben Sanderson from this Cathedral Road end.
Yes, I don't know if Northants have got an equivalent of Sam Northeast coming into bowl, which is Glamorgan's version of it we've given up.
Well, here's Luke Proctor running into bowl to Northeast, who on drives up to Keogh at mid-on, no run.
So this is common sense really, with just 26 needed.
Calvin Harrison's going through some very, very gentle warming up exercises at second slip. Glamorgan have been good value in this game. They've really dominated proceedings after Northamptonshire won the toss, chose to bat. Luke Proctor admitting in an interview I did with him after the first day's play, as he's in bowls and turned away by Sam Northeast out through mid-wicket. It's another chase for George Bartlett, who has got any number of green marks on his trousers as he slides to the ground, keeps it to 1.
I suspect some of the happiest people about today's proceedings are any listening South Africans, with Marnus Labuschagne in no sort of touch at all before he takes part in the World's Test Championship final at Lord's next month.
Well, he's got one more game, hasn't he, here?
Yes.
So he's got time to make amends, but let's say a fairly wretched game for him here. Here's Proctor in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Asa Tribe, through to Lewis McManus.
And Labuschagne is a man who absolutely practices assiduously. I'm sure he would have been in the nets for hours since arriving on Monday, so hasn't played since March, but that's not too long in the life of the average professional cricketer.
Well, he was caught at third slip in both innings, off Conway in the first innings and off Sanderson in the second, by Justin Broad both times. 3 slips in place here as Proctor comes in and bowls, and turned away through the leg side for 4 by Asa Tribe. Again, it was just on his hip, and Tribe very strong through there. Crosses the rope down in front of the grandstand. 18 to Tribe, 45 for 2 Glamorgan, needing 21 runs for what would be back-to-back championship victories for Sam North East side.
Yes, this one has produced rather more resistance from Northants on the third day than last week's match in Canterbury did from Kent.
Here is Proctor. Bowls very full and driven away through the covers this time. This could go all the way for 4. It's not going to, in fact, even though it's now on the practice pitches on the far end of the square. It still managed to reel it in, and they come back for a couple. 47 for 2.
Light levels dipping a little bit, but nothing serious at the moment.
I mean, that would be fairly typical in some respects of how things often do work out in county cricket. That game is almost finished. 19 to win. Here's Proctor in. Bowls to Tribe. Make that 18 to win as Tribe drops one down on the onside, just down to George Bartlett coming in from deep backward square. And that's the end of another over, the first of the extra half hour. It's 48 for 2. Tribe is 21, North East is 21. These two coming together at 6 for 2 have done a good job, just settled Glamorgan's nerves. They need another 18 to win, as Edward, restored and refreshed, takes his seat to my left.
A second successive win looms for Glamorgan then, after they were on the bottom for a couple of weeks, but they played good cricket in these last 2 games. That it'll be Broad to continue for his second over, bowling from the River Taff end. He's over the wicket and bowls, and is played defensively by Tribe onto the offside.
Could also be Glamorgan's first championship win over Northamptonshire for 10 years.
Really, really?
At Cardiff. They've won at Northampton.
Won at Northampton,
but
yeah.
not here. Last Glamorgan win over Northamptonshire here, 2015, by 10 wickets.
There are... In comes Broad. Nice looking shot on the onside by Tribe. That's running up, and that will be 4 runs. He's very fond of that shot, isn't he? Clipped away 3 times now, and has got a couple of 4s and 2 3s in that area. Tribe moves on to 25. North East is 21, and all of a sudden it's just 14. Why were we wondering why are they taking the extra half hour?
He's very strong off his legs, isn't he, Asa Tribe? And right on cue, the sun comes out. So
yeah, the sun shines on
the heavens, showing once again their favourability towards the Welsh. It's very, very pleasant evening now.
Here's Broad, bowls. Tribe plays a poor shot there because it was well outside the off stump, and he tried to force it away onto the offside. Fortunate not to make any contact.
Yeah, we were just saying that Glamorgan have really been on top here since Northamptonshire won the toss, chose to bat, which Luke Proctor admitted after I did an interview with him after the first day's play. Very honestly, he said we may have got it wrong, and they were bowled out for 185 and playing catch up ever since.
Broad in, bowls another of those shots which goes for 4. Really, Broad should know now that he's if he bowls there at leg stump, he will be punished by Tribe, because he is very strong in that area, as I just mentioned, and that's the second boundary. 10 runs needed for victory, and Tribe has moved on to 29, and there are still 3 slips, so attacking to the end. And at this rate, well, it'll be over in an over or 2, or less. 10 needed as surely he could take a slip out. Well, the man is going out from square leg out into the mid-wicket boundary as Broad now has conceded 13 runs in his 10 balls. He's coming in and bowls to Tribe. Tribe clips this away and will get a single. It might just have come off the thigh pad. We'll have a look at the umpire's signal. Yes, hit the leggings. And it's a leg by, and Glamorgan 56 for 2, needing just the 10 runs, and this partnership 51. It's come very quickly, hasn't it?
It has. They've rattled on in the last few overs.
As Broad comes in, bowls to northeast, who watches it carefully, just dabs it away to mid-on. End of the over. Glamorgan need 9 runs to win, and all the time in the world, 6 overs to get them.
And they will move, of course, ahead of Northamptonshire in the table. They'll move
Ahead of Middlesex as well, I
ahead
think.
of, well, they may, certainly could be up to, what, third in the table as a result of this
We shall
win.
wait for until tomorrow, of course.
Well, we'll add it all up, and it is going to be Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, who's going to come on and have a bowl, with Glamorgan just needing 9 runs to win. They say about a week being a long time in politics. It can be a long time in county cricket as well. Northamptonshire a week ago celebrating victory over Lancashire after an extraordinary day's county cricket at Wantage Road, featuring Ben Sanderson's 65 off 28 balls, and Lancashire rather imploding from 116 for 2 to 144 for 9 and 165 all out, to give Darren Lehman's side a first win of the season. But they're going to go under here, you feel. Come a fairly distant second. Here is Harrison, the leg spinner, with a slip in. First ball is short and it's cut away by Asa Tribe. He's going to get just a single, fielded by James Sales, sweeping out on the cover boundary. 1 more to the total, 58 for 2. Tribe goes to 30 off 36 balls.
And a bad ball here, and it could end in this over.
That is very possible. Here is Harrison in, bowls short again, and again cut away through extra cover. Just a single, as Sales again, who's quick across the ground, comes around to field. But we are in the dying moments of this match. 7 more runs to win.
Do you know, there are lots of games this season have ended in 3 days, haven't they?
Yes, yeah. Here is Harrison bowling to Tribe. He pushes forward defensively up towards Broad at extra cover. Well, I was saying earlier, Northamptonshire have only had play on the 4th day in 1 of their 6,
Yes.
assuming this finishes tonight. Harrison in, bowls, forward goes Tribe, defensively up on the onside, and there's no run. That includes the game at Derby where it rained on the last day and there was no play. Here is Harrison in again, on driven neatly by Tribe, and misfielded by Ben Sanderson.
Could be.
The outcome being that they come back for 2. It was just a bit of a lack of concentration, I think. 32 to Asa Tribe, 61 for 2. Glamorgan are within 1 hit, so I'll hand you to Edward Bevan.
Here's Harrison then. Last ball of the over. Not short, pulled away, but not timed. Hit the top of the bat, goes back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan need 5 to win their second win of the season. North East leading the way, 22 to him. He came in at a not very nice time, 6 for 2. Sanderson had dismissed Well Hussain for 2 and Labuschagne for 4, but there's been no further success. Tribe has played extremely well, 32. And Safe Saib is going to have a bowl, and this could well be the last over of this game.
Yeah,
Not that I disrespect Saib's bowling in any way, but
no, it's a good chance.
5 runs.
Batted nicely, didn't he, today? 71 Safe Saib
Yeah,
after
good player.
naught in the first innings, and made amends for that today. But
Yes, he batted well, as did McManus, and as did the captain, Luke Proctor. Zabe is bowling from the river end, and mid-on and mid-off are up, so if you want to try and hit him over the top, it's a shortish boundary here at Cardiff. Let's see what happens. Zabe comes in, bowls, and North East just pushes it back down, taking no chances, even though there's just the 5 to win. Left arm round the wicket, he's coming in, Zabe, and bowls, and this time it's clipped away up to mid-wicket. And they amble a single. Takes North East to 23. Tribe is on 32. 4 runs needed. As we approach, no, have we? Yes, we've gone 7 o'clock. And I suppose the ground staff, the players, umpires, journalists, broadcasters will be glad that it's gone now. And that it is finishing tonight rather than come back for 20 minutes in the mornings. Say bowls, and this is played out to mid-wicket. Still no chances. Taking no chances. Tribe. Zabe comes round the wicket again, bowls, pushed away onto the offside. At the back of their mind there's a little red ink fluttering.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
They're not out. Zabe is in. Bowls again, it's pushed forward. We're going to have another over, I think, because there's only one ball left, unless it's crushed away for 4 anyway. There he is again. And it's just defended. And again, there is no run. Still 4 needed.
Yes, I think of the late great Brian Reynolds, one of the great stalwarts of Northamptonshire cricket. He loved a red inker. When he saw one of the young players making sure he was there at the end, then he was a big fan of that.
Passed away a couple of years, didn't he, Brian?
A few years ago now, yeah. With
he's good. He used to attend, come and set up at the top there in front of the broadcasting box for years.
Maroon and gold flowers on his coffin, appropriately.
Lovely. Harrison starts possibly the last over as it's swept, but missed by the batsman. North East looking to sweep down towards the boundary, but no contact. Harrison on loan from Nottinghamshire comes in and bowls, and this time it's driven over the top, up to the boundary. That is the end of the game. And Glamorgan have won their second championship match, indeed their second championship match in succession. Then they have reached it by scoring 66 for 2. Tribe is not out 32, and North East is not out 27. It started at the start at 6 for 2, but as Andrew Rudd rightly said, from that first afternoon, that's when Northants really lost it, when they were 99 for 1 and suffered a horrendous collapse then, and they were all out for 185. Glamorgan made 424, and Northants battled in their second innings to get 304, and they had to start very carefully scoring the 66. It's 2 early wickets for Sanderson, but in the end, as I said, it was eventually an easy win. It's been an absolute pleasure to have Andrew here and also to have Nick. I've thoroughly enjoyed these last couple of days, and well, who knows, I might pop up to Northampton to see you, because we have got an away match. I shall look forward to it if I do, and the last word comes from you, sir, before I wrap up.
Yep, always a pleasure to see you at Wantage Road, or indeed anywhere else, Edward. So yes, convincing victory by 8 wickets here for Glamorgan, which pushes them up the Division 2 table and puts them in good heart for the final match in the last run, or the first run, if you like, of 7 championship fixtures, which take place next week. For their part, Northamptonshire need to regroup, and they will be playing Gloucestershire at Wantage Road starting on Friday. My thanks to everyone here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club. It's always a pleasure to come here, and always made very welcome. Congratulations to Glamorgan. My thanks to Nick Webb, to Edward Bevan for their company over the last 3 days. So from Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan will shortly be, I'm sure, bursting into song to celebrate their victory, a well-deserved one by 8 wickets, from Edward, Nick and myself, Andrew Rad. It's a very good evening.